Welcome, everyone, to day 2 of our NFL draft coverage. My name is Aldo Gandia, and today we have 3 picks, 2 in round 2 and 1 in round 3. And with me to evaluate those selections and to talk about everything that's going on in the NFL draft is Johnny Santucci, who's putting some eye drops into his
My
eyes,
eyes are so dry from all the stuff I've done work.
and Danny Shimon. How are you guys?
My eyes are good. So
Well, guys, it is going to be a really exciting day. A lot of the pundits are saying that today, these 3 picks could really push this team over into the playoff realm, and I agree with that take. I do want you to hear what Ryan Poles said late last night about the board for day 2.
Yep, I feel really good about where the board is. I think there's some players up there that can make a pretty good impact for our football team. There's also a group of guys that we have at the next group that's like really dependable, tough, like it fits everything we need that we believe can come in and help our football team. If that's starting immediately or eventually being starters, we really like the numbers that are there right now.
Tough and dependable. Danny, what does that give you a clue into where they're headed tonight?
Tough and dependable. People who have injury concerns, I'm assuming it's not going to be under the dependable column. So, I think that could go either way. I could go offensive, defensive line. I think this could be a day where we see a linebacker taken, and then we talked about it. Although you and I on Draft on Tap, where I think a linebacker goes higher than a lot of people have anticipated. So that could be something as well. But something that you said last night, some people are saying today as well, is they got to go trenches. They got to attack the offensive and defensive line. I feel like today, at least a couple of these picks today. So I think running back will be the other position. Now, there are some positions, some players there that you probably didn't expect to see there, or they didn't expect. Obviously, the corner Will Johnson from Michigan is someone that a lot of teams had highly rated. Obviously, the injury thing with him may have kind of and the speed question in terms of how he plays. That could be. I don't see the Bears going that way, but stranger things have happened. A couple of safeties have been out there as well. Obviously, the big guy from South Carolina, Eamon Moore is out there, and he's a highly rated guy as well. So some of these guys, and then the quarterbacks, right? Could Cleveland go quarterback with one of the first picks here? And they have 2 of the first 3 picks here in this beginning of the round. So we'll see how the board falls. But the running backs that we like are there. At least the ones I like are still there. Some of the offensive linemen and some of the defensive linemen are still there as well. So that's hopefully where they go today.
Tooch, your thoughts, please.
Well, I've had some time to digest the Colston Loveland pick, and the more that I reflect on it, the more I like it. A few things in regard to the Colston Loveland pick. 75% of his catches went for a first down. Red zone threat, can stretch the seam. He's a 3-level route runner. He's a decent blocker. He's got room to improve. But the important thing is that this is probably Ben Johnson's pick. He was a tight ends coach before he became an offensive coordinator. This was the guy he wanted. He got his Sam Laporta for his offense. For Bears fans who are upset with Colston Loveland over Tyler Warren, it took Tyler Warren. Colston Loveland's younger than Tyler Warren. He's a young kid. It took Tyler Warren being a 21-year-old senior to match Loveland's production as a 19-year-old sophomore. So Warren's numbers may look better on the surface, but his team did not have as good a quarterback as Penn State. Warren had a quarterback, Loveland didn't. I think Loveland has a higher ceiling as a receiver. I think he's much better as a route runner. Tyler Warren, through his first 3 years, 15 receptions, 184 yards, 4 touchdowns. Colston Loveland, through his first 3 years, 117 receptions, 1,486 yards, and 11 touchdowns. He's nearly 2 years younger than Warren. He's got a different skill set than Cole Kmet. I know Danny mentioned that yesterday, that he's a good synchronous tight end to match with Cole Kmet. But let's face it, drafting Warren might have signaled the end of the Kmet era for the Bears. But I think they'll blend together pretty well in this system.
The pick is in for the Cleveland Browns. Before we get to that, I want to play some video of you. Tooch was just talking about Loveland's route running and Colston talked about that to the media today.
I was like a receiver growing up, and shout out to my brother too. He was a receiver as well, so I kind of just was following his footsteps. So I've always ran routes. I think that kind of just naturally over time helped me. But then I think this last year I took a big step, and I was saying out there just the little details that create way more separation. And like for example, like I watched a lot of Nico Collins. Obviously he's a receiver, bigger body though, and I think that I could take a lot of tools from his bag. So stuff like that. Sam Laporta, I was also a big fan of watching him. Similar guys that kind of move the same as me, like Evan Ingram even. So I think, yeah, just kind of just watching that tape, and then, like I said, with the details, I think that has definitely helped my route running. Still got a lot to improve on, though, for sure, and I'm excited.
We're all excited now as Bears fans as we warm up to the idea of Colston Loveland and swear at all the media people who kind of disregarded him. And I'm not talking about you, Danny.
Does Danny like the pick after reflecting on it?
I love the pick when it was made.
Okay, great. Awesome.
The only hesitation I had, and we talked about last night, was I like Michael Williams. Filled a major need as well. You know, some you might say, tight end is a luxury pick, for a team that has so many needs on the offensive defensive line. So the Michael Williams was the one who only gave me pause, but there was no one else on that board that I would have taken at that point.
Yeah. It was Ben Johnson's pick all the way. I know it was got a few things here. Colston Loveland for Eric Galko. I know, Greg Gabriel mentioned this today, Aldo.
Yep,
he had Colston Loveland as his number 2 player overall in the entire draft class, just after Travis Hunter. He likens him to he's just a notch below Brock Bowers as a prospect. So Bears fans should be really excited, man.
I agree. Eric Galko has no, rooting interest for the Chicago Bears. He is a man for hire. After he leaves the Shrine Bowl, he wants to be at an NFL team. So he's just evaluating talent like all the good ones. And by the way, thank you, Cloudy Future, for being our kind of production assistant here. We have the Browns' first pick of the second round, and it is a really impressive linebacker, Carson Schwessinger.
Aldo liked him a lot. I know you talked about him. You and I talked about him on Better Souls.
Yep, indeed. Danny, what do you got on Carson? And then Toots, jump in, please.
Yeah, Schlesinger was a guy that really was a walk-on at UCLA, former walk-on, really just only saw action on special teams. This was the only year he actually got on the football field, made any starts. So he's a one-year starter, just 10 starts under his belt, and then just actually, literally just blew up. I mean, All-American, first-team All-American, first-team All-Big Ten, I should say. 136 tackles, 9 tackles for loss, 4 sacks, two interceptions, 3 pass defense, and a forced fumble. So this is one of those linebackers that sideline can make some tackles there. He was the one that I was kind of looking at here and saying, if the Bears do go linebacker early on in the second round, he might be a guy that a lot of teams I know liked in the late first round. So I'm a little bit surprising that the Browns went linebacker first, but they do have another pick coming up here, and that might be the quarterback pick.
Yeah, you're right, Danny. To me, I like Schlesinger, but like you said, a little bit raw, a little bit of a developmental pick, but the Browns obviously think if they do develop him, he's going to be something special, and they're building their defense because I don't know how good their offense is going to be this year.
And
their quarterbacks are Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco right now. Like you said, though, they could take a chance on Shedeur, or they could take a chance on Jalen Milroe.
Actually, I think Tyler Shuck might be the guy here if they go quarterback. Well, the kid from Louisville,
right?
But with Cleveland, real quick, JOK. Caramola has not been able to stay healthy, unfortunately for him. That was one of the knocks coming out of Notre Dame, and so I think he's someone that may be available in a trade or see what they get for him. But I think Schlesinger moves into one of those roles there on that defense right away.
Now, Danny, Vince wants to know if Banks was there, would you go for Banks instead of Loveland? That is a hard no. He's been saying that.
I don't think the Bears would either.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, let me see if I have this. I had a Rappaport quote on Loveland. Yeah, and Loveland wouldn't have been there after 10, after the Bears. According to Ian Rappaport, he was a player that got really hot late. Teams were scrambling to trade up for him, and it looks like Ryan Poles was fielding calls for him, and they stood pat and took their guy. And
this morning on Gabriel Talks Football, Greg said that I always get his first name
Chris
wrong.
Ballard.
Chris Ballard
Yeah, Chris Ballard.
said that he had his eyes on Loveland. He didn't
Yep.
explicitly say that, but Greg says, I've known this guy for 25 years. I know what he was saying. He wanted Loveland over Tyler Warren and endorsed the pick for the Bears, saying he's the perfect guy to team with Cole Kmet. So
Jaden Higgins to the Texans. With the
Jaden Higgins to the Texans.
He's on my list for an ex receiver. I like this kid. I like the other guy too from Iowa State.
I love Nolan. Yeah.
I'm 25 minutes from Iowa State, so I watched a fair share of Iowa State Cyclones games. So for me, Higgins is big, 6'4", he's fast too. If you're looking for a true X receiver, which I think the Bears have a need for, I mean, I know Rome, you can move him all around, and I think JT O'Sullivan liked him as the X. But if you're looking for a true X, Jaden Higgins is one of the better ones in this class. You know, obviously they took him after Ted McMillan at two overall at that position.
Yeah, he's like I said, he's a big body receiver, different type of receiver than what Jalen Nolan is, and that's a guy I really like there for the Bears.
Yep.
You know, he's more of a like I said, X receiver, bigger body. You know, a guy that really ran some nice routes down at the Senior Bowl practices when I was watching him there. So again, this fits a need, and I'm trying to think. Like, so Tank Dell's coming off an injury for Texans. Obviously, they got Nico Collins out there, so this will be a nice compliment there for new. And then John Michie was a second round pick for them a couple of years ago. He's kind of been up and down with injuries, so this fills a need for Texans there.
Stephon Diggs went to the Patriots. They no longer have Diggs either in Houston.
True. There you go.
Cloudy Future is letting us know that the Seahawks have moved up to the Tennessee spot at the number 35 in exchange for 52
what do you guys think
82. I think that what is happening here is they're moving ahead of the Bears for somebody. Yeah. But what I did want to say is I would have made this trade. Rusher. I would have made this trade for our number 39 pick because I'd love to pick up a pick in that 80s area. But it is instead Seattle that's moved those picks to Tennessee.
If you guys want it, I've got the pick.
They have a couple running backs already, so I doubt they're taking running back. I wouldn't.
No, it's a safety from South Carolina.
Okay, so it's Wari. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Well, what do you know about him, guys?
Chooch, you want to go ahead and start?
Yeah, he's like a unicorn. Like I said, he's 6'3", 225 pounds, fast, decent tackler, has a fair bit of range. He's kind of a hybrid, though, Danny. Maybe like you're going to play him in this as sort of like a hybrid linebacker safety in certain defensive packages. To me, he harkens back to those large safeties like David Fulcher and Dennis Smith that I used to watch when I was younger. So I'll be interested to see. He wasn't one of my top safeties. I liked a few other guys better though.
Yeah, he put on a show at the combine. You talk about his measurables, 6'3", 220, 32.5-inch arm length. You talk about being some of that hybrid, that guy that can physically probably can line up near or at or near the line of scrimmage. Went a 4.38 blazing 40 with 1.49 10-yard split, 43-inch vertical, 11-foot-inch, 6-inch broad jump. I mean, this guy's an athletic freak. A 3-year starter for South Carolina. Made 36 starts, only missed one game basically. Freshman All-American, so on and so forth. I mean, this guy is a guy that's really, his athletic ability with that size and the way he moves. In terms of when I was watching him, is he a free safety? Is he a strong safety? I like him better in the backups. I like him more as a free safety. For me, down in the box, there are some instinct stuff that I wasn't too keen on. But again, maybe some things that you can maybe coach out of him. Some as he gets older, as he gets coached up in the NFL and he gets into more of a program or a structured program, he could probably get better there. But yeah, he was a talented kid in terms of size, speed ratio. But for me, I wasn't going to go safety this high, me personally. So, the fact that he was still there, that, they might have looked at him because of the board and how it felt to them. But, the fact that he's gone now, I think now this is kind of playing perfectly here for the Bears, in my opinion, because obviously we're looking at Trench, we're looking at running back. So we'll see how it goes here.
Yeah, and for me, the Raiders are probably going to go offensive line there, having just drafted a running back. Want to block for their franchise running back.
Yeah, well, the Browns just broke my heart. The Browns just took a guy that I wanted the Bears to take. So
Yeah, I like my guy's Travion Henderson. I like.
well,
I
he's
think he
available
fits
because
this system.
Quinshawn just got taken by the Browns.
Yep, Quinshawn. That's their replacement for Nick Chubb.
Yeah, that's a heartbreaker for me at least. I really was hoping that he'd be a Chicago Bear by the end of the night. So yeah, I know a lot of people are high on Trevion Henderson. He's a very talented player, but
Yep.
If we're talking about fit and how they were talking about fit with Colson Loveland and Cole Kmet, unless the Swift is not long for this offense, I think just the Henderson is they're similar. Henderson and Swift are similar
Yeah,
players.
but there's a difference in long speed between these two guys.
There is. There's
You know,
difference.
and-
There's also probably Henderson's also better, pass blocker.
He is
But
a way better pass
Yeah.
block. So, I mean, for me, I don't give a crap about DeAndre Swift. I think he's ultimately replaceable. I like him. He's a Bear.
oh yeah, I
But
I
to
would
me-
get rid of him too. But
Yeah.
the way the coach talks about it doesn't look like he's getting.
Yeah, but like Greg Gabriel said, you never talk bad about your players. He said today, never lie about your players or talk bad about them. But I mean, look, after this year, DeAndre Swift, I don't think will be a Bear. So if as far as like players who have similar skill sets, it doesn't bother me too much because I think you can get a bruiser later on in this draft, but you cannot get the speed of a Travion Henderson and the pass blocking combination, receiving ability that he has.
Right. I mean, you can get probably in different kind of forms, right? But but from my understanding is they're looking for someone in between the tackles downhill, kind of a bumper, and that's not Henderson's game.
No, I broke mine up into lightning backs and thunder backs as far as like what I thought the Lions had done in the past. They had their thunder, they had their lightning. So the three guys I liked for lightning was Travion Henderson, Dylan Sampson, R.J. Harvey. I really like. I think he's kind of like a similar type to Ashton Jeanty. He's that little bowling ball with speed that has a really great contact balance and is tough. Breaks a lot of tackles. And highly productive at Central Florida. And then the Thunderbacks, I really love Caleb Johnson. I'm probably a little bit biased because he was University of Iowa, but I love his patience. I love the vision. I love the way he hits the hole super hard. He had 21 rushes over 20 yards, which I think was fifth in the entire college football. And then Damian Martinez, an interesting player, not much of a receiver, but he's got really good contact balance, and he is a punishing back in the style of Quinshawn Judkins. Doesn't have as much speed as Quinshawn, though.
Right. Yeah. With Caleb, and that's the thing is like that's another one I have on my list here as a possibility.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that's the way they go. But right now, the way it's looking, it's looking more and more like maybe go with an offense or defensive lineman here. So curious to see how this turns out here. They got what 1, 2, 3, 4, like five more picks, I believe, before the Bears are up there first. So the other thing I'm curious to see if there's anyone falling that a team may look to come up and get, right? So I think was it Will Johnson could be a guy, maybe Mike Green, if a team is comfortable with the off the field stuff, they could come get him here possibly. So like Aldo was saying earlier, in terms of getting some extra picks. Because they don't have a fourth round pick currently, I think that could be something that we'll see if there's a player here that a team wants to come up and get.
I agree. The Bears might, trade. If someone wants to leapfrog the Saints and get Shedeur, but I don't know who that would be.
Doesn't look like anybody's hot for Shedeur, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I know.
Like it.
And then a lot of players have slid due to injury, like you mentioned, Will Johnson. I know Ben Morrison, another player, had some injury. Mike Green has the character issues. He's still available. He's slid. Trying to think of who else is kind of has the injury.
Let's get people caught up on who has gone in the draft here in the second round. The Browns picked Carson Schlesinger, the linebacker out of UCLA. Houston Texans took the Iowa State wide receiver, Jaden Higgins. Nick Emmanwori, the safety out of South Carolina, goes to the Seahawks with the third pick of the second round. Quinshawn Judkins breaks Danny's heart that he's going to the Cleveland
Browns. I'm so sorry.
And the Raiders pick is in any second now.
It's going to be an offensive lineman.
It probably will. It probably will. I
totally
agree.
agree.
They've got to give some protection for Geno Smith, who is not quite the mover in the pocket, and they need to block some holes for their new prize running back.
Gino does get some first downs with his legs, though, more often than you'd think. You know,
That is
Geno
true.
Smith, yeah,
He's got that veteran savvy,
yeah,
you know,
he
in the
does,
pocket.
man. He still has some legs.
Hmm.
I'm curious if this could be a Shadur pick too. I mean, I could buy a possibility. I think the Vegas team, obviously they got Geno Smith now. They signed to a contract, but so Vegas he could go. And the reason I kind of hook him up with Vegas is because he's got that relationship with Tom Brady, right? You know, so that could be something where he can go, he can sit there for a couple of years behind Geno Smith and kind of learn from both Geno and Pete Carroll and even Tom Brady, to a point, and then from there. Take over the reins of the Raiders. So I'm curious if this will be something where Raiders, but as you mentioned, the offensive line is something that they need to do as well. And so we'll see how they go here.
I don't know that they didn't renew Colton Miller, one of their tackles. I don't think yet. They're waiting till after the draft, maybe to extend him or re-sign.
We were just talking about maybe someone come up with the Bears pick, but someone just traded with the Raiders. It was the Dolphins that traded up.
Okay, Dolphins traded up, huh? Wow.
Yeah.
Dolphins are coming up now.
What did Greg Gabriel say today, Aldo?
He said there were going to be a lot of
trades in the second round. Yeah, we've seen what, 3, 2,
Yep.
2 already.
And according to our guy Cloudy, he says the Raiders are trading pick 37 and pick 143 to Miami in exchange for pick 48, pick 98, and pick 135. Again, those the
trade that Brian Poles would have liked.
Exactly. Exactly. So the Raiders pick should be in any moment. Or did
the Dolphins are on the clock.
Dolphins, I'm sorry.
Like, do they get another 10 minutes after that, the Dolphins? Or
well, that's interesting. It's not 10 minutes today. Remember. It's 7 minutes today. Yeah. So I would imagine that trade, that they have to reset it. I would think so.
Yeah, I would think so too.
And they just broke your heart, Chooch.
Travion Henderson, right?
No, the other guy,
Caleb
Johnson. Oh, Sabinaya, yeah.
Oh,
he was on my list, right? Aldo?
Breaks a lot. Yeah, he breaks a lot of people's hearts.
On my guard.
He was.
He could also play a little tackle. Do I have?
He's played left and right tackle. He can play guard. He's probably going to play guard in the NFL.
Guard, yeah.
But definitely a guy who's got experience at both left and right tackle. So big
guy I like for the Bears. I thought
he's that a mauler type, right? He's that guy that can just take guys and just move them off their spot, displace them with 6'4", 324 pounds, almost 34-inch arms. So he's got that type of physical. Yeah, he's got the physical ability there, and ran a 1.72 10-yard split. Again, this is one of those mauler guys. This guy that gets out in front and just buries linebackers that get in his way and all that stuff. So. He was a guy I was hoping for here with the Bears.
I like him better than Tyler Booker, who the Cowboys took pretty high. Because when I watched Booker, he doesn't move as well as some of these other guards. Like he lumbers out if he's got to reach block or if he's got to get out in space and get on a guy. But I mean, if he is on a guy, he's super strong and he's going to lock him up. But I like some of the other guys for the Bears. I'm not sad that Tyler Booker is gone. Sabanea from the same hometown as Olin Kreutz and outside Honolulu. Yep, same high school as Olin Kreutz. A guy that Olin Kreutz spoke highly of. He liked as a player. Would have been nice to get some beef inside our offensive line. Maybe a replacement for Joe Thuney if Thuney retired or Jackson didn't work out, and it's quality depth.
Jack Nelson, Tooch has him really high on his wish list. Number one as a tackle. So
this is just like remaining players.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah. So I thought you guys could maybe talk about Jack Nelson because I've seen Jack Nelson reports on Jack Nelson, but haven't really studied him. What do you? Danny, you got any comments on Jack Nelson, the tackle out of Wisconsin?
I'll let John go first here, since that's his guy.
He doesn't lose a lot. He's got a lot of experience at left tackle. He's strong, former wrestler, played guard, started out at guard at Wisconsin, and an academic All-American. He's real smart. He knows to switch. He's picking up the right guy, and he'll stand. He's 6'7", 315 pounds, and he's strong. He's got 33.5-inch arms. Those arms aren't super long, but they're above the threshold that most NFL personnel guys deem acceptable. But if you I watched the Iowa game versus Wisconsin, and nobody was getting around him. Nobody was stopping him. He's finishes. He's good in the run game. We'll get out to the next level. He looks for guys to hit, plays through the whistle. And then the other guy I like is that Gerald Christian Lichtenhand. That guy's a bruiser, man. He's a fighter. And then some of the other guys who are later round, like Dalton Cooper, didn't get up a lot of sacks. He's kind of like a Will Campbell-ish type. He even looks like Will Campbell. And then Carson Vincent, who's just a monster from Alabama. This would be a big project because he's a real small school. Not the quickest feet, but he's a massive guy. I also kind of like that Holland Pierce on Rutgers. That guy, he's a little top heavy, but he's also a brawler, and I'm not sure he's a left tackle, but he's also one of these guys like Lichtenhand that will. The other thing about Lichtenhand, Aldo, I don't think his name's going to fit on the back.
not Christian Lichtenhand.
Right. Yeah.
So, Danny, your thoughts on Nelson?
Yeah, Nelson for me is more of a day 3 guy than a day 2 guy.
Yeah.
He's a play tackle, play left tackle, predominantly at Wisconsin. He's got the length. The arm length is almost there in terms of he's not short arms but not long arms either. For me, he's a better run blocker than a pass blocker at the corner run. And also, again, one of these tackles that I thought could be kicked inside to be a guard. So we'll see. Definitely a zone guy. So he's a guy that's got some good lateral agility. I had some questions in terms of on the island at tackle, left tackle. Could he stand some premier NFL pass rush
speed?
So,
yeah, and that's always a question with guys.
And that's again a lot of tackles in this draft that you're like, man, could they play tackle at the next level? Or
it's not a good draft for tackles. And you know what? The Bears have 2 guys ahead of whoever we're going to draft. The guys that could probably beat out those 2 guys. I don't know if they're out there still, in this draft. To be honest,
right? Yeah. Because you don't just want to draft someone just to bring someone in. You want to actually draft someone that's going to come in and compete, right? With Braxton Jones, with Karan Amagaji, and actually
that guy might be a free agent, an NFL street.
Right. And I was meaning to take a look at the free agent market today and see what veterans still out there are available. But I know other than like Brendan Scherf, but he's more of a guard. He's a guard. He's not a tackle. But I couldn't see how much offensive linemen are available because in case. Like I said, you with so many needs on the offense and defensive line, so many needs on possibly linebacker, possibly safety, a running back still, maybe a slot receiver or something like that. There's you might have to just fill some of these needs via veteran free agency. So that's also an avenue we have to take a look at. Maybe tomorrow we'll have a little more time and kind of just dive into some veteran free agency who could be available to fill some of the needs if they don't get them done within these 3 days of the draft weekend. But yeah, definitely. A couple of guys I've already gone so far. I've been a little bit, but my guy I'll hope for is Darius Alexander, the kid from Toledo.
Good
tackle.
Yep.
I do like him. I think he'd be a nice technique possibly here. So we'll see what goes on.
The trade that the Falcons made yesterday. Can I comment on this, Aldo, real quick? I think it was kind of a dumb trade to trade back into the first round and get James Pierce, who might not work out. He's a bit of a diva head case. But here's the thing: they traded away their first round pick next year. And if they have a terrible season this year and they're picking top 5, they won't have that pick to draft premier talent. I don't know. I don't think the trade was worth moving up and giving up what they had, because if their season goes to pot, they're going to end up losing a really good pick, first round pick next year. But,
they felt like
all linebackers, Danny.
Yeah, well, Pierce is more about edge rusher. Jalen Walker's also an edge rusher, but he's probably going to be playing some off-ball linebacker. Yeah. So yeah, it's curious. Like obviously I wouldn't have liked that either. But if I was a Falcons fan, but that's them. Because I didn't think Pierce was. At least he's a one-trick pony right now, and even that trick needs some refinement too. So. Yeah. Patriots just took Travion Henderson, so both.
Oh God!
Yep.
So the Bears are going to be. So who's our best running backs? Aldo, I love Travion.
Right now, it looks like if you look at running backs right now, it would probably be Caleb Johnson.
For me, it would be Caleb Johnson.
I think that's probably the best one out there right now.
I like DJ Giddens too from Kansas State.
I love Giddens as well, but I don't think he's a second-round pick.
Yeah, he might be a day 3 guy. He's got some crazy legs, although DJ Giddens, man. His feet are so quick, man. You can't tell which way the guy's running sometimes. Yeah, I like the player Giddens, but for me the pick should be if the Bears want a workhorse back that's going to break off some run. People say, oh, he ran a 4.5 40, but this to me is the Lance Briggs rule where Lance Briggs ran a 4.740. But you watch Caleb Johnson, and Quinshawn got caught from behind too. Caleb Johnson had, like I said, he had 21 rushes over 20 yards. So explosive plays are there for Johnson. He's real patient behind. He sets up his blocks. He uses his blockers, maybe the best in his draft, the best running back who uses his blockers.
He's got patience.
Ashton Genty, very patient. Ashton Genty uses blockers real well. But, I'm a little biased because I'm an Iowa Hawkeyes fan.
No, but I mean, he is the next one in line, at least in my opinion, right now.
Yeah,
right? So,
the best available to me too. Yeah.
right. If you're going to go running back, but now that's, you don't want to reach for a position if he's not the top on the board. So we'll see who's the top on the board at this moment. But for me, at least from my opinion, the top guy I think I have right now, looking at my board here, where is it at? Let me see 1 second.
Nick Scorton
And Darius Alexander. Obviously, Sabanaya is gone.
Yep.
So yeah, Scorn and Alexander. Ozzie Trapillo, the kid from Boston College, this a tackle prospect who's played left and right tackle. He might be a right tackle only in the league, we'll know, but he's got left tackle experience.
Yep.
Is up there as well. I'm trying to see in terms of Caleb Johnson.
The Bears are on the clock.
Bears indeed are on the clock.
Carolina's former pick we got in the trade for Bryce Young, right, Aldo? Is that?
That is correct. The last piece.
remaining.
Last piece. Yep.
Yeah, last remaining piece from that trade.
Right, indeed.
We have to go down and total up all the players we got. Bryce Young. They got Bryce Young. We got all these players.
All right, for those people in the chat room, tell me who the Chicago Bears are going to draft. The pick should be announced within 2 minutes. So quickly hit those keyboards and tell me who you think the Bears are drafting. I'll start with you, Danny Shimon. Who's going to be the pick?
I would like, if it's me, I like Darius Alexander, the defensive tackle from Toledo. I think he fits a need there up front with a three technique that I can learn from Grady Jarrett, even Nick Scorn, the edge from Texas A&M. I would go trenches here with this pick with the running backs that we are talked about already gone.
Johnny Santucci.
I want either Caleb Johnson or Trey Harris. I want more offense for Ben Johnson. But the thing is like, and the reason I say that, I love trenches too, but our 5 acquisitions in the offseason, 5 major acquisitions in the offseason were trench players. I think we can get quality depth later on in the 3rd through 7th rounds. But I wouldn't rule out the Bears trading back here.
I agree with that, Tooch. In fact, I might even endorse them because other than Darius Alexander, I'm not sure who would be the best pick. But Danny, please respond to John, who says that he heard that Giddens does not like to block. Now, you've seen tons of tape on him. Any truth to that?
No, it's not a block. I mean, is he as good as Trayvon Henderson? No back in his draft is as good as Trayvon Henderson in terms of blocker. Oh. Is there an area he needs to work on? Yes, it's an area he's going to work on, but so does DeAndre Swift. So I think that's if you're looking at a guy that's going to be.
That's why I wanted Travion to replace DeAndre Swift. Danny,
we're going to predominantly require him to run between the tackles as opposed to block. No, not saying pass blocking is not important. That is important, but that's something he needs to work. He needs to work on. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the Bears might be. With the run on the running backs, they might be pressed, but we'll see.
Oh, the Bears have gone for Luther Burden.
Oh, okay. So Luther Burden. He's on my list for receivers. Yeah, best available wide receiver. Yep, they went.
Yeah.
So all right, guys. Well,
I have him as a slot receiver.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big play waiting to happen kind of kid here. I mean, this is a 5-star high school recruit, top prospect in the nation coming out. 3-year starter at Missouri, 2-time first team All SEC member, 6 feet, 206 pounds, ran a 4.4 140. This is guy as a slot receiver can also line up on the outside. Has the twitch in his body. He's got the stop and go quickness. Body control to be able to contour and adjust to the ball's back shoulder. A hands catcher. Just the guy excels with the ball in his hand. So remember when Ben Johnson said typically the slot receiver gets a lot of action. I was looking for a guy who maybe does a little more physical in terms of blocking, but this kid is a big play waiting to happen. We had although why is his name always leave my head when I'm
JP?
No, the previous
Eric Edholm.
Thank you so much. I don't know why he's one of my favorite guests, but I always forget his name. Eric at home was on. He's a Missouri grad, and he was talking about some of the things where Luther Burden coming into the season was considered one of the top prospects of the receiver core. Just didn't go well for him, and I don't know if it was a disconnect with the coaching staff or if it was an issue with the receiver. Now Brady Cook is his quarterback. I feel like the quarterback play wasn't the greatest there, so that could have been an issue. But also the limited route tree that I saw him running there. But he's a guy that brings you that speed from the slot. He's a guy that gives you that big play potential. Also has punt return ability as well. So definitely a guy that's talented, brings you that speed element, and you add another weapon now for Caleb Williams. And so although like I know last night you and some of the other people were like saying like we want the trenches. And I'm starting to get a little panicky here. I'm starting to want some trench players here too now. But you're adding weapons on offense, so that's a great thing. And this is a guy that some teams had late in the first round, but you get him here at top of the second round.
They're going to trade back in 41. Look, Luther Burden, man, his sophomore year, he had like 1,200 yards receiving. How Brady Cook kind of fell off the map from the Missouri quarterback, Danny. It looked promising to start out, but Luther Burden is kind of a similar player to DJ Moore. They're like similar bodies, So you wonder, heir apparent to DJ Moore, if you ever feel like getting rid of that gigantic contract that Moore signed.
Let me read a little bit of what Dane Brugler said. He's a 3-year starter at Missouri, predominantly a slot receiver. 85% of his snaps in 2024 came from the slot.
Yep.
With his run after the catch skills, Burden saw a high volume of quick hitters and crossers, which showcased his any direction burst and physicality to give defenders the shake. His route running is best described as a work in progress, as Danny just said.
Yep. Yeah. But he's got that big play home run hitting potential, right? Yep. And again, get the ball in his hands on the space and let him do his thing. He's got some punt return ability there as well, so he can make guys miss in the open field. So an element on the offense that you don't have. And I think someone just popped something on the chat in terms of Tyler Scott. Yeah, that doesn't look good for Tyler Scott, to be honest with you. But we'll see what happens in training camp. But this is the type of receiver that they needed, right? The only thing you can question is could they have gone a different direction in terms of the offensive defensive line? But obviously they're going with the best player on their board, and and I just obviously they're adding more weapons here on offense for offensive-minded head coach. So things are all going to change here. When you have an offensive-minded head coach, obviously the offense takes a little bit more precedent than defense. But hopefully, Tuch, hopefully you're right in terms of they get a good offer where they can drop back, maybe pick up a 4th-round pick and not fall too far out, right? Because some more quality here in the offensive defensive lines would be nice to see in the next upcoming picks.
He's got some skills, man. He's dangerous after the catch. Yeah. I had him listed, didn't I, Aldo, for wide receivers, my wish list?
Oh, we got a quarterback, guys.
Here go the Saints. Took
Tyler Shough.
Tyler Shough. You were right, Danny. You said it would be Tyler Shough. Yeah. Wow, Shedeur continues to slide. Well, I don't get it. I think I had Shedeur rated higher than Tyler.
I did too.
I like Shough too. But
yeah, I did too. But there's something in terms of the physical aspect of them, the traits that they're just not seeing here. And did he hold on to the ball? Yes, but a lot of these quarterbacks that see themselves as big time playmakers typically hold on to the ball a little longer. But Tyler Shough is the second quarterback taken. No, I'm sorry, third quarterback taken in this draft after 2 went last night and the 1 goes today. So Bears are back on the clock. I'm curious here, John. I'm curious if there's a trade coming or if they're going to just go and make the pick. If they're going to make the pick,
who would trade up for Shedeur?
I don't think NFL is as high as them as you and I are, to be honest with you.
No, I agree. I mean, I like. He's a cool customer. He's good in the pocket. He's a master of the short passing game. I said yesterday. It's the fear of Dion taking over the coaching spot. I don't think he'll continue to slide much longer.
Well, he's going to go today. It's just a matter of where he's going second. But the Raiders were they traded down, so the Raiders might have thought maybe we can get a couple extra picks and trade down, and he'll still be there. That could be a possibility. They're coming up. Obviously, the Saints was a possibility. The Browns passed on them twice, so the Browns aren't doing it. in my opinion. So I know Steelers don't have a second round pick. So now you're running out of teams that actually want quarterbacks, right?
Exactly.
So if you think about who could be a sneaky quarterback team, I think Miami could be a sneaky quarterback
The
team.
Packers.
Ooh, I
could see them drafting a backup guy behind Jordan Love.
They got Malik Willis, who played well last year when
That's right, Malik Willis.
hurt.
He did play well. Yep.
Yeah, so I don't think they would do it. I thought maybe the Colts would be a sneaky, but they doesn't sound like they want to get rid of, or they haven't given up on Anthony Richardson yet. And
who else they have besides AR? I forget.
Daniel Jones. They signed Daniel Jones from the.
Right. Yeah, Daniel Jones.
So they have that's going to be a quarterback competition going into training camp. So
what about the Cardinals?
Well, the Cardinals got Kyler Murray. I know they have
Kyler Murray. Who's
Kyler Murray? So I'm not sure. If they'd be one, but typically maybe Dallas. Could Dallas be a?
I thought about that
and Deion have a relationship going back.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say. I forgot. I thought about that when I drive home from work about like the relationship between Deion and Jerry Jones.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens there, but. It's definitely a surprise that he's lasted this long.
I'm a little surprised at the receiver pick, but for the Bears,
for the Bears,
I don't hate it. He was on my on my wish list. So
I don't hate it either. So that's the thing is, he's a talented kid, and I think I said 2 years ago he was at 1,200 yards, averaging 14.1 yard per reception. Had 9 touchdowns. Right, last year his numbers fell. Maybe he got like half of those 676 yards. I told you there was like a disconnect, whether it's the offensive coordinator, whether it's the quarterback. That's why I was talking to Eric at home about that, and it just he felt like there was a disappointing season for him. So
if you would have said the year before, he would have been a first round draft pick, but
could have been.
NFL personnel like him, we
got a trade.
We're right. The Bears traded out of 41.
Yeah, they traded out of 41. The Bills have traded up.
All right, nice.
So let's see. What they're trying to do here.
That's what we look for. Let's add the Bills are far away down the second round, right? Got to be 50 something.
Yeah. So I'm assuming that they got multiple picks here.
Right. So 50. Maybe we pick up an extra third or a fourth, which we don't have a fourth round right now.
So I'm curious. So with the Bears trading back, maybe my guy DJ Giddens is on their radar here for a back. Maybe Taj Brooks could be a guy as well.
Yep.
You look down, and what's funny is the Bills and the Bears they've done multiple trades.
Yeah, they've done some trades,
especially with Ryan Poles there as a GM. So there's a connection there with Brandon Beane and Ryan Poles in terms of making trades via draft day. So we'll see what they got here. I'm sure Aldo's back there typing away. There we go. Bills trade 56, 62, and 109.
Ooh, nice. Whoa. Nice trade. We got 3 picks, man. So what do we have to send?
But you gave up your 41, your 72, and your 240.
Ooh.
What the hell?
So we gave up our 72?
Yeah. So you moved up in the third round. It's 72. You moved up 10 spots in the bottom second round there.
7th round pick.
So. And so you got 2 second round picks, I think. I got to pull up the list of picks here. Give me 1 second, John. You can go ahead and take over here for a second.
Yeah, the chat room seems to think the Bills will be moving up for a pass rush, perhaps Mike Green or someone. And I could see that. I mean, they lacked a little bit of pass rush last season. They didn't have enough pass rush juice to get them past the Chiefs. That was a great game, though. I mean, they were close to getting to the big game, man. Josh Allen just came short, Aldo. Came up short there just a little bit.
Yes, he did. So here's Mike Garofalo's details on the trade. The Bills moved 56, 62, and 109. That's the 4th round. So it's 2 third rounders and a 4th rounder to the Bears for their I take that back. A second rounder,
third, a 4th.
2 second rounders and a 4th to the Bears for 2 third rounders and a 7th rounder. So there's also a 109. So Bills trade 56, 62, and 109 for the Bears 41, 72, and 240. So they're not acquiring an extra player. They're simply moving down so that they can move up after 41. There you go.
So, so they're giving up their third round pick to get a second second round pick, so they move up
Right.
10 spots there,
Yep.
and they're giving up their seventh to get a fourth.
Yep.
If I'm reading this correctly, so they moved down
Correct. Yep,
15
that's right.
slots. They moved down 15 slots in the second round. Okay, and they get an additional second round pick for their third round pick, and then they get a fourth round pick for their seventh round pick. So
Yep. So they get we have two second
2
rounders,
seconds and a fourth now, but we have no third.
but that's a total of 3 second rounders, Aldo, right?
3 second
So
rounders.
39,
Correct.
56, and 62 are 3 second rounders, which I approve of, man.
No,
I actually
I
I like the players better up through this part of the draft.
So I think
I
what
agree.
I think they've identified a group, and whether it might be running backs, right? It might be running backs, and I think they've said that if this guy
Defensive
is
line.
going to be available, maybe maybe be available in this area. If we wait till 72, that person could be gone. So it could be offensive, it could be defensive line, it could be a running back. So yeah, they have 2 second round picks coming up now, and they have a fourth round pick, but they lost one of their sevenths, and they lost their third round pick.
So the Bills are on the clock. Is there a pick in yet for them?
I'm efforting
No.
that as we speak.
Not yet, huh?
Not yet.
They
Any
got
any
TJ
predictions for
Sanders.
what you think the Bills might do?
They got
Danny
TJ
Romo?
Sanders from South Carolina, defensive
Oh,
tackle.
it was my number one. Was he on my list there, Aldo?
I think you're right. He was. I saw him
On
on
my
there.
DL?
Let me call that up. I
I got
always lose these things.
There it is. That's the offensive. Let me.
Why do I have it listed as that's offense?
Maybe we got 2 offensive ones, I think. Huh?
Yeah, I might have screwed up here. I sure did. Sorry, Tooch. But yes,
That's
it was on your list.
Yeah. I
think
had,
it was on one of my lists as well, I believe.
I had TJ Sanders, Jordan Phillips, Darius Alexander, CJ West, and Omar Norman Lott on my wish
I'll
list.
tell you what, I didn't have him this high though. I mean, I thought maybe third round range, but I
Okay.
guess again, this is the kind of draft where your my third round could be their second round, and their second round could
Yep.
be my third round. So, but
TJ is a real penetrator, man.
Is it-
Decent against the run, but he's lighter. He's a 3 tech that can
Mm-hmm.
that can play the run. He had a low missed tackle rate, so I like that. Other than that, I mean, he needs a little work on pass rush moves, but did get a lot of pressure at South Carolina.
Yeah, he had 7 tackles for loss this past season, only 4 sacks. The previous year, he had 10 tackles for loss and 4.5 sacks. Like I said, a 3 technique, sub 300. It came in at 6'4", 297 pounds at the combine.
Yep.
33 and 1/8 inch arm length. Now he's a guy I was looking at possibly as like I said, a third or fourth round pick in terms of a possible 3 technique. But obviously the Bills liked him enough to move over here and get him. So,
Right.
although I'm curious, what do you think about that trade? I know you were talking earlier about you want to see the Bears get extra picks. I'm kind of mixed on it. What do you think, Aldo? I'm curious.
I like the trade.
I do too.
You're adding, like Tooch said, you got 3 second rounders, and the strength of this draft is these picks.
Yep.
From 10, you could argue where it starts, 10 to 50 thereabouts.
Yeah.
The guys are graded very, very closely. So I think that the Bears. And I keep going back to tough players. What Poe says. So he's going to probably go into delve into the trenches now.
Yeah, I did not like whenever I did mock drafts to get to 72. I'm like, I didn't like the players available as much as I did before that. So when you got
with the exception of like the running back position.
the running backs, tight ends the good ones were gone. So they're dart throws. The offensive linemen, the good ones were gone.
So
At least the left tackles, and they were gone on the first day. To be
So
honest.
I'm sorry, butt into it, but Mason Taylor, one of the guys I loved, a tight end, is just gone. Jets just took him. Mason
Jets.
Taylor,
And they needed a tight end. Too.
Yeah. I think, guys, I think I'm still kind of heartbroken from the Judkins not being available. I really am. I mean, I really saw him as a bear. I really saw him as a bear.
Yeah.
And I guess I kind of already kind of envisioned him
You
being.
don't like Caleb Johnson?
Not as much as I like Judkins, to be honest with you. I mean,
To me, they're not that far apart. I actually like Johnson a little bit better, but
well, you're an Iowa guy, so
I know that's what I'm about to say. I'm an Iowa guy. But
Well,
I mean,
there's a
Johnson's
difference
better
in
pass
speed.
blocker.
There's a difference in speed between them. Not much, but
Yeah,
Judkins
not much.
is
Yeah.
faster. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
I
the
mean,
other thing, go ahead, Tucci, go ahead.
yeah. I mean, they both got caught from behind, but like I said, Caleb Johnson had 21 rushes over 20 yards, which was, one of the top marks in NCAA football. And Iowa had no passing game at all. He was their entire offense because they knew we couldn't throw the ball. All they did was load the box, and he still had explosive plays. He still had, 150 yards a game almost. So I like the kid. Baralissimo loves him. So, I know I'm kind of on the wrong track. I'm on the right track. As far as that.
No, don't get me wrong. I like Caleb Johnson. Yeah. If I'm looking at my top 10 right now for running back.
Like, who would be your top available?
He was my fourth. He literally was my fourth after.
So he's the best available now, right?
He's the best available right now.
Yeah,
correct.
For me too.
And then fifth, I had DJ Giddens from Kansas State.
Right?
I
love DJ. Yep.
Yeah, and only reason Henderson was six is because, like I said, he was not he was more of a similar type of back to Swift, but not because of talent though.
Right.
But yeah, so if you drop down here, you have the 2 second-round picks. You now have the 4th round pick. I'm curious to see what they do here.
Could they go for Caleb Johnson at one of these remaining second-round picks?
Yeah, for sure. If he's there,
I would love that.
He's a zone runner. So and then they do run some. They're gonna run some wide zone. They're gonna run inside zone. They're gonna run some power. So and they did that at Iowa, as you know.
Yep.
They ran a bunch of stuff.
They run all 3 of them at Iowa.
Yeah. So he's comfortable with that. So he fits the scheme.
And he's big too. He's like 6 foot 220. That's a big boy.
I have his numbers here. Give me 1 second while I pull them up.
Yeah, he's not a small back.
No, he's not. He's a guy. He's a big back.
He's definitely
6'1", 224. 6'1", 224. He ran a 4.57 40. Judkins ran a 4.48 40. So there is a bit of a difference there.
Right. I think he looks a lot faster to me than 4.57.
And there is testing speed, and there's actual
and there's game speed.
Game speed went up. 250-pound linebackers chasing or defensive tackles chasing you're a little bit faster than you are when you're running a 40-yard dash. But
he's not the best receiver, but he is a good receiver. You go back and watch the game Iowa had against Nebraska. He had like an 85-yard touchdown reception.
Whenever he put a ball to him, he caught it. It wasn't here. Yeah, right. So that's a thing.
And he's a Chicago kid.
Yep.
He's from Chicago.
Okay. So we'll see what they're going to do. And he's a former basketball and a track player track star in high school. Just a one year full-time starter, so it doesn't have the experience. The thing with Judkins was he was a 3-year starter.
He was at Ole Miss too.
The SEC, first year, 1,500 yards as a freshman, 15 touchdowns. He produced in both SEC and the Big Ten. That's why I really liked him, and he fit the play style that they were looking for. That's why I had him, higher.
Let me see. So Danny's best available. He's got Scorton, Alexander still out there. Quinshon, Savanea are gone. Will Johnson, Trapio, Green are still there. Emmett Ward. So Danny had Luther Burden at number 9. Yeah. So that was one of Danny's guys that the Bears took. So you got to like that pick, I guess, right?
Yeah, no, I don't hate the player. The only thing, and I don't hate the pick either. I was just saying I was a little thrown aback by them going for receiver so early. That's the only thing, because I figured they might go offense, defense line. But like I said earlier, their board, and Pohl said it last night. They let the board talk to them, and their board they had Burden rated higher on their board than they obviously had anybody else that we had, right? So obviously with Darius Alexander, he is a developmental prospect, right? He's a guy from Toledo. Did well at the Senior Bowl, but he's a guy that obviously could come in and needs to be coached up a little bit. But he's got the traits: a 6'4", 305, 34-inch arm length, shows the ability to get upfield, be a gap penetrator from a free technique position. So long arms, makes plays at the line of scrimmage.
DJ Giddens, a good receiver too. Decent receiver out of the backfield.
Good receiver as well. Yeah,
so
if they get DJ Giddens, whether it's at I don't know if they're going to get him. I don't know if second round is. They might go get him second round. But if they get him in one of these next two picks, or if they get him tomorrow in the 4th round, that's gonna make my heart feel a little bit better.
Greg Gabriel seemed to say he was a day 3 guy or whatever, 4th round guy.
Yeah, DJ would. That's why I had him in the 4th round, possibly going there.
And we do have a 4th round pick now.
We do. We have a 4th round pick.
We didn't have one.
No, but we lost our 3rd round picks. But we have the 2 second round picks coming up right now. So after these 2 second round picks, unless there's another trade, they'll be done for the night, and then we'll have to recoup for tomorrow.
Right. Oh, is today this third round too?
Yes, today's the second,
Second
and
and third round. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so
Yeah,
so
but
we have what are our remaining picks, Aldo?
just have the two. We have the 2 second round picks remaining, 56 and 62.
Oh, because we no
traded
longer have a
third
third round pick. Yeah.
No.
So yeah, we have 2 picks left today, right?
That's it. And unless they make another trade,
Right.
unless they trade down again and get a third round pick. So,
Yep.
but right now, as of right now, they just have 2 second round picks remaining, and I think it was picks 56 and 62. I believe are their 2 picks for today. And Alfred Collins just went to the 49ers. So there goes a defensive tackle.
Whoa, is on my list, Aldo. So I had nose tackles. Alfred Collins as my best remaining nose tackle. Not much of a pass rusher, but that wingspan, Danny. When a running back goes into the hole, they see Alfred Collins broke free from a block with those big arms out waiting to tackle them. I wanted that on the Bears.
Yeah, he's a big 35-inch arm length. He's a big dude. Even Vernon Burton,
Vernon Broughton, good player too.
Broughton,
Yep.
I'm sorry, Broughton. Yeah, but he's more. I think he's more the day
smaller.
3 guy. So we'll see if that guy is available there. But yeah, I mean, in terms of pass rush, doesn't give you much in terms of a pass rush, but I think he's got potential to get better.
Potential, yeah.
Yeah, he's got potential to get better. So I think that's why.
I really like that.
For me, like again, my ratings. I should even stop saying this because my ratings doesn't matter in terms of what they have. But I had a more like a day 3, day 4. I'm sorry, third round, fourth round kind of area. But again, everything's off. With this draft this year, everything's going to be all over the place. So, but yeah, Alfred Collins goes here. Obviously, they lost a lot of guys on the defense.
Yeah, what was the big guy they used to have at nose tackle? Eric Armstead.
Well, they lost him last year. This year they cut Javon Hargrave. He's gone.
Look, last year their defense suffered from losing Eric Armstead and other guys. They need to build that defense back up again.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they had a lot of injuries too. So they lost Eric Armstead 2 years ago, and this offseason they lost Javon.
Where did Armstead go, to the Colts?
No, to the Jaguars.
Mm.
And then they just lost Javon Hargrave this year. He's gone.
Yep. Yeah, they had to build their trenches up too.
Yeah, so that fills a need for them.
So we're at pick number. What pick are we at now, Aldo?
We are at pick 44 with the Cowboys.
44. So
one guy
Shedeur Sanders here.
No, I don't know. We'll see.
Cowboys, Shedeur Sanders. Boy, that'd be a Jerry Jones type pick, right? But didn't they just trade for a backup quarterback for Dak Prescott?
I gotta look.
I want to say
they did.
they gave up on Trey
Lance.
Yeah.
The Cowboys just selected the defensive end from Boston College, Donovan Ezerutke.
Oh, see, that's going to be a nice compliment to Micah Parsons, or maybe even Parsons' replacement if they don't extend Parsons' contract. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, Ezerutke is an interesting guy. I mean, he's a guy that it's in terms of the Bears. When I was scouting him for the Bears, only 6'2", but he's got 34-inch arms. So he's got some of that pass rush length that you like looking at for edge guys. But definitely led the ACC in sacks this past year. Was definitely a guy off the edge. But I saw him more as I was standing on you like a 2-point stance kind of outside linebacker. So I'm kind of surprised. Eberflus down there now, obviously running the same defense we had here the last couple of years. Going with someone that's a more like a 3-4 outside linebacker. So that's going to be a curious way and see how they utilize him. But talk about a guy that does something well and that's after the quarterback. That's definitely what Ezerutke does.
Yeah, might have the best or one of the best pass rush repertoire of moves. He really has some moves, Danny. Swim, chop, rip, can rush with speed, spin move. Does a lot, man.
Yeah, 6'2.5", 248, 34-inch arms, I mentioned. This is a guy that a 3-year starter for BC, led the ACC this past year in sacks with 16.5, consensus All-America, the 10 Hedrings Award winner, which goes to the FBC top defensive end, the ACC Defensive Player of the Year, 2-time team captain. So he's a leader on that defense as well. My notes. Looking at my notes here right now. Obviously, a highly athletic, productive edge defender, has the preferred length, the bend, and the dip to be able to get underneath the the pad level of an offensive lineman and get there. Has the pass rush repertoire like you talked about, John. You see the swim, the rip, the jab. He's got a jab step where then he uses combines it with a club move to get past the offensive lineman. High football character, team captain. We've talked about it as well. But and when I'm scouting him for the Bears, he's only 248 pounds.
Yeah.
So I think that body ball kind of limits his effectiveness for the run. I saw him more as a 3-4 outside linebacker.
I do too.
But that production that he had, last year was a bit of a down. He only had 2 sacks, but this year he had 16.5 sacks. Again, led the ACC, 20 and a half tackles for loss. So this guy was very productive. So last in the second round, and again, the fit with the Cowboys is a little off because obviously with Eberflus there, not the traditional defensive end that he likes, but he's got the length, he's got the long arm. So we'll see how they go and he progresses there with under Matt Eberflus as his defensive coordinator.
Yeah,
Daniel Jeremiah. Sorry, Tuch. Daniel Jeremiah is best available right now. Will Johnson at the cornerback position. Sanders at the quarterback position. Cornerback, of course, for Will Johnson. Edge at 3 for Mike Green. Ezeruco is off the board. Amos, the cornerback from Mississippi. Landon Jackson from Arkansas. Morrison, the cornerback from Notre Dame. Scorton, the edge rusher from Texas A&M, and Darius Alexander and J2 Tuimoloa. That's a
he's just gone. Colts just took him.
Colts just took JT
Tuimoloa.
Yeah, I like him. I like him on the Bears. He's a high effort guy.
Yeah.
Danny, the 49ers took your guy Michael Williams and now Alfred Collins. So two players on their defensive line. Do you like their picks?
Talking to me, yeah. For
49ers. Yeah.
I love Michael Williams.
Yep.
Obviously, Alfred Collins.
They're out to stop the run.
Yeah,
both those guys.
Collins, is more of that. We talked about him, the length, the size. He doesn't jump out at you on sometimes a stat sheet, but he's a guy that takes up space. And obviously, with Texas, the system they ran a 2-gap system where it didn't really show off his ability. I think he's that kind of something. He has the potential to get better as a pass rusher as he gets into the NFL here. So I definitely think that that's a solid pickup for the 49ers. So far, they're the ones doing the work in the trenches right now because they have to rebuild that defensive line. So, but yeah, JT going right now. I just posted his scouting report this morning on Shimon Draft Scout, and he's a guy again doesn't get the sacks via the bend and the quickness and around the edge. He's got some little stiffness in his lower body, but he's a power rusher that has good hand usage. He's a good athlete. Once he gets around the bend or around the corner, he has that ability to close in and make the play. He's got the long arms, 34+ inch arm length, 6'4", 265. So I think he would have been a nice fit here, opposite of Montez Sweat. But the only thing I would question would he be more of a Montez Sweat kind of clone. So did they want more speed, or did they want 2 power rushes coming off the edge? That's the only thing I would have kind of.
We have 2 big ends right now, and then Austin Booker, who's a little slimmer, but they asked him to gain weight. The Ezeruco pick, that's like Boston College guy. They had a guy, Harold Landry. Like Ezeruco's kind of a similar player to Harold Landry, the pass rush specialist from Boston.
Yeah,
College.
and obviously Landry went to the Titans, had a great long career. I think he just retired recently, if I'm not mistaken.
Was a guy I wanted the Bears to take, but they took Anthony Miller. The JT Tuimoloa pick, I would have liked to have seen him on the Bears. I love the effort. He was on my list for my wish list for edge rushers. I had Jordan Birch, Nick Scorton, JT Tuimoloa, and Braden Swinson of LSU as 4 guys.
See, Braden Swinson, I looked at him. He's an outside. He's another one of guys that are tweeners. He looks like an outside linebacker, like a 3-4. So it's hard to see him.
He's 250, but he is powerful. He will bull rush, walk tackles back too. So I think he could develop into but yeah, maybe more of a speed rusher at this point, which the Bears don't exactly have. So I like him for the Bears, but if they're beefing up their ends, and I still think we need speed rush, for situational, 3rd and long, sending those guys. But I mean, Dennis Allen's going to dial up pressure from the defensive backs or linebackers in those situations.
Indeed. Indeed. So this is how it looks. The Bears draft picks now are up on the screen. Colston Loveland went at number 10, of course. Luther Burden III at number 39. Now their next pick is number 56 in the second round. Also number 62 in the second round. And then no third round pick. Pick number 109 in the fourth round. And then in the fifth round, pick 148. And they still hold on to 233, close to Mr. Irrelevant.
Tuamalo was what number pick? 48, 47?
45, I believe. It was 45.
45.
45, yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
and the Rams just took Terrence Ferguson, the tight end from.
I like that pick. Yeah.
Good, sturdy tight end. It's got a mean streak to him. Probably prepping for life after Tyler Higbee, says Cloudy
Yep,
Future.
thank you. Yeah, Cloudy's doing a good job today, although.
Yeah, he gets a medal. We got to give him something. I got an old barroom hat I can send him.
Yeah.
Love it. All right, so we are then 9 picks away from the Bears pick, and still plenty of good players.
Yeah.
I want to take a look at one of Tuch's wish list for backs. You know, he had Henderson. Sampson is still there. If you're going to go Lightning, RJ
I would
Harvey.
like to add DJ Giddens, though. I don't know why I didn't have him on there. I meant to put him. I just overlooked my.
Well,
he's kind of
was gone.
both. He's a little Thunder and he's a little Lightning.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons Stanley liked him a lot.
Yeah.
Because he had that breakaway speed.
Yep.
So RJ Harvey, another Lightning back that Tuch has on his wish list, along with Sampson. Henderson, of course, is gone. Caleb Johnson is still available. There's Judkins under the Thunder backs, and then Damian Martinez, a guy that I really like a lot but isn't talked about much. Danny, why don't you add to your wish list of running backs to complement what Tuch has here? Primarily what Tuch has, again, are Sampson, Harvey,
Do you like
Johnson,
any of those guys, Danny?
Sampson,
Sampson,
loves
Harvey.
them all.
Yeah, Caleb Johnson is my highest rated right now on my running backs, followed by DJ Giddens. And then I have Taj Brooks on there as well from Texas Tech. Another one of those guys that is in between a tackle type of runner. Reminding me a lot of David Montgomery with the ability to kind of, jump.
Highly productive.
And also be able to, run over guys at the line, at the goal line, highly productive. Yeah. Big time touchdown numbers. Devin Neal from Kansas is a guy I like. RJ Harvey, I like a lot as well. And then Trevor Etienne rounds out my top 10 in terms of my running backs for the Bears when I made the list. So a good number of them available, and I would have to think that they may have already targeted one of these guys, maybe if not in this second round, maybe in day 3. Maybe that's why that fourth round pick that they got from the Bills and could be kind of targeted for one of these guys. We'll see, but it'll be curious to see what happens. Obviously, I think we're all on the same board here. We like to see them attack the offensive and defensive lines with one of these next 2 picks, hopefully.
Yep. Let me ask you, the first 2 picks have been offense. Like, do you think Poles is feeling any pressure to address the defense from Dennis Allen?
Again, this is I know Poles is the GM, but this is a draft that is heavily influenced by the new coaching staff.
New coach, exactly.
Ben Johnson, and so basically Dennis Allen, right? Is Dennis Allen out there now pounding the table for whatever player he wants? So if it's a defensive lineman, if it's an edge guy or whatnot. Or maybe he's not. Maybe we don't know. Maybe we're pounding the table more for a defensive lineman than he is. So we'll see how it goes. But this is a heavily influenced coaching decision draft, if that even sounds right. But I think the coaches have a big role in terms of what the Bears are doing here. Obviously, you have a offensive minded head coach. Your first 2 picks are offensive skill position players. And again, just something where now the offensive, the offensive coordinator, the offensive minded head coach kind of has an idea in terms of what to do. In terms of best available players overall, obviously Will Johnson is a corner from Michigan.
Yeah,
he's got a lot of injury concerns with him.
Yeah, and he didn't run, which is important for cornerbacks. The NFL talent evaluators want to know the 40 speed for cornerbacks.
And obviously Mike Green, the edge guy from Marshall, not an ideal fit in terms of scheme, but obviously very productive. But he's got the off the field stuff, so I think that's why you see him falling. In terms of my edge guys, I like is Nick Scorin from Texas A&M, former Purdue Boilermaker. transfer to Texas A&M. Didn't have as great a season as he had 2 years ago with Purdue, but still, I think he's a guy that a lot of teams say that he's more of a tweener because he put on weight from this past year at Texas A&M than what he was at Purdue, and they feel like he got a little slowed down. So they, some are saying, oh, is he more of a 3-4 outside linebacker? Could he be a guy that puts his hand on the ground and be effective at the next level as a 4-3 defensive end? So I think those are the questions about Nick Scoren. That's why he's dropping this far. But
that's why I like Jordan Burch. He's got the definite mass, and he's got some speed. He's got the strength. And he's got the length, and he's got the production as well. I know Greg Gabriel's fond of him too, and I love the motor on a Jordan Burch. So I mean, if they missed out on Nick Scoren, I would be okay with them taking Jordan Burch. I don't know where he would fall. Is he a third round? Is he a fourth round? Is he a second rounder? I think
Burch. He fits. He fits the profile here as well in terms of what they like doing off the edge with what's his name, with Dennis Allen, but his production, a little bit up and down. I think he had 8.5 sacks this year. So
that was a good defensive line though at Oregon. You had what's the Derek Harmon, on one side, Burch at end, and I forget the other. Caldwell, yeah, Jamari
he
Caldwell.
He was more of a nose tackle. Caldwell's more of a nose tackle kind of guy.
Yep, I know he was all right too. He was a good player.
And Daryl's asking me a question that Ben Johnson picked. Well, you guys will love it. Well, we're not Daryl. We're not saying they're going by. They're drafting talented players. I guess so I can tell you. These guys are going to come in. And the one thing I'd said, and I've been consistent, is with these 4 picks, they got to be impact players. Now, am I surprised that they haven't? They haven't touched the offensive defensive line yet? Yeah, there's some surprise. With the first pick, obviously, Michael Williams was a guy I liked a lot. So, but they went the other way with Colson Loveland, and then with Burden, there was a couple other guys that I liked there in terms of defense, offensive line. But I think maybe they had also, maybe they had that same thing that I went through, which they had their heart broken because Judkins was taken right before them, and then they just kind of pivoted to Burden. So they're obviously going with their board right now, and because Burden was a highly rated receiver that some teams had in the lower half of the first round.
Yeah.
So I mean, they're going with their board, and it's falling this way. Are we? Do we want more offensive, defensive alignment? Of course. You guys know me. I love the trenches. I want to back up the trenches as much as I can. But we'll see what happens to the rest of these picks here. So it's not over yet.
If Devin Duvernay doesn't make the team, I mean, Luther Burden's a hell of a punt returner. He could return punts for the Bears.
I think Duvernay's making the team. I don't think Tyler.
I do too. I'm just saying, yeah.
I don't think Tyler Scott's making the team.
So. I don't think he will either.
But we'll see what happens.
Ryan Poles loves he hates getting rid of his draft picks, though. Aldo, he's got a love affair with late round draft picks that he never will get rid of. I think this is the year, though. Yeah, this is the year where guys like Tyler Scott and Dominique Robinson and Zach Pickens
and just to. If I can real quick, although just jump in with Daryl again, I know a lot of guys are flying off the board, but there are some talented offensive linemen still out there, right? We talked about Ozzie Trapilov, the kid from Boston College. Some see him as strictly as a right tackle, but he has left tackle and right tackle experience. He's a guy that I think is a pretty heady player, a little bit of a waist bender, but is effective, does a good job with Boston College, and all these BC offensive linemen. They just kind of like Wisconsin offensive linemen. They come in the league and they do a good job. A guy that I love is Miles Frazier, the kid from LSU. He's a guard. He can play left guard. He can play right guard. He can play right tackle for you as well. Another one is if you get him, like say in the 4th round, for example, that's a good quality depth player who could potentially become a starter. So, like I said, don't give up yet, right? I mean, these 2 first picks were offensive.
The Georgia guards are still out there.
Which one?
Ratledge and Fairchild. They're both still out there.
So
both Georgia guards.
Talking about the Clemson guy, or are you talking about Dylan Fairchild from Georgia?
Fairchild and
he's a left guard. He's another one. He's a left guard. He's probably a guy that's going to probably go. Either
Ratledge is Ratledge Georgia though, isn't he?
Tate Ratledge Georgia. There's also I always confuse him with the kid from Clemson, which is another Tate. I forgot his first name, but the kid from Clemson.
His last name is Tate. Marcus.
Yeah, last name is Tate. So, but yeah, there's still guys out there, in terms of. And remember. The main thing is we want to get good depth, good quality depth on the offensive line, and we want someone to come in and compete with the left tackle position with Braxton Jones and Karan Armagaji. So that's what we're looking at there. And the defensive line is a little bit more of a concerning thing for me.
Exactly. Defensive line's a little more concerning because they rotate.
Yeah, because I want another defensive tackle. I want another edge guy in there as well. So we like 2 second-round picks coming up here. We'll see where they go here. But am I mildly surprised that they went offensive skill position first?
I'm not at all surprised.
I'm a little surprised, but am I disappointed? I mean, no, they got good players, and these players are going to be contributing next. You're going to be seeing Luther Burden. Yeah. You're going to be seeing Colson Loveland next Sunday.
This season,
this season on Sundays playing for the Bears and making plays. So that's we asked for starters with those first four picks or big time contributors, and I feel like for these first 2 guys, obviously, and both hopefully stay healthy. They got 2 contributors now. We got to continue to work on, like I said, as I just said around. Let's continue going with the draft and let's bulk up some of the trenches. But we'll see how it goes here. I'm not giving up.
Yeah, like I don't want Barflies to be upset that we're not getting trenches because the 4th through 7th rounds, there's plenty of offensive linemen that I like. If we're not getting an offensive lineman, into the 7th round, there's guys I like, at guard or tackle. I think the 2 players that we have, those guys are arguably could have been first-round picks with Loveland and Burden. I mean, a lot of people had them as
Loveland was a first-round pick.
I mean, I'm just saying, but Loveland and Luther Burden could have been a first-round pick. If he had the year he had as a sophomore, he would have been maybe the first wide receiver taken in this draft.
Cloudy is letting us know that the Texans have traded up to select offensive tackle Ariante Irsay, not one of Greg Gabriel's favorites. Greg gave one of the quotes of the year when he said that Irsay was stiffer than a virgin's dick on his wedding night. Just didn't like the bend in Irsay. Doesn't think he's capable of doing a lot of the movement stuff the Bears typically ask of their offensive tackles. So anyways, he's going to the Texans. And then you asked me, Tooch, about Ryan Poles and his draft picks, and you're absolutely right. Poles wants to build through the draft, but I get the feeling with all these draft picks that he's making is that the Bears organization feel that they can compete strongly this year, and they're not thinking so much about 2 or 3 years down the line as they are in terms of fielding a winning team this year. You're going to see Luther Burden assume that role of St. Brown. Kind of that slot shifty guy.
That's what I was thinking too.
Yep, and you've got those 2 outstanding. Who was it? Somebody, a Cloudy Future, because he's been doing such a great job. He wrote down a Chris Sims quote. Chris Sims, very, very impressed. Here it is. Bears are killing it. Ben Johnson is stockpiling a young nucleus of big-time skill guys. Burden, with the ball in his hands, is one of the most explosive players in the draft. So I'm super anxious.
Chris Sims, though. No.
That is Chris Sims.
Terrible
the kiss of death.
Yeah, no.
Indeed. I hear you. Danny, where'd you go?
I had to let my son in. He just came back from soccer practice.
Oh, how'd he do? Did you ask?
Oh, it was just practice. So they have a game tomorrow.
Oh, sweet, man. You're not going to miss that, are you?
Saturday's big soccer day.
I have draft coverage tomorrow.
Oh, man.
Who's going to cut up the orange slices for the team?
Oh, they're team parents.
Team mom, right?
Team moms.
Yep. Talk Swanky off the ledge here. He can't believe we took Burden.
I like the pick, man. I would have been happy with.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Yeah, I'm not saying, but he's not a bad player. So that's the thing is like it's I think we've kind of covered that over. He's a good player. He's a slot receiver. Ben Johnson mentioned that the slot position gets a lot of action in his offense, and I think this is a guy that brings it 4.41 speed. I'm sorry, previous year he had over was it 1,200 yards? What was it? 1,200 yards, 9 touchdowns. So if he came out a year earlier, he'd be a guy that goes in the first round. So
he was the number 1 receiver in college football, arguably that year.
Yeah, he was one of the top prospects at receiver coming into the season. So obviously there was a disconnect, whether it's a quarterback, whether it's the offensive system, whether it's a play caller, who knows what happened in Missouri, but definitely had a little bit of a less than expectations in terms of his season, but talented kid, talented receiver. So we'll see what happens. We have 2 second-round picks coming up here. I would think, if they go offense, defensive line here and wait till running back for tomorrow with that 4th-round pick, they could be targeting one of the guys we like there too, which could be, DJ Giddens or maybe a Taj Brooks or something like that. So I would think Caleb Johnson goes tonight. So if they do want Caleb Johnson, then they'll probably
have to take him
here
tonight, and they're talking about it. I guarantee you.
Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see what
They
happens
need
there.
a workhorse back. We don't have a workhorse back. We don't have a workhorse.
Well, that's the thing with Ben Johnson. He doesn't really need a workhorse back. He if you go by what he does in
But he had one. He has two.
He had two guys that he rotated, and so he doesn't have a guy that takes 30 carries a game. So that's the thing. He doesn't need a.
But either of those guys could though.
I will add this that when David Montgomery went down, Jahmyr Gibbs became the workhorse.
That's what I said. They're both workhorse backs.
And he would get about 25 touches per game, whether it's passes and handoffs. And I think that Tooch makes a good point. Would you trust DeAndre Swift to get 25 plus touches
he
a
had
game?
to last year, but
yeah, but I don't think
not ideal.
I don't think he's really effective touching the ball that much.
I don't trust him with 25 catches either. He might get
absolutely not
60 yards, 25 carries.
Yeah, I expect a running back to come up here with 56 or 62.
I do too. I think the pick will be Caleb Johnson. I mean, and then they're done. Then they can go trenches and pass rush and safety or linebacker.
Mm-hmm.
But they're going to get the top skill position players they can.
A lot of people keep mentioning Jadon Blue. He's not a workhorse back, but he is definitely a dynamic weapon. Those are the exact words Coach Johnson used when he talked about selecting players in the draft. Dynamic
some
weapons.
people say that he's a wide receiver. People would like to try him at wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
We just had the linebacker go, second linebacker tonight. Demetrius Knight from South Carolina just went to the, I believe, the Seahawks.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, no, it was the Bengals.
The Bengals.
They need defense.
He struck me as a guy who would not fit the Bears very well. I don't know what his 40 was, but the Bears, if Greg's report that the Bears want to get faster at the linebacker spot, I'm not sure Demetrius Knight would have been the player to select. So that's not a big loss for the Bears.
No, Aldo posted a lot of really speedy linebackers a few shows ago on Bare Their Souls, who I think
I did.
You can get undrafted free agent that would fit the profile of getting faster at linebacker.
Yeah, Barrett Carter is one that I like. What do you think about Barrett Carter, Danny Shimon?
Carter's on my list here of guys that definitely could fit. He's more of the middle linebacker type. So again, he's more of a thumper type as opposed to a sideline playmaker. So if they're looking for someone that is like Schlesinger, I think Schlesinger would be someone that they could have looked at, right? The guy who's more of that sideline playmaker. So I'm curious in terms of what I'm assuming that they're going to want someone that has the ability to drop back in coverage and be someone that can play zone and also if they have to carry a tight end, Carter's a guy productive at Clemson. I'm not sure if that would be something that he would excel in at the next level.
Yeah, he's been a good player for quite a long time too. I think him and Knight both are older prospects, team captain types. Which I always like the team captain as an added bonus. I like the leadership and the character thrown in, Aldo.
Yeah, definitely. There's a question here from, I think you guys were addressing it. Ralph Love is asking about Luther's football character. Burton was not happy.
He's a little bit of a diva, but I don't think anything as far as criminal behavior.
Yeah, definitely not. In fact, he on social media, after he was not selected in the first round, which many people predicted, he posted on his Instagram account, wasn't selected. I'm paraphrasing what he wrote, but I'm working out. So after last night's draft, he went to the gym and worked out and posted a picture of that.
I love it.
Yeah, exactly. You got to love a guy who feels like he's been shunned and disrespected.
Let me ask you guys a question about Luther Burden. Let's say that the Bears, good. Thank you, Marilyn. I love the forced missed tackle rate. But look, let's say the Bears got tired of that big DJ Moore contract and some of the attitude and something. I mean, there were times when he was kind of jogging around out there. So JT O'Sullivan pointed it out on tape.
Yeah.
You know that
We
DJ
also-
Moore was taking some plays off and stuff. But I mean,
Yeah.
granted, it was Eberflus. The team had mutinied on Eberflus. We get that. That's to add some context. But if the Bears wanted to get out from that DJ Moore contract and just go with Luther Burden, I could see that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I could see it too, but I don't think from a cash standpoint, from a salary cap standpoint,
Right.
it will be
Not
easy.
this year.
Yeah, and but yeah, they could be, perhaps building, choosing DJ's successor here.
Yeah.
But the one thing that Ben Johnson has been very, very clear about: no block, no rock, and that's
Yep.
just an indication that he's not going to put up with the problems that the Chicago Bears had last year. The body language by team leaders was reprehensible at times, and DJ Moore was probably the worst of them. He's disappointed me greatly because I like the player a lot. But how he behaved and is leaving the field in the middle of a play and then saying it was because of an ankle injury. Yes, he did limp off, but he was in on the very next play. So don't tell me.
Who's a really good blocker? With a dog blocker sustains his blocks.
Who's that?
Luther Burden. Go back and watch some Missouri games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's a dog as a blocker, man.
Yeah, very cool. Very cool. Berlissimo writes Luther Burton III and Caleb Williams both committed to Oklahoma at the same time. He did committed to go to Mizzou. They finally become teammates. Good
Wow,
background
nice.
story
Good
there.
little nugget there.
Yeah. Cloudy Future says Bears director college scouting Breck Ackley said the team doesn't view wide receiver Burden as just a slot receiver. He said that Ben Johnson wants threats
He's
that
gonna
make
move.
his offense unpredictable, and that's via Adam Johns.
He will move all three of the top receivers on the Bears. I'm talking about Moore, Odunze, and Burden. He's going to move them interchangeably so he can get the matchup that he wants.
A trade, the Panthers have traded with the Broncos, and so it's now the Broncos that are on the clock, and the current pick on our TV screens is the Seahawks selecting. Who did they select?
Elijah Arroyo, the tight end from Miami.
Oh, Danny.
Right, Danny liked the player.
Yes.
Good player,
yes.
very good player, talented players. 6'5", 250 pounds, 33-inch arm length. He's got a huge wingspan. Injuries has been his big downfall. I mean, he's a guy that missed a good portion of almost 2 seasons because of a knee injury. Was dominant again at the Senior Bowl. I mean, this is a guy, again, big catch radius, athletic downfield guy. He's a guy that actually I mocked him. I found a mock to the Bears in the 4th round. I'm sorry, there was a 3rd round. I had mocked him there because, again, it gives you some of that downfield seam stretcher, kind of like obviously what Loveland will do here for you. But, yeah, I mean, if it wasn't for injuries, I mean, this obviously went in the 2nd round, but if it wasn't for injuries, talking about a guy could have gone a little bit, maybe a little higher. So, but, yeah, definitely one of the better tight ends in this class. So my top 4 tight ends, I believe those are my top 4, maybe even my top 5 now have all been taken off the board. So, Warren, Loveland, Taylor, Arroyo, and Ferguson are all gone.
Yep.
So the top 5 are
Little
all
tight end run here on the 2nd round,
and
Danny.
then, again, I wouldn't surprise me if in the later round they do get another tight end, like a blocking tight end. The guy I like a lot is Jackson Hawes from Georgia Tech. Pure blocking tight end from former Yale player. Actually, me, I think shows a little bit more than what he was used in terms of the passing game. But Mitchell Evans from Notre Dame, another guy, a big typical Y inline blocking tight end that can be someone that could be, utilized.
The Bears take another one?
No, I mean, I'm not predicting it, but I'm saying like if it gets to the point where they have an extra pick and some of these guys that are highly rated are still there, because it's a deep class. I could see him taking another one because, I mean, this guy, Ben Johnson, loves tight ends.
Yep.
And I think that Bears, it wouldn't be surprising if they carry 4, maybe even 5 tight ends on the roster.
Arroyo really blossomed under Cam Ward when Cam Ward became his quarterback. But like you said, this first couple of years he had some injury problems. Yeah, definitely has some speed.
Yeah, it looks like Nick Scorner was just taken around by the Panthers.
Yeah, Bellissimo let us know that about 30 seconds ago, and it sucks because he was a highly regarded player.
Danny's guys are getting taken by other teams. Mm-hmm. No.
Yeah.
So my top guy on my list now is Darius Alexander from Toledo.
You're going to need a beer after this show.
From offense tackle from Boston College is up there as well. Miles Frazier is still there. Caleb is up there. If you want to go safety, Billy Bowman is still there. Obviously, Xavier Watts is still there. So we'll see what happens here.
On the screen here, I'm seeing NFL Network say that Scorton is a tweener. He has great effort, great character, but that tweener aspect, 6'2", 3.25, 257 pounds. Do you think that was a problem as to why he fell to the middle of the second round?
Yeah, we were talking earlier. So he was at Purdue. He was a lighter at Purdue, and that's what he was a Big Ten Defensive Player of the Year. I think he had 10 sacks. And then last year transferred to Texas A&M, added a little bit more weight to get more stout at the point of attack, and some felt like that kind of took away some of his explosiveness. And so now scouts were questioning, does he have to go back down to be a tweener type, or not tweener, but lose some weight and be that 3-4 outside linebacker? So that's why the tweener label was placed on him. Is he someone that needs to be at a certain weight and be a 3-4 outside linebacker, or was last year just a function of, again, Texas A&M, a lot of the defensive linemen were complaining about the scheme and the play calling and all that stuff and what they were asked to do at Texas A&M. So a lot of people were talking about that, but I saw him as a guy that potentially could be a guy off the edge here in Chicago. But obviously, I think with Carolina, if I'm not mistaken, they're running a 3-4, so they're probably going to have him, drop some weight, trim down, and go back to what he did at Purdue, which is rush from a 2-point stance as an outside linebacker.
Olawafemi Oladejo to the Titans.
Yeah, this is an interesting case. This is a guy I was studying earlier today, and he's a former off-ball linebacker, former Cal player for first 2 years, transferred to UCLA, was an off-ball linebacker, then ended up playing, moving to the edge, and he's a way I got showed some promise there as an edge rusher. But again, another one of these guys, more of that tweener type. They used him at UCLA, from a 2-point stance, and they also had him put his hand on the ground and be a defensive end. But I think he's probably best suited as from a 2-point stance, kind of 3-4 outside linebacker. But he's getting better. He's just learning. And terrific physique, great body, real physical hands. He's a guy that's got some juice to him. So I think he's only going to get better as he goes here to Tennessee. So obviously Mike Vrabel liked that physicality about him, liked what he was doing there as an edge player. So again, former off-ball linebacker turned edge player. Only 1 year of experience as edge player, and I'm assuming they're going to be using him as edge player in Tennessee, not as off-ball linebacker, because I think that's where he really kind of shined and showed some of his play strength and ability to kind of get skinny and get between the big guys and make plays in the backfield. So only 4.5 sacks, but definitely again just for the first time really becoming an edge guy and really showed out real nicely.
Aldo and I can't pronounce his name though, right, Aldo?
Oladejo. My last name is so they call him
another guy Aldo and I can't prounce.
They call him Femi Oladejo.
Femi, there you go. That's a lot better. I can deal with four letters.
So you got the Bears coming up in 3 picks, I believe, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I hope the Packers don't snipe us.
You are correct.
There's a guy in the Bears defensive line I've talked about before who's a big dude, a nose tackle. We signed off the Packers practice squad. Guy played at Miami named Jonathan Ford, 6'5", 338. So I'm not too worried about them taking a nose tackle, to be honest. I think Danny's right in that a 3 technique would be better to fold into this rotation and have someone to learn behind Grady Jarrett. So Darius Alexander would be a guy I would really like for the Bears to get here. I think not only is he a good run stopper, but he also can get some pass rush pressure up the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just looking at who's available right now. I mean, I would think, I would think offensive line could be maybe Alexander. For me, Alexander sticks out. As a guy that's.
You saw him at the Senior Bowl, right?
Yeah, at least for me, he's top of my board. Best available now. Obviously, Mike Green, we know the issues. That doesn't fit the scheme either. Alex Frazier is a guy, again, a guard from LSU, plays right tackle, can play right guard, can play left guard. He might be a guy that fits here in terms of a depth guy. But if you're looking for someone that can come in and challenge at least or compete at left tackle, it would be Ozzie Trapillo. But again, you're taking a guy from right side last 2 years. Right. Who has played left tackle before, but you move him to a left tackle. So they might not like that. I'm not sure. Now, Boston College, obviously, that's where Ryan Poles went to college.
Yep.
So you would have inside, information in terms of, what's going on there. But, we'll see. So
let me ask you about a few 3-tech tackles that I like. Obviously, I like Darius Alexander, just mentioned. Jordan Phillips from Maryland, I like. At the one-on-one matchups at the Shrine, or was it Shrine Bowl? He was getting past his man every time easily.
Yeah, Jordan Phillips is an undersized kind of like tweener.
Benjamin Morrison. Benjamin Morrison is off the clock to the Bucks.
The Notre Dame corner, very talented, smooth corner. Had hip injury, and that's why he was kind of maybe dropping. Again, second round, so I shouldn't say he dropped that far, but definitely a guy that's got some talent there.
I like this player. He was consistently matched up against the other team's number one wide receiver at Notre Dame. But yeah, like Will Johnson had the injury history that caused him to drop. Other three-tech defensive tackles. What do you think of C.J. West from Indiana? Another guy who was able to get
that's a day 3 guy, maybe six, 7 rounds.
So they're out there. The trenches guys are out there.
He's a guy that had a solid showing at Indiana, but I'm not really high on C.J. West.
Omar Norman Lott from Tennessee.
Again, another one of these guys where not a full-time starter, was a guy that would come in and out part of the rotation up front with Tennessee. He's a guy that
not a run stopper, but a good penetrator
as a day 3 gem type. So you could probably look for him for tomorrow if he's still available. You can take him, and again, a nice guy you can give to Grady Jarrett and just have him kind of tutor him and teach him. He's a guy that plays pretty well against the run and looks like a true 3 technique.
Flexi, come out. We're not having 10 wide receivers. Those top 4 wide receivers are going to be good for the Bears. You got Odunze, Moore, Burden, and Olamide Zaccheaus. So, I mean, those top 4, that's a pretty good little core there, man.
Devin Duvernay, too.
Duvernay is the 5th, man. That's a great little core.
Yeah. And, I when people say things like we're going to have too many at one position, that's a good thing. And now because it gives you depth. People are fighting for jobs. Let's not complain about that. Now, we can complain if they bypass a trench player who ends up being a good player. We've had that situation with Ryan Post before, but right now, I'm not going to complain about having too many wide receivers.
You know where we don't have depth? Running back.
That's right. Complain about that.
Folks, we got to have a running game for Coach Johnson.
Yeah, I'm really shocked.
I know people say we're running backs the cherry on the top. We're not in win now mode. You know who's in win now mode every day, folks? Tell them, Aldo, who's in win mode every day?
That is Ben Johnson.
That guy wakes up and drinks his coffee in win mode.
That's right.
Win now mode.
Danny, you're being asked about Mike Green. Don't you have to start considering him now? Now, the issue with him is that there have been 2 allegations against him, both when he was at different schools. And that's the troublesome thing. Did it happen at 2 different schools if the allegations are correct? And if that's the case, if the Bears select Mike Green, you're going to have a lot of protest groups really upset with the Chicago Bears. And they really value their reputation among the community, which is why it would be a reach. It's only 2 allegations, Caesar. You're right, but it is at separate schools.
Yeah, one was in high school, and one was at Virginia. And Virginia, they had a policy where if he got in trouble again, they were going to cut him from his scholarship, and that's what they did. They cut him from his scholarship, ended up going to Marshall. Now to the he stood up there at the combine and he talked to reporters about these 2 allegations. He hasn't been charged. They were investigated and there were no charges brought. So so you have to give the kid some leeway of the doubt there. And from what I heard, and when you asked the Marshall coaches about him, even some of the Virginia guys, they gave high praise in terms of his football character and all that stuff. So is it something that it could be a risk potentially? Are they going to get some blowback? For sure, knowing how we are now currently in society. But talk about a guy, again, not an ideal fit, Aldo, but he's 6'3", 251, 32-inch arms, so he doesn't have the measurables, if you will, that Dennis Allen likes. But you talk about that twitch, you talk about that quick step, get off the line of scrimmage and get after the quarterback. Obviously, this is a guy, last year had 21 and a half sacks. So he loved the FBS. I'm sorry, 17 sacks. Loved the FBS, had 21 and a half tackles for loss. So this is a guy that's productive. He's done a good job of getting out there and not, it was a Sun Belt conference, right? So it's not the Big Ten or the SEC or anything like that. But but this guy will come in and be a designated pass rusher from day one. Could he eventually be a hand in the ground defensive end? At that weight, who knows? We'll see. But I definitely think that if you bring a kid in like this, you're gonna have to get okay from ownership. You know how ownership is, right? And then you have to have a plan. Dennis Allen's got to be able to know how to use them. So We'll see. We'll see how it
Who
goes.
asked the question, Aldo, for this? Mike Green?
I think it was who else? Was it Daryl D? Yeah, Daryl D says that Danny, we may have to consider Mike Green.
Let me just say, he might not even be on the Bears board. Might be removed because of character risk. But to tell you the truth, it's too risky in the second round for me to waste a second round pick on a guy who might be suspended during the season. Like Aldo said, you may have groups protesting. To me, I would, if he slides into the fourth round, okay, I'm thinking about it, But second round, no, it's too risky for me.
Anthony Belton as the Packers selection as they fortify their offensive line. Guys, talk to me about Belton.
Right tackle for me, right, Danny? A right tackle.
Yeah. He played left tackle at NC State, but he's probably going to be a right tackle in the next level here. But big guy. Let me get my notes here real quick. John, if you want to go and pick up here, I'll get my notes for Anthony Belton real quick.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't have the best feet for me. A bit of a slow mover, a little bit of nasty though. It was like 6'5", 325 around there. North Carolina State could play both right and left tackle, but I mean, probably
6'6",
a better
6'6", 336.
336. So a big guy. So yeah, probably a little better fit on the right hand side. But I don't think he's got. I mean, speed rushers may give him a little bit of NFL speed. Might give him a little problem on the left side.
Yeah, just again, big guy, real powerful, real strong, real powerful. Doesn't have left tough tackle agility and quickness, in my opinion.
Right.
Could be a guard, possibly could another one of those guys that I talked about earlier. Guys that played tackle could kick in the guard. I don't feel comfortable him on the island by himself versus speed rushers. Could he be a right tackle possibly? But again, I think I'm not sure in terms of what the Packers are going to use him. They announced him as a tackle, so I'm assuming they're going to play him at offensive tackle. So we'll see how it goes there.
What do you make of Berlissimo's question here? Draft Emory Jones Bears and move Darnell Wright to the left side on tackle. You guys have an opinion on that?
I'm not a fan of doing that, to be honest with you. Emory Jones is a guy that I do like. He's got some athletic ability. I love his nastiness. I love his
it's nasty.
Yeah, but I know some scouts I've talked to thinks that he's a better at guard, and I can see that. Again, another one of these guys, tackles, right? That play kick inside. So we'll see how it goes there. But he too. Well, he showed some athletic ability when he gets out in space and as a lead blocker. And again, talk about the nastiness about him. But there's times where speed hurt him. You talk about Nick Scoring right now. Yep. Scoring took him to school a couple times there when Texas A&M took on LSU. So I do like Emory Jones. He's got the size. He got the athletic ability. But I don't like moving guys all over the place. So
Emory Jones got an NFL anchor. You talk about anchor. The players like Anthony Belton too. This guys that have the anchor that we lack with Braxton Jones. But next year is looking like a little bit better draft for tackles to me. But I wouldn't rule out the Bears taking a guy on day 3 as insurance or developmental tackle behind the two guys we have there. And maybe they like that Canadian kid, Theo Benedette. I don't know.
And then Trey Harris just went out to the Chargers right before the
Bears. My guy.
Yeah, but they were not going to take on the receiver. So
no, I know. I like him. We got Luther Burden. We're good. But I do like him.
Trey Harris is a pretty damn good receiver.
I love him.
He's more that outside type of receiver, I suppose.
Yeah, he's an X.
Yeah,
but
he lining up in the middle. Or
like I said, he was clocked at 23 miles per hour. This is a guy that he didn't run. He ran 4.5, but this is a guy that when he gets to top speed, you're not catching him. He's a take it to the house type. But Luther Burden's a take it to the house guy. And he's a compact. He plays bigger than his size. He's got some contact balance to him, and he got the great change of direction ability for Luther Burden. And man, he tracks the deep ball real well. Good body control for Luther Burden.
So the Lions have made a move, trading up to the pick right after the Bears at 57. Yeah. So we'll see what they're up to.
Ben, we're on your ass.
Exactly.
Take that, Coach Johnson.
The Bears pick should be in any moment.
Come on, Caleb Johnson. Come on.
Caleb Johnson, or let's go to the trenches.
Bring it into existence. Will it?
Yeah.
Manifest.
it's interesting about Caleb Johnson because he's probably the last of the red chippers who you can consider a workhorse.
Yep.
The
Or a
rest of the
starter.
the rest of the guys are more specialty backs that you would bring in to either pound the ball like a Cam Scatterboo or to break a long run like a Jaden Blue. So if they bypass on Caleb Johnson, he goes elsewhere. That's a great endorsement for DeAndre Swift's 2025 season.
I have the pick.
And it is
Ozzie Trapillo, offensive tackle.
Oh, there you go. There's your trenches. So the Ryan Poles Boston College connection comes true, like Danny said.
Yep. Combine. This is a big guy. 6'8", 316, 33-inch arms, 10 and 3/8-inch hand size, 177, 10-yard split. His father played at Boston College, also was drafted by the Saints, so he comes from the some NFL pedigree there. Was a standout baseball player in high school, 4-star high school recruit. Is a good height and size, moves well for a taller tackle.
Arm length,
big strong hands. What was that?
Arm length.
Yeah, arm length is a 33-inch arm length, so he's got it right above that.
Right there. Yep.
Big strong hands, utilizes that grip strength to be able to in both as a pass pro and run block. Does a good job of pinning down defensive tackle, using his length, big frame. I love the guy. He engages quickly in pass pro. By shooting his hands. So technique wise, he's pretty good in terms of getting out there and being sound as a blocker. Now again, has left tackle experience. First couple of seasons he played left tackle, and then the last couple of seasons he's been playing right tackle. So he's got some left and right side experience. Yeah. Again, big guy. Athletic guy. We talked about Poles having the Boston College connection there, so I'm sure that had something to do with there as well. So we see some of the nastiness there as well. So that's something I love about him. Now, not the real athletic kind of tackle, but he does a really good job of getting sound in terms of his technique. Gets to his set spot quickly. Being able to get there before the defensive end gets to him. So I think this is a really solid pick. He was the highest rated offensive lineman that I had left in terms of the tackle. On my board, so I think this is a good pick here, second round. Now, if they follow this up with a Darius Alexander in the second round, I think we're on our way here to solidifying the trenches.
Ozzie Trapillo, we just got a good. If at the worst, the floor is the swing tackle for the Bears. Can back up Darnell Wright and can back up or beat out Braxton Jones. I like the pick a lot.
I think this guy's better than Skipper or someone. I just saw Brandon, I think, put up in the chat that this is our Dan Skipper. I think he's a better athlete, a better player, prospect than Skipper is. So I think this guy's going to have a chance, guys. I think this guy's going to have a chance to come in and compete at left tackle or right tackle. I'm sorry, left tackle. And then like Tooch said, he's a worst case scenario. He could be a swing tackle because of that experience. But I like the NFL pedigree. I like the fact that Boston College offensive linemen, they always come out ready to play at the NFL level. They're well coached there. Obviously, his head coach there is the former Texans head coach, Bill O'Brien. So he played in a pro style offense. You see a lot of the gap. You see some some zone stuff. So the offense is not going to be different for what he's kind of accustomed to at Boston College. So I think this is a solid pickup here. Again, my top rated offensive tackle that I had earmarked here for the Bears.
Guys, Dane Brugler had him number 7 in between Donovan Jackson and Charles Grant. And he writes about Ozzie. He was a 3-year starter, as Danny said, at Boston College, although he never had the chance to see his late father play in the NFL. Trapillo has the same offensive line talent as his dad, who I'm trying to see here if I can see what team he played for. I can't spot that, so if somebody knows, let me know.
He played for the Saints. His dad played for the Saints.
Thank you. Trapillo stays patient and under control in his pass sets and understands hand placement to maintain space between himself and the rushers. Among his weaknesses are he plays with flat back but inconsistent dropping hips to re-anchor versus power. That's one of Greg Gabriel's big things, that the guy, if an offensive lineman can't bend, then that's a red flag. And so I'll ask you guys, when you looked at Ozzie, did you see a problem with his bend?
So I'll go first. So he's a guy that tends to bend a lot from the waist. But what he does is he's sound in terms of his technique. And I think it's one of the reasons why he lasted this into the second round. He's sounded with his technique. He like I said, his foot lateral agility and quickness. You don't think it's that that good to be a starting tackle, but sound technique, gets to a set spot quickly, stays square, keeps his shoulders square to the defensive lineman, and does a good job of, even if the defensive edge has the outside shoulder, does a nice job of riding the momentum of the defensive lineman past the quarterback in the pocket. So I think, again, sound assignment in terms of technique and all that stuff. So does he fit all the requirements that you want to see in your starting left tackle in terms of athlete? No, he doesn't. But he does a good job in terms of his assignments and technique wise. Hands are always ready to go. And we saw some of the nastiness there on some of these clips there as well. So, but again, stays square, rides the defensive lineman, and if a guy's coming at him with power in terms of a bull rush, does a good job of locking you up. And then he dances with them. He can shuffle his feet left and right and mirror and pass protection. So, there are some limitations athletically, but I think this is a guy that, was taught right, obviously with the pedigree from his dad and upbringing, and obviously plays on a pro style system there with Bill O'Brien at Boston College, and he's coached up right. And I think this is how he wins. He wins with technique and sound assignment.
Yeah, before O'Brien became a head coach or offensive coordinator, he coached offensive line in the NFL. But Ozzie, I like the way he mirrors too, but he's strong as hell, man. He latches on. He looks for action afterwards. He'll knock somebody on their ass. I kind of love that. Yeah.
We've been saying that the trenches need depth. This could be a depth piece, because if Karan or Braxton Jones is the left tackle and Darnell Wright is the right tackle, we may not see much of Trapillo in 2025, but he could ascend into a starter in later years. Or we could potentially see him compete for that left tackle spot and maybe win it. I don't know if that's even a possibility, given he looked much better at right tackle than left tackle, but it is a possibility that he will get a look at left tackle and try to win the job. By the way, the Raiders have drafted one of my favorite wide receivers in this draft. Thank you, Barlissimo. Jack Beck is off the board. Dude, you look a little forlorn.
No, I like the pick. I mean, the Raiders definitely needed wide receiver help. I think, they really only have Jacoby Myers of any wide receiver of significance. They lost Devontae Adams. We'll see. I mean, they had to start getting some talent at wide receiver, so it's not surprising. As far as Trapillo, look, the Bears are hedging their bets with Braxton Jones's injury and Karan Amagaji's inexperience, and they also have a backup to Darnell Wright if the Amagaji and Braxton Jones turn out to be okay. But they're not paying Braxton Jones $15 to $20 million to be the left tackle beyond this year, though, Aldo.
Mm-hmm,
so they definitely needed some tackle in the pipeline.
Mm-hmm. I'm calling up here from Pro Football Focus to see how many snaps Trapillo had at left tackle. He had 646 in 2022 and has played right tackle every other snap, over 1,500 snaps at right tackle. But so only in his freshman year, when he had 646, did he play left tackle.
Yeah, he has started games at left guard, left tackle, and right tackle throughout his career at Boston College. So he's got some position versatility. Again, I think he can come in. He can compete at left tackle. I'm not saying he's going to beat out Braxton Jones or Karan Amagaji, but in the last 2 years he has been playing right tackle. But that experience, I think, gives him some flexibility there. And Tush, I think you said it earlier. Worst case scenario, he could be a great depth backup. But I'm not labeling all backup, so I don't hope no one says things. I'm saying this guy's a backup, for his career. I'm just saying, he could come in, compete at multiple spots along the offensive line, and if worst case scenario, if he fails at a left tackle or a right tackle or whatever, he could be a nice swing tackle or a nice backup at multiple positions.
Yeah, Danny, he had to be one of the higher remaining players on their board for them to take him, because if he didn't play this year, it's kind of almost more of a future pick for the Bears' future. They believe in the pedigree, they believe in the talent, and then
it protects him, John, because obviously Matt Pryor's gone, so they really didn't have a swing tackle.
Yep.
So I think this is the kid that comes in here. It will be a swing tackle with the ability in the future to go ahead and claim one of those positions. Now, whether you want to eventually move Darnell Wright to left tackle, or if you want to get someone else at left tackle, or maybe Braxton Jones or Karan Amagaji turn to be the stars at left tackle, and this kid gives you a lot of flexibility, right? Can play multiple positions, but he's a
do you see Braxton Jones past this year in a Bears uniform? I do not.
It depends. I mean, and he's come back from a big injury, right? If he has a good season, depends on how much he wants. If he wants 15, 20 million a year, you might say, all right, well, thank you for all your services, and we'll let you go, right? And then you have now
the market.
You have Curran, or you have this kid Trujillo, maybe ready to step in there. So we'll see how it goes.
Claudio
And then Taylor Miller just went to the Lions, the Georgia guy you were talking about, the guard.
Oh,
John.
okay.
Which one, Ratledge or Ratledge?
Yeah. Tate Ratledge, yeah, good player.
I like the player. Yep.
He has a one of those 1960s hairdos, which made him more endearing to me.
The Will Campbell, Dalton Cooper.
There you go.
Like semi-mullet. Southern mullet.
Claudio Future lets us know, and Danny asked me if I could find a clip of that. And I'm still looking for it, but Seth Rollins was trolling Packer fans when he made the announcement on the Bears pick. This is a photograph of Rollins, and as soon as video is available, I will post it for you guys.
Nice.
But let's talk about the that's last
you have an
election.
update on one of the guys we're talking about? Sorry, all the cut you off.
No,
Mike Green has been off the board. He goes to the Ravens.
Ravens, the Ravens. Aldo, they're such good drafters, man.
They really are.
Yeah.
They really are. And they would not draft a guy if they really felt that this guy was bad news. They would not make that pick.
Yeah.
So they could have just had the courage to make that pick because a lot of teams are just afraid of getting caught with
their
the
locker room
movement. Yes.
To add a player of the, it's a lot like the Jalen Carter to the Eagles pick last year. But the Ravens needed pass rush last year. They didn't have a lot of pass rush. But Mike Green playing a little outside linebacker, stand up there, outside linebacker, Danny.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
For the Ravens.
And that's where I saw him. I saw him as a 3-4 outside linebacker, and that's a perfect fit for him there with the Ravens.
Yep, indeed.
Wow.
So let me get people caught up on some of the last few picks. The Panthers at the 19th pick of the second round took Nick Scorton. Then Femi Aladejo went to the Titans at 20. Benjamin Morrison, the cornerback, went to the Bucks at 21. Anthony Belton went to the Packers at 22. Trey Harris to the Chargers with the 55th overall pick, but the 23rd of the second round. And the Bears picked Ozzie Trapillo from Boston College. That's where Ryan Poles went to school, by the way. Tate Ratledge, the guard from Georgia, goes to the Lions. Lions, you know what? They do a good job. The Lions do a good job. Jack Beck, wide receiver to the Raiders. And as just mentioned, to the Ravens, the troublesome Mike Green.
Justin Herbert, I've got Trey Harris and Ladd McConkey.
McConkey,
man,
not
that's a little
bad.
Dangerous.
Harris,
man.
Yeah, Najee Harris, Omarion Hampton, Ladd McConkey, and Trey Harris. Yeah. That's pretty cool.
Yep.
The only thing missing is that they're not tight end now. That's what he needs over there.
There you go.
Yeah, tight end. Yep. Mitchell Evans.
Maybe they're interested in Cole Kmet. Just kidding. Yeah. Just kidding. I'm watching images here of Jack Beck being hugged by his family. Man, he's just such a great story. You hate to see guys who bring that great story and stuff. Like when Will Campbell cried yesterday when he was being interviewed right after his pick, and he says, "I will die, for my team, for my quarterback." You wish that we had that guy on the Bears. And no offense to anyone that was picked, although we never had a shot at him. But the guys like that, you just love to be Chicago Bears guys.
One thing with Will Campbell, although, was his football temperament. Now, I mean, this guy loved the game, right? You can see it in the way he played and the way he run blocked and the way he would just finish his blocks. And yeah, I mean that was something that I wasn't surprised when I heard him say it, because that's the kind of player he was. And it's just I think that's a home run hit there for the Patriots. And that's why even me, although I'm a stickler for arm length, and I was willing to say, all right, I'll take him. I don't care if he's got sub 33 inch arms, because I love the football player. I love the football character. I'll put him at left tackle. If he fails, I'll kick him inside. I'll put him at left guard and have a 10-year party starter, probably maybe even a Pro Bowler at left guard for me.
He's got great feet, and he uses his hands so well, and that's what overcomes those long arms. He's the type of guy I'm going to make a prediction here, Tooch. Hold me to it. I would say before his NFL career is over, Will Campbell will make an appearance on Dancing with the Stars. He's got such great footwork. So, all right, let us see if we got any questions from people. I started a couple of things,
So,
but
what pick are we at, Aldo?
We're now waiting for the Broncos.
That's right. The Broncos.
Okay, here we are, yeah.
And then we have Washington, and then we have the Bears. So
Okay, so Mike Green, Denver, Washington, and then the Bears. So we're almost on the clock about here.
Yeah, and after the Bears pick, after we finish talking about the Bears pick at 62, we'll take a 5-minute break and then regroup, so we can take the necessary bathroom break and all that
Right.
crap. I'm dying to eat
Shedeur
this popcorn.
Sanders still out there, Danny.
yeah, I thought maybe the Raiders might do it here, but they end up taking the receiver out of TCU, Jack Besh.
Yeah.
So he's going to fall into the
He's
third
going
round.
to fall into the third
wondering
round. There's nobody here that needs a quarterback.
I wonder if Pittsburgh got in the third round, because that could be someone that falls right into the laps.
Yep.
All right, so it looks like
on.
RJ Harvey is off the boards.
Ooh,
I like
Broncos
him
are-
too. Yeah,
Yeah, there was a running
was
back.
kind of the Ashton Genty light for me.
Mhm.
RJ Harvey.
I don't know
Danny?
personally. Yeah, I like Harvey. Harvey was
I like him a lot, too.
We could steal him tomorrow. With that
He's like a
round
little
pick.
bowling ball. So like
Mhm.
the running back's on a little run here.
Yeah,
Maybe
indeed.
the Bears pull the trigger on one of the running backs. I'm trying to see who didn't Commanders grab a running back in free agency. They signed someone good, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Search, I'm looking at your wish list for running backs. It looks like all of them are gone with the exception of Caleb Johnson and Damian Martinez. Or was Dylan Sampson chosen?
I like DJ Giddens. Yeah, and Dylan Sampson's still available.
Okay.
I mean, they could take a running back, the Commanders.
Mm-hmm.
Brian Robinson, Austin Eckler, Jeremy McNichols, and Chris Rodriguez are their running backs.
Mm.
So not a lot there. I could see them taking a running back.
Indeed.
Brian Robinson, pretty good workhorse back.
Mm-hmm. We have Cloudy Future saying the Bears stick at 62. I think they trade back personally, but hey, could they do that again? And what would be the purpose here? Just to add picks or to get a higher pick in the third round? I think that they're going to stay put.
What is the first pick of the fourth round? What number?
Let's see. I would say that is.
We have 109, right? But I don't think that's the first of the.
First pick of round 4 is 103.
Okay, so
if
someone were to offer the Bears 103 and maybe a third round pick for 62, I could see them taking it because, like Greg Gabriel said, it's like to have that first pick of the next day is a valuable pick because of all the players that are out there. And you're fielding all the phone calls for trades overnight. I could see that.
It's definitely a good point. What are you thinking, Danny?
Now I'm thinking, see what's best available right now. So obviously the running backs, going here with RJ Harvey going, it's going to be. For me, at least, Darius Alexander still sticks out there for me on my board. Obviously, DJ Giddens, and I'm not sure if this is where they would take him in the second round, but Caleb Johnson is still out there. But yeah, I would think running back or defensive line would be where they go here. Now the safeties are still out there. I'm not sure if they would go safety here.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll preserve that fourth round pick for that safety. So we'll see how it goes here. But so if I had to guess, I'd say Darius Alexander or maybe Caleb Johnson or DJ Giddens here with this next pick if they stick here.
If they go safety, I think it's a little early for safety for the Bears because it is a fairly deep safety draft. But Kevin Winston from Penn State is out there, a really good tackler. Got the size, length, speed, IQ.
You want a safety coming off an ACL as opposed to guys that are healthy like Xavier Watson and Billy Bowman Jr.?
I mean, it's all right. Yeah, I mean, Billy Bowman I like too. I love Xavier Watts too. Andrew Makuba was on my list.
All right, let's take a look at Seth Rollins making that presentation of the Bears pick, and let's keep our fingers crossed that NFL doesn't kick us off the air. Here we go.
Who's that? Oh, Seth Rollins. Nice. Do you have the audio?
It's audio.
Oh, you can't hear it? Oh.
No.
Let me see if I can fix that.
How come the other ones you had audio on?
I don't know.
That's so weird.
Oh my gosh. All right, guys. It's gonna take me a little while to fix it.
Okay. We'll see what happens here.
So, Commander's pick in yet?
Not yet. I'm still waiting for that one.
Would you guys like to see him take a safety?
No. I would
Yeah,
not.
I don't either. I would wait until late. So day 3 for
now
me.
with all that, now with everything else that they have need right now. So
Yeah,
right now for me,
They need safety.
They do eventually, but you can get good ones in the later rounds.
Yeah, but okay. So who's left at the safety position? Because I bet you there's a guy there.
well, yeah, Xavier Watts is there.
Xavier
Billy
Watts is there,
Jr.
yep.
still there.
Yeah,
A lot of the safeties are still there.
gosh, you gotta love Xavier Watts with this next pick.
Yep.
That would be outstanding. The guy's a
could be.
ball hawk. He will replace Kevin
Got the
Byard and play the
speed.
next 10 years with the Bears.
Yep. Played on a great defense.
Mm-hmm. Bellissimo says he is downloading Boston 2021 offensive line tape. Currently, Trapillo is at left tackle and looking natural.
Nice.
Yeah, Bellissimo, I love it. Bellissimo hopefully will be joining us tomorrow at an unspecified time right now, and maybe he can share some of that tape that he's downloaded.
Hopefully he lets me know soon what time he is available. I told him, let me know.
I'm sure as soon as the kids get to bed is when he'll be available.
The Commanders haven't made their pick, huh?
Commanders have not made their pick yet. The Bears passing on Mike Grieve for Ozzie is going to haunt me, says Vizzo Joe. Vizzo has been one of the Bears fans who has not been completely pleased by what's happened. Matty Forchisi is hoping Caleb or Martinez or DJ Giddens or Scattaboo is the Bears' next running back. You know, we do have to entertain the idea of Scattaboo. I know he's kind of become like a novelty act, you know. But how much do you like Scattaboo, and how much do you think, he's just a novelty?
I mean, he does force a lot of missed tackles, which I like, but he's not the fastest guy. He's got some good lateral agility, and he's got some power. And he's hard to bring down, and I guarantee you, if he's in a Bears uniform, he might be the fans' favorite player on the team after Caleb Williams. But,
so cornerback Trey Amos from Ole Miss has been picked by the Commanders right now.
Okay,
the Bears are on the clock.
Bears are on the clock. Let's go. Caleb Johnson, come on.
Trey Amos is a guy that I really haven't studied much. What do you guys know about him? Because I know he's highly regarded.
Yeah. He's a guy that's transferred to 3 schools. I think it was at Oregon first, and then went to Alabama last year, and then Ole Miss 2 years ago, and then Ole Miss last year. Really, one of those physical kind of press cover corner that can play press and can also drop back in zone. Really good length, and it gets his hands on the ball a lot. So he's one of those pesky corners. So I had him on here in case they do go cornerback. He would have been a guy that I think
he doesn't have injury
because of his ability to get after the ball and be pesky at the line of scrimmage. So that's why I had him on my list.
There's still some good cornerbacks out there. Siobhan Revel from East Carolina is out there too.
Again, coming off a torn ACL.
Coming off injury too, though. Yep. All the corners were injured in this draft, from Will Johnson to Benjamin Morrison. You know, the good ones like Johnny Barron and they went in the first round.
So Bears are on the clock. See what happens here with this pick.
Caleb Johnson, come on. I mean, both running back and defensive tackle are pretty deep. So, I mean, I just think this is the last workhorse. Maybe Damian Martinez. But.
Interesting to see how they go here. So far, it's been all offense. So I wonder if Dennis Allen has a say here in terms of whether or not they're going to pick a defensive player.
Yep. I don't think cornerback is in the Bears' plans this season. I think they're pretty happy with the top three corners they have.
Yeah, no, I don't think corner. So I didn't even really do a deep
Yeah,
dive.
I didn't either.
So,
or safety. I should have gotten a little bit more into safety, but
well, safety became a quiet need position
Yeah.
because of all the stuff that was happening with Brisker and
Yep.
also
everyone's out of contract.
Fire being on his last year of his contract. So,
Yep.
we'll see. how they-
Byard and Brisker are out of contract.
Who does everyone in the chat want? Anybody in the chat
Let's
throwing
see.
names?
Let's see.
Ooh,
Texas A&M.
yeah,
So A&M,
Shamir Turner.
3 tech from A&M,
Yeah,
Shamar Turner.
Very nice addition to the middle of the defensive line. Dennis Allen finally gets in on the action. That's from Cloudy Future, the 62nd
Sub
overall
300
pick.
though, I think, Danny.
Yeah.
he's a guy that has been injured. This guy's actually currently injured right now. So 6'3",
Right.
Jesus.
33 and 5'8" arm length, 10.5 quarter inch hand size, 3-year starter, 35 starts. He does have 2 block kicks in his career, so he does have you some value on special teams. He's actually a guy that solid size, athletic, twitched up defensive tackle. So yes, he is one of those prototypical 3 techniques, 290 pounds. He's a guy that quick get off at the snap, relentless in terms of his motor, keeps going, plays hard, can flow laterally down a line of scrimmage in the gap and fill with some physicality as a run defender there. Can get displaced easily. He's a guy that double teams kind of work them out, displace them, and move them off the spot. Needs to refine his hand usage and pass rush repertoire. Has some costly penalties. This is a guy that's got some costly 15-yard penalties in terms of maintaining his temper. Numbers wise, this past season had two sacks, 6 tackles for loss. 2 years ago, he had 11 tackles for loss and 6 sacks. He does have 3 forced fumbles for his career, 2 last year, 1 this year. So the injury with him is kind of strange. So he played with a stress fracture in his leg this past year. So I think that's some of why his numbers were down a little bit. And he played with a stress fracture, had a rod inserted in his leg, but the bone didn't heal, and the bone was never really stabilized. So that that's something that so he had to get it restabilized, I guess. But so he hasn't done any sort of workouts or anything like that. They wanted to allow him to heal. So I'm not sure if they went back in and did anything, or they just told him to get off your leg and just let that bone heal because of that. Once that rod was inserted, apparently whatever the procedure was, it wasn't fully healed. So I think that kind of affected him this year or towards the tail end of the year. So, but yeah, he's a quick, twitched up defensive tackle. These Texas A&M guys, whether it's Scoren, whether it's Shamar Turner or Stewart, these are quick, twitch, athletic guys. Yep. But all 3 left you wanting more. All 3, in my opinion, when I was looking at their traits and what they flash on tape, was like, this guy should be better than what we're seeing. So that's why a lot of the stuff with the coaching and the way they're utilized comes to fruition here. But yeah, he's a quick twitch guy. 290, has the prerequisite length that Allen likes inside as defensive tackle. So. The leg thing is something we'll have to question, and I'm assuming again, just like with Loveland in the first round pick, that the doctors have given the clearance for them to go and make this selection.
That's it for the Bears for today, right, Aldo?
Let's
unless they trade back into the 3rd round.
Correct. That is correct. So that would be it. Just a little bit more on that stress fracture, and I know I'll be repeating some of the things Danny said, but this is according to Brugler. The stress fracture happened during the 2024 fall camp. It required a rod to be inserted, and he played through the injury, but it didn't heal properly, and he missed a portion of the draft process as a result of that. He played through a torn labrum over the second half of the 2023 season and underwent off-season surgery. Underwent surgery following the 2023 season for for a shin injury. So he's had multiple injuries. But what makes him so enticing for the Bears is that he's a foxhole type, say NFL scouts. He's an outstanding teammate. He plays with a high motor, very aggressive, has a mean streak. And so he sounds like a Ben Johnson type of player. Ben wants a mean guy. And like Danny said, if the doctors for the Chicago Bears have cleared him, then they got their man.
Stress fracture, rod in his leg. These don't sound good to me. Although
It does.
I'm just saying, right? Danny, are you with me on this? Is the first miss I think in this draft for me.
Look, athletically, he's talented. I mean, you put on his tape and you watch him. He's athletic. He's athletically.
First
he's talented.
quickness is there.
Let me finish my thought here. So he's an athletic kid with quick twitch, a true 3 technique, can get up and he can flash. When he flashes, he's pretty dominant, right? But he wasn't consistent, which happens to a lot of these Texas A&M guys. Now the injury, the whole thing with the rod and all that stuff, that's something again that the doctors have to clear him with. But is he the guy I would have taken? No, I would have gone Darius Alexander. But again, Darius Alexander as a kid out of Toledo. He's coming out, is a different, in terms of level of competition, that's a little bit different. Yep. Now, why do I like Darius Alexander a little bit more than Shamar Turner? Only because of the size, 6'4", 305 with longer wingspan. But I think both are developmental prospects, right? So neither Alexander or Turner, in my opinion, would have come in day 2 or week 1, I should say, and be starters. They both would be part of that second wave kind of thing. So. The coaches, liked Turner's probably athletic ability. He's got a little bit more twitch than Darius Alexander. So I'm assuming that's why. And he's more of that true, if you will, 3 technique that we've been, kind of like looking for here. So, but the whole leg thing, that is a little bit concerning. But again, I'm going to have to just at this point, just, trust that the Bears medical staff has given the clearance on his leg.
So there's 2 Shamars on Texas A&M.
There's Shamar Stewart, who got drafted yesterday in the first round by the Bengals, and there's the Shamar Turner. This is
right. Are we watching Turner or Stewart here?
No, I'm assuming.
I'm wondering. I thought I saw Stewart on the back of the jersey.
No, number 5 is Shamar Turner.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, so he fits the profile in terms of what they like in terms of the athletic ability, but it's not a finished product. It is a developmental prospect. So we'll see it. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, if your second round pick is injured, one of your second round picks is injured for the season, it's not going to go over well. Aldo for Pohl's future, right?
That is correct. As it is troubling the amount of players Poles has drafted that have injury histories. That's just adding up. And so Berlissimo states that Alexander is still available, and so are Omar Norman Lott. So maybe the Bears. So the Bears pick next when? When is the next pick?
109?
104 was the pick they got from in the fourth round, because they're no longer in the third round. And I don't know if someone mentioned about trading back into the third round. To trade back in the third round, you got to give them a second round pick from next year. I don't want to do that.
I wouldn't either.
Yeah.
Although, we don't have 2 next year. We only have a second rounder next year.
And in terms of Berlissimo, Omar Lott, I like him, but he's more of a developmental kid. Even more, I think he's a day 3 guy. You can probably get him tomorrow, and 4th, 5th round is my guess with that kid.
I like Jordan Burch. Jordan Burch, you could play all along the line too. He's got experience at all positions.
Oh, actually, I stand corrected. Omar Norman Lott just went to the Chiefs here.
Look at that. Yes, he did. The final pick of round 2, or the next to last pick of round 2.
Just like I've been saying, right? The my grades are different than this is going to be a draft all over the board. So yeah, I saw Omar Lott as a day 3 gem, and here he goes here in second round, into the second round.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. And the Eagles now are on the clock. Their pick is in. It should be announced shortly. But yeah, Fizzle says, sorry, Aldo, this draft has me sick. No need to apologize, brother. I can understand the frustration. There's no doubt about it. But our hope is, of course, is that once all these players get on the field, get the coaching from this coaching staff that we've all praised, that they will turn into quality players. But it is a little hard to figure out the overall strategy here of picking guys with a lot of potential, but that potential may be marred by their injury history. So concerning to say the least. But the players themselves are all good quality players. You know, this last guy, Shamar, he's got some good tape, and you know, when NFL scouts say you want him in your foxhole, it's because he's got big balls and he's going to play for the team. And so if you can stay healthy and that rod doesn't get displaced on a block. So, okay, guys.
He's a bionic man, huh, Aldo?
Yes, exactly.
Andrew Makuba just went to the Eagles.
Oh,
safety out of Texas.
The best
who was it?
safeties. Makuba.
Makuba, I like him. He was on my list.
Yep.
I would have liked him on the Bears. His speed and
me too.
His change of direction, fluid hips to mirror receivers, good cover, safety. But I mean, the Bears. There's guys later on for the Bears to get at safety, all the way into seventh round, I think.
Indeed, yes.
Danny's got some guys. We'll have to put up some safeties. I know Danny likes Jonas Sanker and Billy Bowman.
My safeties are still out there. I mean, I love Billy Bowman.
Yep.
Watts is still out there.
He's a player, Billy Bowman.
Obviously, you mentioned him earlier. Kevin Winston Jr. is out there from. He's coming off an ACL though. The way this Jeff is going, maybe Kevin Winston Jr. It would be a logical pick for the Bears there. At safety.
Billy Bowman, I like. He's small though.
Nathan Ransom from Ohio State is still out there. Dante Schrader Jr., Jalen Reed from Penn State is out there as well. So there's safety depth. So you can wait till tomorrow for safety.
Yeah, Malachi Moore from Alabama is out there too.
He's out there as well. Yeah.
Yep.
Here's that list from Danny. So Starks, Emanwari are gone. Watts is still available.
Yeah, Watts is still available. Yeah.
Bowman, one of your favorites, Danny. Everybody loves Bowman. Makuba was just selected. Winston is still available. Sanker is still available. Ransom is still available. Trader is still available. Jalen Reed is still available. And there's another 2 or 3 guys after that wouldn't be bad 7th round picks. So there's some good quality safeties. As it usually happens in NFL drafts and free agency, safeties are like the forgotten people. They get signed last in free agency and they get drafted last in many, many drafts. But those are some good names there.
I like some of those guys a lot. Billy Bowman, he's small though. I think his arms are only 29 inches though. Danny. But he's a player though, man. He's a good player.
Yes, he's a player. He's got
he's a baller, man.
He's a ball hawk. He's
a baller.
He's right. He's got last year at 6 interceptions, 3 of them which returned for a touchdown. So, I mean, he's not, he doesn't have elite traits, and that's probably why he's still available here at this point in the draft.
Yep. 4.42 speed.
And in terms of Xavier Watts, he's a ball hawk. But
28.5-inch arms. 28. That's all right. I mean, he's like the honey badger to me. It's like a little honey Buda Baker, Tyrann Mathieu type player.
Yeah. All right, guys, let's take a 5-minute break or more and come back with some more coverage and
play
maybe
those weather girls.
Yeah, exactly.
The dancing weather girls are.
So here we go. We'll be back after a quick break.
All right.
You were talking about TreVeyon Henderson, and he personally is my favorite running back in this draft. Not that I'm not saying he's the best running back, but he's my personal favorite because he does everything, in my opinion. You mentioned his ability to pass block, and his blitz pickup is just outstanding when you see it on film. He sticks his nose in there like more so than most guys do.
Right.
And it's really refreshing to see that, and he's successful most of the time. And he's just a damn good back. And you mentioned his ability to get, sprint past, guys trying to catch up to him down the field. And not everybody has that downfield ability. So my question to you is I think I see him personally. I think he has 3 down back upside. A lot of people think the Bears are going to be maybe looking for a complimentary back, and maybe he's not so much that to Swift, but I don't think that's necessarily something they have to look for if he's a guy of their future. So do you think he's a player who has 3 down back potential and maybe could be an option?
Yeah,
there?
for sure. And where people go back to the Detroit thing. Well, they're going to take a running back in the first round because Detroit took Gibbs in the first round.
Mm-hmm.
There's one problem with that. Johnson didn't make that pick. The general manager did and the head coach did.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, the coaches aren't even, except for the head coach, the coaches aren't even in the draft room.
Quinshon Judkins, you mentioned him. I liken him to kind of an explosive carving knife. You know, he's a guy who's not the most creative. Again, I think he does have really good agility, but he's not the kind of guy like Ashton Jeanty. What he does that makes him so special is that he can create. He can evade guys. He can create space for himself, create leverage mismatches and things like that. Quinshon Judkins, you won't see him doing that much. And if he does encounter contact early in a rep, you know, usually more than not, he's going to try and, you know, pry it through rather than create for himself. But with Quinshon Judkins, you have really good vision, especially in gap and zone, where he can, you know, pinpoint gaps and then he can rocket through with that short strider speed.
I think this draft is stranger than any draft I've seen in years and years and years.
Yeah.
You know, it's you don't have the names like they had last year.
Uh-huh.
So it's light on that area. And I'm not saying it's a bad draft. It's just a different draft. But after you get those first few guys off and you know, a couple of those quarterbacks are going to go, even if they don't deserve to, then you can have a group of 15, 16, 17 guys that are basically the same guy. It's, you know, who do you like better?
That's a lot
There's
of
not a big difference in talent.
not a big difference at all. And that's why they say the heart of this draft is like getting to the 20s, right? All the way to the 60s, 20 to 60. That's a big gap. That's a big chunk, but
Yeah.
that's what your value is, because a lot of teams are going to have, you know, have guys. One team's going to have a guy 21, and another team's going to have a guy 54. You know, and you know, Greg, it doesn't really necessarily stack that way. I'm just kind of
No, I know what you mean.
It's more fine tuned, but that's what I mean. You know, one team will say, "Look, is there any should we take a guy in the first round where we can get a discounted version of that same player in the second round? Should we take a guy on day 2 in the second round that we think we can get a discounted version on day 3 in the fourth round? We think there will be 3 or 4 players there that we think we can get a little bit cheaper, like." You know, and that's where figuring out what the rest of the league, that's where mock drafts are interesting. I have a team that I've talked to in the past who they say they use I'm one of the mock drafts they use, and they've got about 3 or 4 different guys that they focus on because they want to get the best representation. And they did a study of who they think best has a feel for what could happen in the league relative to, you know, who goes in the first 32 picks, 34 picks, stuff like that. And I try to think, and honestly, you know, I try to think like Ballard is one of my mentors, one of my top mentors, really. And he taught me years ago, and I've always listened about how to think like a team. And, you know, hey, don't be scared. Swing your sword, swing the bat a little bit in the top 10. It's not going to go down like people think. And, you know, taught me about traits, taught me about what kind of players get pushed up boards, things like that. And who and when you can find value. And so I always try to look at mock drafts like that. But teams have to have a feel for where guys could go so they can properly prioritize certain positions relative to the strength of the draft and where to get the values. And like this year, it's a really good running back draft. So I think it's going to be curious. You know, I want to know how many teams want to jump up there and grab those second round backs and how many say, screw it. You know, I think we can get a starter in the 5th. Because there's going to be starters coming out of the 5th round at the running back position this year.
No question.
Welcome back, everyone, for the start of round 3. I see everybody's eating and drinking and stuff. Guys, I depending on how this round goes, let's just go about 45 to 60 minutes or so. We've got full day coverage tomorrow. And I do have that video of Seth Rollins making the introduction of that pick. Let's take a listen to it.
Green Bay, Wisconsin! Is that all you got? Come on, you can be louder than that! I know y'all mad because championship gold looks good on the blue and orange. But in all seriousness, Green Bay, we are in the shadow of Lambeau Field. And I love Lambeau Field because the king of the North, the best quarterback in the NFC North, Caleb Williams, is undefeated at Lambeau Field.
Gotta
That was
love
awesome.
You gotta love it. There's actually more of that, but I didn't want to risk getting kicked off the air. But yeah, Seth Rollins really brought it. He said he had something special planned for Green Bay, and he delivered in a big
I didn't know he was
folks.
a Bears fan.
Yeah, it's a Chicago sports fan, so I think he's a big Cubs fan as well, Bulls and Blackhawks.
Yeah, he's from Davenport, Iowa.
Yeah,
Right on the border.
I've never seen him fight. Is he any good at what he does? He must be.
He's like,
fighting, you know that, right?
he's retired now, isn't he?
Oh, okay. Is he? I didn't know that.
Is he still wrestling or WWE?
I have no idea.
Where's our WWE fans?
Well, I can answer if so. Yeah, he's still wrestling. He just won the match in WrestleMania last week, so he's still
okay.
Is Danny? The Giants passed on Shedeur Sanders again at the top of the third.
Yeah, they took my guy Darius Alexander.
So, yeah, I know. Danny's. we're getting. I would love to. I would rather have Darius. I mean, Shamar Turner, if he's healthy, he could be a beast. You see, the Chiefs doubled down on defensive line. They took Omar Lott. Then they must have had a pick from somewhere else because they picked at the top of the third round, and they took Ashton Gillott.
Ashton Gillott is
the edge rusher. Yeah.
Yeah, he's an edge rusher from Louisville. He's a very intriguing guy. It doesn't have the measurables. You know, it's about 6'3", 264 pounds with 31 something each arm length. But man, the guy plays hard. I know. Although you had mentioned him before, you liked him a lot in terms of a guy that can line up everywhere along the line of scrimmage. Just doesn't have the traits that you look for. But man, you set him up and just let him go after the quarterback. You know, had a 6.8 or 6.9 3-cone drill, which shows some of that flexibility and ability to get around the corner. So, yeah, very productive at Louisville. Had 11 sacks 2 years ago, 4.5 sacks this past year. Gets in the backfield. For me here, will he ever be a true defensive end? Probably not, but he'll be a nice designated pass rusher, and that's why I saw him here as a designated pass rusher. Bring him on third downs, passing downs, and let him go after the quarterback. But yeah, that guy. I love his hand usage. I love his motor again, and just physical, really physical, but has some of that bend that kind of surprises you from a pass rusher.
Like watching the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, Danny, they lacked a little pass rush. Are you surprised that they took these two players at the turn here at Sec 2-3 turn?
Well, it looks like the Chiefs have been attacking the offense and defensive line. Obviously, took the offensive lineman first, Josh Simmons, and then they took Norman Lott there, and then now this pass rusher. So. Obviously, they're looking to go ahead and help Chris Jones up front. Now they do have they lost Warren, I believe it is, to the I want to say they lost him to the Panthers, I believe it is. But so that Terrell Warren was one of the pass rushers they had. So we'll see. I mean they do play a hybrid system where they have a 4-3 or a 3-4. I think July will come in as a 3-4 designated pass rusher and help rush the quarterback there.
Just to review for our Bear fans, these are the picks that the Chicago Bears have made. Colston Loveland, of course, picked yesterday with the 10th pick of the first round. Luther Burden was the first pick today. The 7th pick, 39th overall. Luther Burden, the third, the wide receiver out of Missouri, said to be an excellent kind of slot guy, but could surprise us and play a lot of the outside receiver. Ozzie Trapillo, the offensive tackle from Boston College, was the third pick for the Chicago Bears overall in the second round, pick number 24. Plays primarily right tackle the last 2 years in college, but in his first year at Boston College, played primarily at left tackle. So it'll be interesting to see what the Bears do with him. And then perhaps the most controversial pick is the last pick that the Bears had, pick number 30 of round 2, 62 overall, Shamar Turner, defensive tackle from Texas A&M. Now, while that pick is, like we were talking about before our break, it is very concerning because of his injury history. As the more I looked at his highlight reel, that guy is so active, and he could lend this defense the junkyard attitude that it sorely misses. Montez Sweat is a very good player, but he's very introspective. He doesn't make a lot of noise on the football field. And this defense, we heard a lot of jabbering from them when they were at practice against Caleb Williams and the Shane Waldron offense, but definitely, didn't hear as much as the season went on and they were getting their asses kicked. So maybe Stewart can come in here and lend some of that. What do you think, Tooch?
Turner.
Turner.
We got Turner. This is DeSoto High School hotbed at Texas football player, Danny. So he comes from he's got the pedigree as far as like Texas football, from DeSoto High to Texas A&M. I mean, it's interesting. I'm looking at some player comps for him. They list Braden Fisk, who was a Florida State defensive tackle taken by the Rams last year, and the other comp, Aldo, Zach Pickens.
Oh no!
What does that mean? Is Zach Pickens gone?
Yeah. That really.
I'm just saying, I thought it was funny when I saw the comp, but
that's not good at all.
I think I'd rather have Turner than Pickens, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. You have any added thoughts, Danny, on the Turner pick?
Yeah, he's a guy that again, true 3 technique. He's got that twitched up body. He's an active body, plays hard, has a good motor. The production wasn't consistent. 2 years ago, like I said, had 11 tackles for loss, 6 sacks. This past season, 6 tackles for loss, only 2 sacks. He has created three fumbles to 3 forced fumbles. So, he gets after it. My only concern with him is, and the run defense gets pushed around a little bit, but again, he can get bigger, get stronger. So that's something I'm sure they're going to work on with him. But yeah, I mean, in terms of, just the athletic ability. And I always talk about when I grade these players, I grade on flash, right? And when he flashes. I mean, he's all 3 of the guys, Stewart, Turner, and Nick Gordon, when they flashed at Texas A&M, these guys were just you could tell these guys are NFL players. So that there's no doubt he was a highly regarded athlete. The injury, the leg thing with the rod and all that stuff. We'll see how it goes. I think all 3 of them have kind of concur there. It's all going to be something where the medical team looked at it and they said, "Hey, no, he should be good to go." So, in terms of comparison to Brendan Fisk, obviously Fisk, at Florida State was more of the athletic kind of player. So I could see that there. Fisk had a great 40 time at the combine, but Turner with his foot or the leg injury hasn't been able to do much in terms of testing. So we don't have those numbers to compare him to. But just kind of looking at the tape, yeah, I mean, you put on his tape, the kid flashes, and definitely you see some excitement there in terms of what this guy can do. So talent wise, he's there now. Maybe you get him with Grady Jarrett. Teach him how to be another true pro 3 technique. The one thing I did notice on terms of when I'm watching his tape, a lot of personal foul, temper issues, right? Slapping guys in the face mask and drawing a 15-yard penalty. Obviously, that's not going to be okay here at the next level. So that's a 15-yard, and next thing you know, you're on the bench. So maybe a veteran like Grady Jarrett can go and get this kid under his wing and kind of teach him. But yeah, I mean, the athletic traits are there for him definitely.
How long do you expect it to be before he's like playing? Good amount of minutes.
He was playing at the end of the season, but his leg never really healed. So they told him to rest. So I'm not saying he's not going to play. You know, he might be ready by training camp. Who knows?
Okay.
He hasn't.
That's what I was looking for.
Yeah. The only thing is the doctor recommended rest. Obviously, the doctors will take over and see what they say. But I expect him to be ready for training camp, unless there's something else that's come out that we don't know about. Like, for example, I was just looking up Will Johnson. Apparently there's a knee issue that kind of red flagged him throughout the league, and a lot of teams kind of passed on Will Johnson because of a knee issue. So he already had issues with his toe, shoulder, other minor issues. Nixon bruises at Michigan, and now a knee issue kind of popped up. So that's the reason why he dropped. So we have to put our faith now in the medical team, and assuming that they were good there in terms of what they saw with his medical everything. So a couple of big updates here. Kyle Williams, a receiver I liked out of Washington State, went to the Patriots, and Isaac Tesla, the guy I talked about as a day 3 gem, although is going here to the Lions.
6'3" and 5'8". He's massive.
Danny, this is Danny's guy. You talked about him quite a bit.
Yeah, this is a guy I like. I saw him at the Senior Bowl, and I'm like, who is this guy making all these plays? Really good speed. Again, he's a guy that didn't play much in terms of as a starter, but he's a guy when he was in there, made some impact. And 6'3", good size, 6'4", natural hands catcher. Has that four speed that can get down the football field, and I saw him as that slot type of receiver that could stretch the seam. So a bigger, more bigger, more sturdier type of receiver than Luther Burden. But Burden's more that quick, make you miss kind of guy in the open field. So that's why Burden was picked up over, and Burden's been a receiver in the SEC for a longer time as well. So Burden is a better receiver, or higher rated receiver, I should say. But Tesla was more of a guy I saw in day 3, but the Lions just traded up here, I think with pick 70, I believe it was, and took him. So they must have seen something they like there as well.
Mm-hmm.
Tesla in Motor City, Aldo.
There you go.
It's not Tesla, it's Tesla.
I was waiting for that one.
It's still a good
deliver that punchline.
Matt Forcheesy, again with another generous donation, and he says, I honestly don't hate any of the picks we've added. The free additions open up the draft for us now, and add trench depth, running back, and safety, and we will be okay. By the way, Cloudy says that the Bears director of college scouting, Cozio, on if moving back from number 41 went according to plan. He says we're thrilled with who was available. That's from CHGO. And then earlier,
what are they going to say though, Aldo? God, we made it back, and we just too many guys we missed out on.
But that is what Ryan Poles said earlier in the day too, or late last night. And then the same guy, director of college scouting, described Shamir Turner with one word: violent. And that is a word that Ben Johnson used a lot when in his early press conferences about playing violent football. So he fits the mold,
Yeah, if he turns into Chris Jones, we'll all be pretty happy.
That's right. Claudia also sent me this video. Let me see. Is it playing there? Yeah, let's see. So this is Shamir kind of playing some dirty stuff there. That. Did you see that, Danny?
Yeah.
Nutbuster.
Yeah. Here it comes again. 3, 2, 1. Oh! Thank you for that, Claudia. That's great stuff. Oh,
yeah,
man.
and there was other times where he was just drawing, unnecessary roughness penalties. And the one game I watched, I forgot who he was playing against, where he just literally flat out, kind of similar here, but punched the guy in the face mask. So I'm like, that's dumb, and it's not going to be accepted there. But he's a talented kid in terms of traits wise, athletic wise.
He's got
Al
definitely
Williams
a mean
to the
streak.
Patriots.
Yeah. Well, I'm actually, that was one of my goals on Tuesday's show with Tooch. We did our little wish list, and my last wish was, let's get nasty. Let's bring in some nasty football players.
I
And
thought
so
you were going to
that's
say punch Tooch in the nuts. I was like, damn, what's Aldo getting at here?
exactly. But Flex is right, though. What the heck is the McCaskey's going to think of that? Well, with Mrs. McCaskey now gone, maybe they don't mind a little more violence, and maybe they'll bring the Honey Bears back. I'm all for that.
Yeah.
So Saints just took Vernon Broughton, the other team tackle from Texas as well.
Ooh.
Talking about him, Danny.
Yeah. Broughton. So you got a scouting report for us?
Oh, for me, yeah. I mean, there's just about I think 6'3", 6'4". Another 3 technique guy. A guy limited time in terms of snaps. Was in the rotation early on. This was his first year as a true starter. Really looked like he was lightning quick in terms of getting out and getting up at field and being a gap penetrator. Numbers again weren't there. I believe I don't have the stats here in front of me, but I believe like 3 sacks or even less than that. But the production with these defensive tackles at Texas, for whatever reason, their numbers don't generate them. Even the kid that went last year in the first round with Seattle, he didn't have the big gaudy numbers in terms of stat wise. But definitely a guy that I thought could be a 3 technique potential. Very, very skinny legs, lower half looks like a little bit underdeveloped, but that's something that you could take care of in the weight room. But for me, he goes 3rd round here. I had a more like a day 3 pick on him, but again, each team has their own grades, and I think they went here, and again, they're fortifying their offense and defensive lines here as well too. So, and then the Bills just selected Landon Jackson. I know that's a guy that a lot of people were high on in terms of edge guy from Arkansas. I put his tape on and I wanted to like him. He had a great Senior Bowl game. But just consistency. Another one that the frame was really thin, so you would have to bring him in as a guy that would have to kind of get in the weight room and you develop. Numbers always weren't because I think his highest sack total was 6 a year ago. So, but definitely an intriguing prospect, really good athlete. Had crazy numbers at the combine in terms of what he ran and in his vertical and all that stuff. So I think I might actually have his scouting for here. 1 second, let me pull up here real quick, Landon Jackson, because he was a guy that I had kind of looked at because he fit the criteria in terms of athletic ability, in terms of range, length, and all that stuff. And I think that's something that could have maybe intrigued Dennis Allen there as an edge defender. So.
Yeah, I got him here, Danny. He's got 33 1/4 inch arms. His wingspan is 83 5/8. He ran the 40 at 4.68. The 10-yard split at 1.65. His vertical was 40 1/2. His broad jump 10 feet and 9 inches. Not bad at all.
That's 6'6", 264 pounds. So this is a pretty good, damn good athlete. Also, his numbers, yes, last couple seasons, 6.5 sacks both seasons. 14 tackles for loss last year, 10 tackles for loss this year. So, this is a guy that was getting productive and was getting after the quarterback. But again, versus the run, he struggled there. So again, it might have been a guy you can bring in as a pass rush specialist to kind of help you, on 3rd downs or passing situations. That's how I was looking at him. And then maybe give him a year or 2 to develop in a weight room and then become your, potential starter at defensive end. But he goes here at pick 72, I believe, is in 3rd round to the Buffalo Bills. Oh, wait, this is the Bears pick. This is the pick the Bears traded.
Oh, that's right.
The Bears.
Yes, that's right. Thank you,
recap,
Stephen Nagishi. Real quickly, nice $5 donation from Stephen, and he writes, great draft so far. Johnson's influence is all over, minus the Turner pick. Trapillo is a head scratcher for me. Running back and defensive tackle still a need for the Bears. I'm sorry, Tooch, go ahead.
Trapillo himself said he doesn't have a preference, Stephen. Says since the season ended, he's trained at all positions on the offensive line except for
there you go. Nice.
Recapping there's some interesting players who were taken here in the 3rd round. We mentioned Darius Alexander and Ashton Gillott. After that, Harold Fannin Jr., the tight end from Bowling Green, went to the Browns.
Yeah.
The Raiders took Iowa State cornerback Darian Porter. Danny, Darian Porter, the cornerback from Iowa State.
Yeah, I would say corner, from a receiver. I really didn't do much work on him because he was a guy that was.
We didn't think.
It was going to be. Go ahead.
Yep. Patriots take Kyle Williams with the 5th pick of the 3rd round. The Lions, of course, we mentioned, took Isaac Tesla. Saints, Vernon Broughton, Landon Jackson went to the Bills, and now the Jets. The pick is in, Aldo. It's Isaiah Ray Thomas, cornerback from Florida State.
Oh, okay. This is a guy who was not on your radar, right, Danny? I don't remember you mentioning him.
So Isaiah Thomas is a kid from Florida State. He was actually a 1st round guy. He's a guy,
really?
6 feet, physical, a corner. Yeah, he's a guy that a lot of teams had going in the 1st round. So he drops here for unknown reason. Second or 3rd pick in the top of the 3rd round. So this is a guy that 6'1.5", 197 pounds. Didn't run the greatest 40-yard dash. I mean, I think that might have been the reason why he kind of dropped. Around a 4.58 40. So he goes to the Jets. Obviously, Aaron Glenn's the corner there. I mean, the corner. He's the head coach there. He runs that zone type of defense. So he's going to be able to be a zone corner there, drop back. Physical in terms of coming downhill and wrapping up and tackling. So yeah, this is a kid that 4.5 tackles for loss in 2023 was his career high. So definitely a guy that was looked at a really high coming into the draft process and drops down because probably I'm assuming it's because of that timing that he ran at 4.58 40 as a cornerback. You're limited in terms of the schemes you're going to go for, and teams like zone teams that like guys that can drop back and give and just be able to transition quickly, come downhill, wrap up the guys in front of him, and then that's what Thomas gives him, and he goes to the Jets where Aaron Glenn will be his head coach.
1-year starter at Florida State. So you think that maybe hurt him, that there wasn't a large cross amount of work?
Yeah, but I think the time, the 40 time really is what hurt him. The 4.58.
4.58 with a 1.55 split, which isn't too bad. He is, according to Dane Brugler, a good-sized athlete. Thomas isn't the fastest cornerback in the draft class, but he recovers well from missteps and rarely gets beat over the top. His length and physicality help him disrupt the timing of routes and make him a factor at the catch point. Tooch did a really nice job of covering what has transpired recently with some picks, and I wanted you guys to discuss what the Detroit Lions have done in this draft, because they don't pick again until the 6th round, which is tomorrow, of course. And so their 3 picks are Tyleik Williams, the defensive tackle out of Ohio State, Tate Ratledge, the guard from Georgia, and Isaac Tesla, the wide receiver out of Arkansas. This is, I've applauded Brad Holmes's drafts in the past. They've done a great job, but this one is kind of a hum. It's okay, but it's not one of the better ones of the Holmes era. Would you guys agree with that?
I kind of like it. I mean, they addressed their trenches first 2 picks.
Okay.
Then they took a speedy wide receiver with a lot of size, and there have been rumors around that they were looking to trade Jameson Williams, so it kind of makes sense. I don't know whether they'll trade Williams or not, but it's possible, that they're looking to bolster their wide receiver room in case they do trade him. But yeah, you're right; they don't pick again until the 6th.
Yeah.
So.
And for me, I like their draft so far as well. I mean, they're attacking the trenches. Obviously, Tyleik Williams, I think, is a guy that right away is going to help improve their run defense, and he's got potential to get better as a pass rusher as well. Tate Ratledge is a guard from Georgia. I wasn't too high on him, but for them, he probably fits their scheme. But he's a guard that's going to come in and probably, I assume, initially give him some depth there at guard. And Tesla, another not a big name, but a guy that really provides something different for them now. They have Jameson Williams on the outside. Now they can line up Tesla in the slot. And again, at 6'4", 214, with 4.43 speed, a 39.5-inch vertical. This is a kid that's got tremendous, it's a tremendous athlete. Does a good job of sinking and separating at the top of his routes. He does got to clamp his route running a little bit. Started his collegiate career at Hillside College for the first 3 seasons, and then ended up going to Arkansas. Again, only 17 starts for Arkansas, so he's not even a full-time starter there. But last year had only 28 receptions, 545 yards, averaged 19.5 yards a reception. So didn't get many receptions, but when he did, there were big plays. 3 touchdowns. So I think he provides some of that inside slot speed that one of the reasons why I was looking at Tesla as possibly a pick for the Bears. Not this early, in my opinion, more for day 3. But yeah, I think he gives them something that they don't have currently, and that's its slot speed.
And as for the Packers, they've only got 2 picks, and that's the wide receiver from Matthew Golden and that tackle from North Carolina State, Anthony Belton. That should be back on the clock here in about 13, 14 picks. Tooch, I think you were a proponent of Belton as the offensive tackle. Did I hear you say some good words about him?
He's all right. I mean, like Danny said, he's probably a guard or right tackle. Maybe not. I mean, who knows what the Packers are going to do, though? They might, do something, work their magic to make him into their left tackle. But, I mean, I prefer Ozzie Trapilo, the bloodlines,
There you go.
The mirroring, the footwork.
And Matthew Golden, to me, I really like him a lot. I think that's a find for them. And with Christian Watson's future, in jeopardy because of the injuries that he has suffered. He could be an outstanding deep ball replacement for Christian Watson.
They still have one pick left, too, the Packers.
That is correct today. It should be in about 10, 15 picks. Cloudy Future says that Colston Loveland will wear number 84 and other memorable Chicago Bears. You remember Ron Morris, too?
Red glove, red construction worker gloves.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah, the red rubber gloves, man. I love that. I was always wondered how those weren't illegal.
That's right. I wondered that too.
Yeah.
Chris Gedney also wore number 84. Ben Braunacher, Cordell Patterson, Mercedes Lewis, and somebody named Fred Baxter. I don't remember.
Mercedes Lewis might not be back now. It looks like he won't be back.
No, it doesn't look like it. Matthew Fochisi says he is willing Caleb to 109 now, and he's got a $2 sort of bet on it. I love it.
The Vikings only had 4 picks in this draft.
That's right.
They traded away some picks. And round 1, they took Donovan Jackson, who was a guy I really liked. They don't pick again until 97 in round 3. So towards the end of this draft, day 2, they'll have another pick. But after that, they only have a 5th-round pick and a 6th-round pick. So the Vikings aren't really able to do much in this draft unless they maybe trade that 3rd-round pick. It's a compensatory pick too, by the way.
Right. Interesting stuff, no doubt. Danny, do you like at all what the Vikings are doing?
I'm trying to pull up the Vikings draft here real quick. It's
just Donovan Jackson.
That's it. That's it.
Okay, Donovan Jackson. My PC is lagging here. I mean, they only have 4 picks coming into the draft, so I'm surprised. Yeah. I know they're trying to trade out of the first round and get more picks, but yeah, Donovan Jackson is a guy that's going to come in and probably start for them. I'm assuming gives you some of that versatility, be able to hit left guard, left tackle. Probably going to play guard. It's probably what best suited for him here at the next level. So, we'll see what happens there. But yeah, I think kind of go back to the Packers pick real quick. Obviously, Belton, the tackle, probably going to be a guard for them. Might be a little bit high at 2nd round, but definitely. I think Matthew Golden right there, Aldo, in terms of what he provides to them in terms of speed. So I think that's going to be a nice pickup there. And just real quick here, the 49ers just took a guy that another one I had marked for day 3. That's Nick Martin, the linebacker from Oklahoma State. This is a very athletic linebacker who, for me, it would have been a nice day 3 steal because talk about someone that instincts wise you could tell he's a guy that's still learning the game, but man. Sideline speed, and he has a blitzer. He's phenomenal. Also, if you stand him up with a 2-point stance to rush him off the edge, gives us some pass rush too. So I think Nick Martin, that's a sleepy.
I know the
Bears
wanted him.
but I think that was a guy that I know the Bears had him in for a 30 visit as well. So, that was a guy I was hoping they could sneak in day 3, but yeah, he's gone here as well. So wow.
Yeah, one of the faster linebackers at the combine. That is disappointing that he is gone. I think the Bears are probably disappointed with that pick too.
You probably thought he would last, Aldo.
Yeah, I believe that.
Was he like 5'11"? I mean, I don't care about the size because he's the guy who can play. He's like Mike Singletary size, Yeah,
I got my listing. I got my scout notes on him here as well. Nick Martin. I wrote him up. He was thinking about doing a video on him, but. Time that just didn't happen here. Nick Martin was there. 5'11 and a half, 221, 4.5, 340 with a 1.54 10-yard split, 38.5-inch vertical, 10'3" broad jump, 26 reps on the bench. So he's got some strength. A 2-year starter, team captain in 2023. Had a huge 2023 season. We led the Big 12 with 140 tackles, 16 tackles for loss. This past season, you only had one sack and 8 tackles for loss. But again, 2023, 16 tackles for loss, 6 sacks. This is a guy that's forced 2 forced fumbles in his career. Again, his thing is speed. But watching him play, this is a guy that overran some plays, and so it was things where I thought maybe clear. He keyed real quick, and there's times that I thought maybe his height kind of got in the way in terms of not seeing over the line of scrimmage, and I think he lost the ball sometimes as well. So, but I mean, just in terms of athletic freak and being able to again make plays sideline, be able to rush as a blitzer and also off the edge at 2.7 was very, very impressive, as by the stats from 2 years ago where he had 6 sacks as an off-ball linebacker.
Good stuff.
Good, yeah, great stuff.
Panthers pick is in. We talked about that. Arizona Cardinals are now on the clock. Cardinals have made some interesting picks in this draft. Let me take a look at exactly that list of players.
So the Cowboys just took Siobhan Ravel, the back torn ACL.
East Carolina.
East Carolina. Like I didn't do much work on him, but I know he was one that a lot of people were interested in terms of as possible first round. But maybe that torn ACL was kind of something that dropped him here in the third round.
Mm-hmm. Damian Martinez is still there. Forchisi is letting us know he is one of he's on Johnny Santucci's wish list, and frankly, he's on mine too. The big what is it, Florida State or just Florida?
Miami Hurricanes.
Miami Hurricanes.
He was at Oregon State for first couple seasons, and then transferred to Miami last year. And last year was his only year with Miami.
Yeah, Oregon State, man, they ran the ball all the time. Like when he was there, just like that was their bread and butter. They didn't throw as much as other teams; they just relied on the run.
Shamar Turner is apparently having Zoom calls with the press, and he says he was asked about limiting personal fouls. He says playing with an edge, playing with fire, but you got to control it. There's a line. You got to keep it right on the line, and I'll have a great career. Turner had 7 personal fouls last season. Thank you, CHGO and Cloudy Future. Did Tooch freeze, or is he posing for us?
I don't know. I'm having some internet hiccups.
It must be because Prince Umanamalian has been chosen by the Panthers.
The Panthers. I go. What's the pass rush here? The Panthers.
Yeah, Forchisi, you're right. He's not going to put up with any of that bullshit, but he does want those nasty players. So it's going to be interesting to see how he corrals those guys.
So 2 edge players, Danny, for the Panthers.
So another guy, Prince is the one who was like, edge, 3-4 outside linebackers. Again, looking at him I was scouting him for the Bears, and I just didn't think he'd fit as a 4-3 end. But it goes to Carolina where they have, that 3-4 system there, and he fits right in there for them.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice. We got to do a best available list for tomorrow, then, Danny and me, huh?
Yes, that would be great to start tomorrow's show that way. Absolutely.
What's the schedule like for tomorrow? When is Danny coming on? Are you going to be here tomorrow, Danny?
I will jump in probably after the picture. I mean, I won't be there from the start. Yeah.
Okay, not from the beginning. Okay. And Greg Gabriel kicks things off tomorrow morning, right?
Greg Gabriel at 9 a.m. He and I will start things off, and then a break for the bar room before we resume at 11 a.m. through all the picks. And we've invited a number of podcasters. We've gotten information from about 8 or 10 people throughout the day. So we'll have a good time and talk a lot of Bears football and maybe some trash talk too.
I'm here with Aaron Current at like 10:30, right? Or
yeah, I think so. I think
or is it just you and me at 10:30?
Yeah, see, I right, and Aaron is later in the day, correct?
Okay. I mean, people got to be sick of Tooch by now, I would think. Well, too much.
I know Danny is.
Too much of a good thing. Am I doing okay, though, Danny? Am I doing okay?
Texans just took Jalen Nolan, the receiver.
I love him. Yeah.
So they took Jaden Higgins in the second round. They took his teammate in the third round.
Someone was watching a lot of Matt Campbell football down in Houston, right?
The owner wasn't paying their scouts enough to go travel around the country.
We only have a ticket to Ames for you guys.
Yeah. All seriousness, that's a hell of a pick. I mean, I was all over that guy. I mean, in terms of from the Senior Bowl toughness, another slot guy that gives you, a big playing ability in terms of that speed. I think it was 4.4 or 4.3 he ran at the combine. Punt return abilities. This is another guy. Give the ball to him in the open space, and he can make guys miss and get big yards there. Another guy that's tough. Brings a toughness in the slot position. So that's why I was really high on him here for Chicago.
I mean, both the wideouts were good. I mean, they didn't have the best quarterback, Rocco Beck, but I mean, Rocco Beck's a try-hard player. He's got some NFL bloodlines. His father played tight end for the Jets, but not the great. I mean, maybe he'll grow into it. He's sophomore, He started as a true freshman at Iowa State. But, man, what does that tell you, Danny, the selection of Jalen Knoll? What does that tell you about Tank Dell's injury, though, if you're reading between the lines?
That's why these receivers that are skinny and small, like, there a lot of teams have, concerns about, how they can, keep up and maintain with all the punishment they take. Now, I know the Tank Dell injury a couple years, I think it was last year.
Late in the season. Yeah,
And KC, that was a little bit of a freak thing where a teammate kind of went in and his kneecap went to the side of his leg. So, but again, the pounding, and that's one of the things where we're talking about, with Travis Hunter is at 186 pounds. I know he's going to get bigger and stronger, but still in playing receiver and then also playing corner, which is what he wants to do, it's going to be a little bit physically grueling for him. Not from a cardiovascular perspective, but more for the actual physical punishment. He's going to take playing receiver and cornerback. So we'll see how it goes. I know Jacksonville did say that he's going to be a receiver, and then he's going to play a little bit in corner probably in year 2. And Jordan Birch, the edge from Oregon, just went
no! Arizona
Cardinals.
They have a nice little draft defensively too. Walter Nolan and Jordan Birch.
Yes, that's nice. Daniel Jeremiah has his best available Shedeur Sanders. That's a great big mystery why he's still unemployed. Caleb Johnson, Nick Williams, Jared Wilson, Kevin Winston Jr., Miles Frazier, who Danny likes a lot, Xavier Watts, the safety from Notre Dame, and Dylan Sampson. Those are Daniel Jeremiah's best available at the moment.
Yeah, Miles Frazier was a guy for me that I think would be a nice selection here. And again, a guy that can play multiple positions along the offensive line, very underrated in my opinion at LSU. I think he can play right guard, right tackle, or even in a pinch left guard as well. So I'd be curious to see if he goes. Now, I know the Bears have picked 109 tomorrow, which, if I'm not mistaken, is pretty early, I think, in the day. So we'll see who's available in terms of what they want to do there. But yeah, I mean, I think let's see, it's pick 7 tomorrow morning, pick 109. So I mean, that's something they could, if they're targeting a player, we'll see if it's going to be another offensive lineman, or maybe they go running back. With that 4th pick. I mean, could Caleb Johnson make it all the way down to them at that pick 109? At that point, I think it's easy to steal. Yeah, at 109, I think it's easy to steal for them at 109. So, DJ Giddens, I think that's the area which I had him going in is 109 in that 4th round area, I should say. Obviously, Taj Brooks, so a lot of running backs still left. And while we were taking that little break, I forgot who the guest was, but mentioned that you're gonna find starting running backs in the 5th, 6th round in this draft. So it's a deep class, and that's what I was trying to say all along. That whole thing with trading up for Ashton Genty really didn't make sense when you had other holes to fill on your roster. So we'll see how it goes here. But I doubt they're gonna trade back into the 3rd round here tonight. But who knows? They can surprise us. But I do think they're gonna try and target maybe that running back position with pick 109 tomorrow.
Yeah, there's still about 20 picks left in round 3. So a trade back into the latter part of this round, I wouldn't be completely shocked.
For the Bears,
For the Bears, correct. What do you guys think about this Shedeur Sanders situation? Do you think that there's something more than his ego, which is what a lot of people have been pointing to, or the fact that his father could be an obtrusive force and potentially be the successor to Shedeur's head coach, that whole controversy? Or do you just think this is about talent? What do you guys think?
I think there's several things working here, Aldo. One being the specter of his father possibly taking over as a head coach wherever he goes. 2, the NIL money has made some players entitled, feeling of entitlement. But and that was kind of the rumor with that came out after the pre-draft process, was that in his interview he felt a little arrogant, entitled, maybe not checked in all the way to the NFL process. And then possibly maybe they just don't have him ranked as high, even though I love his mastery of the short passing game, his toughness, and his leadership. I mean, I think he's got to go soon because there's some teams out there like Pittsburgh. Cleveland is going with Kenny Pickett or Joe Flacco. The Giants have Russell Wilson. That'd be an all right landing spot for Shedeur. But sooner or later, it's going to come to the point where Shedeur Sanders is too big of a bargain to pass up.
Yeah, and I think it's traits. To be honest with you, I think they see this the size. There's nothing he does great, right? In terms of he doesn't have a great arm. He's not elusive. He's not a great runner with the ball as a running quarterback. He's a pocket quarterback that holds on to the ball a lot, takes a lot of hits, has good anticipation, has good accuracy. Arm strength isn't the greatest, and I think Pittsburgh's come up here. I think in the next 2 picks, so I'd be shocked if he doesn't go to the Steelers here with pick, what is it, 84 or 83, I believe it is, in the 3rd round. So if he doesn't go here, honestly, I don't know who's going to take him then, because now you're kind of running out of teams, right? I mean, obviously, there's some surprise quarterback teams, maybe like the Rams could take someone like that. But, even like Jalen Milroe, Jalen Milroe is in Green Bay. He's at the draft, and he hasn't been selected yet as well. So,
is Shedeur there too?
No, Shedeur's not there. No.
He left. He was there yesterday. He left this morning, as the report. He went to Detroit for some reason. So that raised
my
a lot
understanding
of eyes.
is he was not in Green Bay. He had his own party. He had his own draft party in Texas. He was not in Green Bay.
The Steelers are on the clock right now, Danny.
Dylan Fairchild, the guard from Georgia, just went here. Left guard from Georgia went to the Bengals. That's a guy I think it's going to be a possible plug and play starter there for the Bengals. He's a sound technician in terms of either zone or even power blocking as well, power gap blocking. So I think that's a solid pickup here for Bengals. 81.
That Georgia offensive line, Danny, was solid for years.
Except their tackles kind of suck, but that was the inside guys were like Fairchild and Radlich were solid.
I'm surprised the center. Yeah, I'm surprised that Jared Wilson hasn't
he's
gone
a
yet.
1-year starter. He's a developmental kind of guy, so he's a guy you can bring in and you can definitely develop him. And he's a guy that could be a starter down the line, but just a 1-year starter, very limited experience, and he's got to get developed, especially in the weight room for Jared Wilson.
Could you see Wilson play guard at all?
You could. He probably could play guard, yeah, but he only played center, so he hasn't had experience at guard. Again, just a 1-year starter. So that again, it's a developmental prospect. You bring him in, you get him. He got knocked around by Walter Nolan versus when Georgia played Ole Miss. Yeah. Nolan ate his lunch for him, so that's the way you knew that Jared Wilson had to get into the weight room and get developed. So that's why I think he'll probably go day 2, maybe even late tonight. Who knows? But he's a guy that I can't see him as a plug and play starter at center.
To be honest, I saw Walter Nolan throw a lot of guys around, Danny, when I was watching Ole Miss games. But
when he wanted to, he did it.
Yeah.
There we go. Steelers to Caleb Johnson.
Oh, damn it! All right, we got DJ Giddens still.
Well,
that's my guy.
That's Steeler Nation is a blog, so that's unconfirmed unless you got a better source.
It's on my
okay.
My source. Got Steelers, Caleb Johnson, and Titans took Kevin Winston, the safety from Penn State.
Yeah, so let's talk a little bit about the running backs now that Caleb Johnson is no longer available. What are we thinking here, guys?
Well, I mean, I like I said, for me right now, it's I have my DJ Giddens is available, Taj Brooks is available, Devin Neal from Kansas, and Trevor Etienne. Those are my top 10 guys. And then if you want to kind of dig in more, like Quint Allen from Syracuse is still out there, is available.
Instant contributor.
Scatterbo is available. And then, Damian Martinez, the guy you've been talking about there, all those available. Dylan Sampson is more of a scat back, third down type of, quick change of pace back. So he's still out there.
I don't know about that. He's got some size and he's got some power, Sampson's. I know he ran that spread.
He's 5'8", 200 pounds. I mean, I'm not much, and then he's not a bell cow or anything like that.
No. But he does have some pop.
Yeah, he's got some pop. But again, in terms of being a bell cow, he's more of like a change of pace guy to me. 5'8", 200 pounds. I'm not sure how much he could be in terms of, everyday starter, but you could bring him in here. He'd be a guy that give you some speed, some electricity there in the backfield. So, not bad in terms of as a pass catcher as well.
With Sampson, 929 of his 1,491 yards came after contact.
22 rushing touchdowns as well.
Yeah,
so
22 touchdowns.
Yeah, he's a guy.
444.
How much pounding can he take? That's the only question you have to worry about. That
he's a replacement for DeAndre Swift, or rotational player with Swift.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
we can all pretty much agree here that the starting running back for the Chicago Bears in 2025 is DeAndre Swift, because whoever they acquire here is going to be a complimentary back. It's not going to be the bell cow back. And at this point, I would favor, at least with the next couple of picks, a power back as opposed to an explosive back. And maybe, in that 7th round with pick 233, going after a Jaden Blue if he's still available, or somebody with that 4.3, 4.4 speed, just to have as a potential playmaking player. And of course, my guy Cameron, or not Cameron, but Chimere Dike, who I know Tooch has also fallen in love with.
Yeah.
And, I still have my eyes on him as a day 3 gem for tomorrow.
Well, I'm a little disappointed because, 37% of the time, passing downs and pass plays, the Lions ran play action. And you kind of need a running back that's going to, threaten defenses to run play action. That's what I'm saying. Nobody fears DeAndre Swift or Roshan Johnson. So for getting a bruiser, someone to respect our running game like Giddens or Martinez would be the way to go for me.
Mm-hmm.
And in terms of the receivers, DK didn't make my top 10, but I feel you there, Aldo, with DK. I'm a fan of his as well. Torrey Horton from Colorado State is
I love him too. Yeah, he's on my list.
He's got some punt return ability as well. Big kid, 6'2". He's got some good length there as well, and gives you some wiggle after the catch as well. I'm just curious. You think they'll go another skill position here, or are they going to concentrate on the trenches, or maybe flip it around to some defensive players here? Yeah. I'll be curious to see where they go. I would assume that pick 109 is earmarked for a running back, and if it's DJ Giddens, I would be giddy. No pun intended there, but if they get DJ Giddens there,
Torrey Horton on my list there, my wish list. But
there it is. Yes.
We had Luther.
Guys, will they go another receiver? With going with Burton so early, I don't know. Could they?
No, I don't think so.
I think they have a better chance of going another tight end, maybe like a true blocking tight end, Jackson Hawes, guy Aldo likes a lot.
I would love that.
That could be a guy maybe like in the 6th, 7th round. If, they can go there with something like that. But I don't know if they go another receiver. That'll be interesting to see.
Like Hawes is a great blocker and none of that, but after the catch, he likes to run people over.
Yeah,
he's got some nasty innings after the catch run.
Cloudy introduces an interesting thought here. There's been reports that Breece Hall is on the trading block. What do you guys think about potentially the Bears trading for Breece Hall? You could probably get him for that 6th round draft pick that you have.
I wonder.
I don't think you get him for 6th round pick, Aldo.
Really?
He might cost us the 109 pick.
Okay.
But
maybe. I would think like more 3rd, 4th round. Yeah, because he's coming off a decent season. He's coming 2 years ago. It was the ACL injury.
Yep.
So he gives you some of that. Obviously, you saw him. He was in your backyard, right? In Ames, Iowa, there at Iowa State.
Receiver.
Yeah, good receiver. It gives you some of that big play potential there as well. So, I'm just
how
curious.
much he's lost since the injury, Danny.
Yeah, usually it takes him about a year to recover from the ACL injury. So, whatever he did last year, and I don't have his stats here in front of me right now, but we could see tomorrow. Could be some trades for veterans, right? Kirk Cousins could be something out there that the name's been floated out there, and rumors are he's waiting to see the team he goes to because he has a no trade clause, right? So he's not going to accept a trade to a team that just drafted a quarterback. So that's one of the reasons why that supposedly rumors are like he's been waiting to see what happens in the draft before he allows the Falcons to trade him to a team. So maybe Cleveland could be in the mix there. With Pittsburgh not picking up a quarterback, seemingly, you would think that they might be in the mix there. We'll see what happens. It's going to be interesting. I'm just going back to the Bears real quick. You guys would think, right? Running back has been earmarked for that pick 109. Right?
I would agree.
They must have seen the board and how it was kind of running, and then they kind of figured that they had a couple guys there that they would have been good with. So if that's the case, like at 109, like I said, what's up, DJ Giddens, Taj Brooks? I think both those guys would be nice compliments in here. Good in between the tackles, runners, good vision in traffic.
Yep.
Go ahead.
They might even go take 2 or 1 and an undrafted free agent or 2 just to get some competition in there,
Yeah, and obviously right now on the roster currently, obviously DeAndre Swift and Roshan Johnson. I believe they were signed. Homer's more of a special teams kind of guy.
Yep.
The gentleman that got hurt last year, I know Ian Wheeler is on the practice squad. So obviously they got some options there, but you would think they'd want to, they'd want to fortify the position. So I assume pick 109 would be a running back, but we'll see how the board shapes up here as the night concludes.
Watch him take Scatabo, Aldo.
Oh,
That fan favorite out there.
yeah.
Danny, can you give us a little Scatabo talk?
Scatabo is a guy that I'm telling you, like this year, coming into this season, he was a guy that I actually liked last year. And but everyone that I kind of asked about, he's like, he's too slow, he's too big and sluggish. But he was told by Arizona State's coaches that if you want to play next year, you're gonna have to trim up. And he came in ripped. I mean, he came in ripped, and he did what he did this past season. So, talk about some guy that really has, that desire to be an NFL type running back. It's just he didn't run a 40. At least I haven't seen anything published in terms of what a 40 time. So speed, long speed is this question that we took a look at, and I think he's a guy that brings you some in terms of a pass catcher out of the backfield. Tremendous season last year, but I just it's hard for me to see him being a bell cow type of running back at the NFL. I could be wrong.
I agree.
But I love the kid in terms of his effort, his desire, his want to. So I think that's a lot of teams are going to like that as well about him. But we'll see how it turns out. But not running the 40, that was one of the biggest questions I had about him is his speed, his deep speed. And he was able to run a 40. I believe he was dealing with an injury, if I'm not mistaken. So.
Yeah, I think they're going to take someone like Giddens or Martinez, but I could see them taking a home run hitter, like Rashard Smith or what's the other kid's name? Jaden Blue.
Mm-hmm. That's
Jaden Blue is exciting. And I talk about if you added Jaden Blue to this offense after you added Colston Loveland to tight end, Luther Burden to the receiver group, and a Jaden Blue to the offense. Now you're talking about adding some weapons in terms of speed. Yeah. That's where you got some exciting, and you have DJ Moore, and you have Zacchaeus, and you have Roma Dunze. You got some weapons there for Caleb and for Ben Johnson to get creative with. Jaden Blue would be a very exciting pick in the same. They still have a 5th round pick, right? They have a 5th, and they still have one 7th rounder.
Yeah. So Danny, could they be looking at Jaden Blue as their Jahmyr Gibbs?
They could use Jahmyr Gibbs as a weapon. So, right, remember when Ben Johnson, then when they drafted Jahmyr Gibbs, they saw him more as a weapon, not just a running back.
He became much more, though.
Yeah, I could see him using Jaden Blue as a weapon. And I could see him, again, if you give him a small crease, Blue's got that tremendous burst and speed to get through that first and second level, and he is gone. He is a home run hitting threat every time he touches the ball. So that's where that would be, a guy you can get the ball in his hands, maybe, I don't know, 10, 15 touches a game, and add that speed.
That's what they're looking for.
Playmaking, game breaking speed on the either as in the backfield, or even flank him out as a receiver as well. I mean, you can get creative with a guy that talented. So
now you can run some play action if you have Jaden Blue. It's going to force the defense.
You can always run play action. You can always run play action. That's what frustrated me about the previous, like Getsy, and even last year's offensive, like just the threat of a play action, just for even if they don't respect your running backs, they still have to respect the fact that you're going to hand the ball off, right? So even that just gives you your quarterbacks some time there, like a split second that pauses that second level, and you can always go back and make plays behind the secondary. So again, that's why it was so frustrating when the last couple of seasons, none of these offensive coordinators, even when Getsy was here and they were successful in terms of running the game and running the ball. Aldo and I and John would talk after the game. I'm like, you were running the ball. Why did you stop running the ball? It just felt like, again, in the previous regimes, they just had no real game plan in terms of how to successfully run an offense. And hopefully with Ben Johnson, what he's been saying so far, it's all going to start and up front and with the play action and Caleb under center. And that's what I love to see.
And Tooch, the analytics support what Danny is saying. It says that you really don't have to be a good running team to have an effective play action game, because as Danny said, the linebackers still have to wait a split second to see if that's a fake or and it's just almost like muscle memory. But but it does help when you
Yeah.
have when you have running backs who are playing well. That's
Yeah.
better than not having them.
That's
Absolutely.
what I mean. I mean, of course you can run it, but if you're using the Detroit Lions as an analog for Ben Johnson's offense on the Bears, you would say a guy like Jaden Blue or Brashard Smith are these home run hitters that the Lions had with Jahmyr Gibbs. That was the point I was trying to make. If you're using the analog of the Detroit Lions, Luther Burden is kind of the Amon-Ra St. Brown,
Yes.
you know, and the other weapons he had. I mean, like you can say Colston Loveland is the Sam Laporta, you know. So he is trying to rebuild what he built in Detroit. But man, the Bears being a top offensive team would be something. We usually finish in the bottom half of the league in offense. Although,
Yeah, it's been a while, right?
yeah,
We have to go back to
Was it
yeah,
Trestman? Was it
yeah,
Trestman?
Trestman, yes.
Trestman. Yeah.
When you had Jay Cutler and McCown.
But then what happened when the offense got good? The defense sucked.
That's right.
Yeah.
Good old
Back
what's his name?
with Norv Turner and Marcus Robinson and was it Jeff Graham. That offense
That was a good
put
offense,
up some yards too.
no doubt.
Yeah, Eric Kramer, quarterback, right? That
Eric
was-
Kramer, yep, Eric Kramer.
So the Chargers have selected Jamari Caldwell.
Yeah, this is the guy you were talking about, Tooch, the other guy from Oregon. This is more of a nose tackle kind of guy, and of course he goes to a team that runs a 3-4 scheme. So, yeah, Caldwell, occupy blockers, a good run defender. Limited in terms of pass rush, but definitely a guy that's a space eater.
Where did he go, Danny?
Oregon. He
No,
played
no,
next.
no.
He played
Chargers.
Which NFL team did he go
Chargers.
to? The Chargers. Okay,
Jim Harbaugh.
okay, I see it there. All those got it up.
8.5 sacks, 16.5 tackles for loss in his career. Those were career highs last season that he set with Houston. 6.5 sacks, 8.5 tackles for
I
loss.
think he was with Houston prior to coming to Oregon. That was his career with Houston, and then he transferred to Oregon last year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you watch much tape of him, Danny?
Jamar, no, I didn't watch him because he was more of a nose tackle, 6'2", 300, almost 50 pounds. I think he was 342. I believe his number. It was he was more of a nose tackle, like a 3-4 nose guard.
Yep.
So
Do you think? The Bears still have, like I said, Jonathan Ford on the roster, who's 6'5", 340, roughly, to play nose.
Who came from the Packers, right?
He came from the Packers, but a couple games last year, man, when he had some hit, man, it was a loud crack you could hear, like from the field on the broadcast, just a whack.
Yeah,
So,
indeed.
That's a dude I talked about last season. Why I'm not too worried about them taking a nose tackle.
Yeah, he's got a little promise to him. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
Speaking of the Packers, their pick is in, and so any minute now we'll know if they've drafted another wide receiver just to rub it into Aaron Rodgers. So, man, I am so glad I didn't go up to Lambeau for this draft with all those annoying Packer fans. That would have been the death of me.
I was listening to something on the radio. It was a Sirius XM radio, and they said something in regards to the sanitation system in Green Bay, that after a Sunday Packers game, it takes them I don't know how many hours to drain the system. And now they're talking about, you guys are gonna have 200,000 people 3 nights in a row. What the hell are you gonna do there in terms of the sewage system? So so Green Bay was a little funky. We know what happened there.
That's hilarious. Tooch, was it you that sent me a video of what, because the Lambeau is close to residential areas, residential homes, and so
I don't
people
remember that.
pay for parking, and park for $200. So
Yes, $180 to parking. No, $100 to park. Park and pee was $180. So they'll let you go inside the house, or if they have a porta potty in the back, that you can pee as well. Well, what the
Jesus.
hell?
I'm not going to do that if the Bears move Darlington Heights.
I
All right,
send
so-
Aldo a lot of stuff at 3 a.m. though.
Yes,
Danny.
you do.
I'm like,
Savion Williams from
The fact that
TCU.
you were
Right.
thinking about Aldo at 3 o'clock in the morning, Twitch is a little.
That is a little
you're
concerning.
always on my mind. You're always on my mind.
Savion Williams was a guy who was
Yeah.
really intriguing because of his height and his
Yeah,
ability
so
to get
quarterback.
open.
He played
I
quarterback.
liked him. I liked him a little bit more in Jack Bash, to be honest with you guys. I mean, that you know, that size and the ability to speed to separate as well. But obviously, he's a guy big catch radius and go up and pluck a ball out of the air. So he was a guy I liked him a lot. But he's more of an outside gadget kind of guy. So Packers got him. So that's a second. You're right. Did you just call that, Aldo? He said
I
second
did.
receiver?
Well, I did.
Wow.
I said it as a joke, but I didn't know for sure that they were going to do it.
Can I tell you a Savion Williams story, Aldo?
Please do.
So he's a former quarterback. Now that his coaches at TCU claimed he could throw the ball farther than any of the quarterbacks on the TCU roster. They said he could almost throw the ball 100 yards, Danny.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is wild.
TCU would use him to throw some passes on the Wildcat or on trick plays.
Man, there you go. Well, it's interesting because the Packers have invested a lot of mid-round picks, second, third, fourth round picks on wide receivers. They got one in the first round, Matthew Golden. They've got one now in the third round. They're definitely rehabbing the wide receiver room over there. They've definitely added some competition with those two guys. So we'll make a team.
Many wide receivers last year. They had like
Christian Watson tore his ACL in the Bears game.
Yeah,
he tore his ACL in that Bears game, the last game of the season. So he's probably going to be off for most of the season.
Most of the season. Okay, so they still had Jaden Reed, pretty good wide receiver, Dontavian Wicks, and Romeo Dobbs.
And then remember, Dobbs is suspended for conduct detrimental to the team last year.
I didn't know that. And then there's another guy too, like a Mississippi State wide receiver. I forget his name. They have a buttload of players.
But like Ben Johnson's doing, you can't ever have enough weapons, man.
Okay.
Well, and again, the problem with the Chicago Bears is, do they have enough offensive line depth? They signed the 3 interior guys, 2 via trade, 1 free agent acquisition. Those guys, are they going to stay healthy? Are they going to play well? Is there going to be adequate competition for those guys to stay at their top? Are they happy with guys like Bill Murray as a backup offensive guard? Or are they going to address that tomorrow, day 3 of the draft, where they have now 4 picks?
That's a good question, and that's something that I assume with the new coaching staff, they're going to want to come in and they're going to want to get their guys in. So Bill Murray's a guy that last year when he played, I mean, he was okay, right? He didn't go out there and embarrass himself at left guard, but unfortunately he got hurt there as well. So it's a great question. Although I assume they're going to want to fortify their offensive line with some young guys, but we've talked about this before, right? You can't fill all your needs in one draft or one off season. So I think what they did up front with the free agent signing and the trade, I think that gives them some breathing room, if you will, to say, all right, we can maybe, step back a little bit, not, but if there's a great value of some out there, like for example, like a Miles Frazier falls to them, I think that they could jump over that guy and he can, back up multiple spots. But I think what they're trying to do is set up something. Tackle was a very important thing, right, for me, right? And I think for them as well, where they brought the kid Trapillo. He's got some experience at left tackle. I think he's going to be given an opportunity to go in there and battle Karan Armagaji and either for starting reps and also Darnell Wright back him up there as well. So the one thing we got to remember is Braxton Jones, from what we're told, Braxton Jones will not be able to get on the football field until August, right, from that broken ankle. So you're talking about missing all of OTAs, missing most of training camp, and now we're going into the preseason, and this is when Braxton Jones is coming off that injury. It's hard for me to sit there and say, all right, Karan Armagaji is the only healthy left tackle on this roster. So that's why whether it's Trapillo or it's somebody else that they pick up in terms of veteran free agency or later on tomorrow or whatnot, you got to bring in competition for that side, and preferably you want a guy that could back up multiple spots. And I think with Trapillo, we talked about it earlier, right, when he got drafted. He's played left tackle. He's played right tackle. He's started at left guard and he started at right guard. So I think that's the type of offensive line versatility that they were looking for. So I think, he's a guy that fits a lot of what they were looking for. And then we also have Ryan Bates still there. You mentioned Bill Murray. Bates can back up multiple spots at center and guard as well. So, they might feel better about their offensive line than we do, to be honest with you.
We do.
Yeah, I agree with that. Definitely. I think They feel confident, and when they feel confident, or I should say, when Ryan Post feels confident, I feel unconfident.
Yeah, me too. I was going to say the wheels are coming off, Aldo.
That's right.
Danny, I totally agree with what you just said. I mean, they didn't feel comfortable with if anything happened to Braxton Jones going with Karan Amagaji, and that's it. But I don't know. Do you know anything about the Canadian Eagle? That Theo Benedet's the guy from Hard Knocks last year.
Other than just last year, you know, I really didn't
Right.
know much about him. Yeah.
I don't know anything about him. I don't know if he's good. I haven't watched any of his game film or tape. He didn't get to play in the preseason because he was injured in training camp.
Right.
Or injured in the first preseason game, I think.
Yeah, it was the first preseason game. When I spoke with Emery Hunt just a few days ago, he actually brought up Theo 2 or 3 times, and he spoke highly of him. He said, this guy's promising. You know, I saw him play a number of games in college football, and I thought the Bears did a really nice job picking him up, so I wouldn't count him out for 2025. So we'll see what he does.
Yeah, but I think Trapilo was a pretty good pick, though, like Danny said.
I agree. I think it was a quiet, nice pickup.
Quietly a good pick. Yep.
Yeah, I know on TV they compare him to Rob Havenstein, the right tackle from the Rams. I think he's better than that potentially.
Yeah,
so I think he could play. Again, he's so sound in terms of his technique and stuff. You know, athletically he might not be a great left tackle prospect, but I think just the way he plays in terms of his technique, I think it's just so sound that, you know, hopefully he could, you know, flip over to the left side and be a potential starting left tackle for you.
Let's see. We've
catch us up, Aldo, on the draft.
All right, I can do that.
Question for you guys: tomorrow with pick 109, other than running back, is there another position you would want them to target?
I'd have to look and see like who
defensive tackle.
I have like so Jordan Birch, Nick Scorton, JT Tuamalo are gone. Braden Swinson is still there. Damian Martinez at running back is good. Let's see. Man.
Can I give you a name of someone that I'm intrigued by? But I don't know about 109. 109, maybe.
Right.
Jack Sawyer from Ohio State.
Yeah. I was going to mention him. I like Jordan Phillips from Maryland. Man, I think
but that's not defensive tackle. We just took
Shamar Turner.
Yeah, that's true.
So, but I think edge would probably be the play. And some pass rush juice from the defensive end.
Antonio brings up the William and Mary offensive tackle Charles Grant, the Notre Dame safety.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I'll finish.
No, I was just gonna say Xavier Watts still available, so that's interesting. Go ahead, Danny. What were you gonna say about Grant?
Charles Grant is a very intriguing prospect, but he's more of a developmental prospect. He's got the size, the length, the athletic ability to play left tackle in the league, no doubt about it. I watched him against Townsend. He looked like he was, you know, the next coming of Jackie Slater. But then you put him against Coastal Carolina, a little bit of better competition. Yeah. And you saw him struggle there in terms of hand usage. And he's a guy that was I believe was a former wrestler. So he got a late start in terms of football, right? So he's still developmental, but he's got all the traits that you want to see in your left tackle. He looks the part. He looks like an NFL left tackle. It's just that you bring him in and you have to develop him. You can't just throw him out to the wolves like you did Karan Amagaji last year. So I think that's a guy, if he's available, 5th round area, I believe they still have a 5th round pick, which is 148. That'd be a nice developmental left tackle prospect for them to bring in. I'd be very excited to have him in the pipeline here, being coached up and getting stronger and being made into an NFL tackle.
So he's kind of in that Braxton Jones
Amagaji mold.
Yeah. Well, who's the guy that Phil Toshin ran out of town?
Charles Leno.
Yeah, he's kind of in that mold, right?
I'm pulling up my notes on him right now. You guys go ahead and talk. I'll pull up my notes.
It's going to take some time. I would like to see him go edge rusher, like Danny said, if it's not going to be running back. But they definitely, I would like to see him take a couple running backs. I'm not impressed with our running back room. I don't really think we have any good ones.
Yeah,
now.
And regarding Xavier Watts, just to jump around here a little bit, Antonio is probably right. He has dropped because that knee, the medicals on it had to have been concerning
for Xavier Watts.
Xavier Watts,
okay.
Yeah. So
yeah, I mean, a lot of these safeties are injured, like Danny said, like Watts and Winston.
Anytime you see guys drop like that, good guys, yeah.
Can I put my vote in for drafting a healthy one, Aldo?
Yeah, please.
So the one going back to Grant real quick, guys, I got my notes here on him.
Yeah.
He's 5'3", 11, 34 3/4 inch arm length, 10 1/4 inch hand size, ran a 1.80 10-yard split. He was a high school wrestler who picked up football as a junior in high school. So he's got a late start. He was an all-state, actually regional champion at 240 pounds in high school as a junior. So it was a 0-star recruit, obviously, because he was a wrestler. No one saw him as a football player. Gets to William Mary. He's a 3-year starter left tackle. A team captain, a terrific guy off the field. This is a guy who saved someone's life because he signed up to be a bone marrow donor. And he saved a 29-year-old's life because he signed up to be a donor. So he's a terrific character off the football field. But size, length. My notes here says the size, the length looks like an NFL tackle, like I told you guys earlier. Good bend, good balance. Quick to elevate to the second level. Easy mover, fluid in terms of his movement skills, either at the line of scrimmage or at the next level. Can flip his hips and into the gap and seal off backside pursuit. This guy looks like a total outside zone, inside zone type of left tackle. But again, still developing. Some of that power is not there in terms of could get bull rushed into the quarterback. A lot of times his hands are late in terms of his technique. Shooting his hands, protecting his chest. He will allow the guys to get into his chest and walk him back into the quarterback and get bull rushed. So technique, stuff like that. Again, just a young developing kid, but really, really good in terms of intriguing, in terms of traits and athletic ability and all that stuff. I can tell you, looks like an NFL tackle. Just needs more seasoning. That's all he needs.
Yeah,
there you go.
Some people say he might be maxed out at 300 of his size where he is now, but
311 right now.
Yeah, occasional anchor strength questions though.
That's where he's got to protect his chest and he's got to get stronger in his core. So Emory Jones just went right now. Emory Jones, the tackle, listed here as guard. So the NFL has got him here listed as a guard, went to the Ravens.
Yeah. So another good Ravens pick, Aldo.
How about it?
What the heck? Who's drafting? Danny, who's the drafter over there at Baltimore?
It was DaCosta. Eric DaCosta took over for
Eric DaCosta. That's right.
Took over for I'm drawing name in the blank. That tight end.
I know, me too.
Ozzie Newsome.
Thank you,
Ozzie Newsome.
Ozzie Newsome, and there was another guy though too that was in there. Scott Pioli, is that?
Scott Pioli was Kansas City.
Kansas City.
Well,
okay.
initially with the Patriots and Kansas City.
Patriots, okay. Right. Good draft.
And that's where Poles got to start under Scott Pioli in KC.
Okay, that's what I'm thinking. I was trying to wonder. I was trying to think about why the Steelers took Caleb Johnson. Then I remembered that Najee Harris signed with the Chargers, and that's why they took a running back. But not a good pick for the Steelers. I mean,
we have a quarterback selection. It's not Shedeur Sanders.
It's Jalen Milroe.
Oh, my goodness.
To the Seahawks. Wow, okay. So backing up.
Wow.
Shedeur is going to drop out of the third round, probably.
Yep. So Sam Darnold.
Wow.
And as Cloudy Future points out to us, Mel Kiper is going off. He said, I'll tell you what, Shedeur makes no sense to me. I mean, we could go 102 picks and end today without Shedeur Sanders being picked. That's nonsensical. This kid should have been a first-round draft choice. Mel Kiper defending his – yeah. Kiper had him ranked number 1 overall among all his quarterbacks, so I could see why he is pissed off. And frankly, he's not exceptional at any one thing, but when I talked with Emory Hunt, he pointed out, the dramatic comebacks that he had, the poor offensive line that he had, the fact that he led Jackson State's program to the top and then did the same thing with the Colorado program. This guy has a resume that is impressive. And if people are so afraid of his father being intrusive, he responded to that, Shedeur himself, saying, hey, he's my dad. He's doing what a dad should do, which is to promote me and to protect me. So it does seem like a sad story. And maybe there's something else going on, some behind-the-scenes stuff that will be revealed later. But right now, it looks like a total fiasco.
The floor is high, like you said, Aldo, Danny. The floor is high for Shedeur. Maybe people just weren't in love with the ceiling. Like you said, he doesn't do anything spectacularly, but he's solid at everything else.
The one thing that confuses me with Shedeur is that they say, oh, he's not the traits, the physical traits aren't great. He doesn't use his legs to run and be a dual threat. Well, when there's a dual threat quarterback guy who runs, they say, oh, we want to make him into a pocket passer. You got to win from the pocket. Shedeur wins from the pocket.
It's so true.
So it's if you're a great scrambler, they want you in the pocket. If you're a pocket passer, they want you to be able to scramble. So that's what makes no sense to me. You put on his tape. Yeah, does he hold on to the ball a bit too long? Yeah. Does he try to buy some more time and take some sacks? Sure, but that's something you can coach out of him. That's something you can coach out of him. But like Aldo said, the late comebacks, right? The anticipation, the throws, the accuracy he has, in terms of his, and then the leadership in terms of, you saw him at the Pro Day, all those receivers rallying around him. And again, to me, I didn't do a deep dive into the quarterbacks because I know the Bears weren't going to draft a quarterback, but just kind of like, I've overlooked on all the quarterback class. They're nothing. I understand why Ward went first, mainly because of the physical traits there that Shedeur might not have, but still, that's a big gamble for me too as well, to take the first overall pick and take a kid like Cam Ward, who it's to me it's a huge gamble, right? There's no guarantees there either, but if you're in day 3 here and you have no quarterbacks, if you're Pittsburgh or if you're Cleveland, and you're not gonna take this kid, it's mind-boggling.
To me, Cam Ward has a much bigger arm, and he will run around. His physical. He's got the escapability of run around, back up, extend the play, and that's why Tennessee fell in love with him. The Jalen Milroe people might be thinking, the same thing with the running around. Milroe is a good running quarterback. Whether or not he's got an accurate arm is debatable, though.
Well, that's the problem. Yeah, with Milroe, he's a rebate athlete. He ran a 4.3 4.40, but his accuracy, decision making just really tailed off towards the end of last season, and it's really like someone that he's a guy that you can take in and just coach up, and eventually, hopefully, he's a starting quarterback. But I would assume right now that they'll may put in some packages for him, like running packages, to use him there in Seattle. But just the fact that no one took Shedeur Sanders. Okay, first round, fine. Okay, I could see it. Second round, third round. Pittsburgh will, pass on him for Caleb Johnson. It's unless they have a guarantee from some quarterback, whether it's the hippie Aaron Rodgers or Kirk Cousins. I don't get it. I don't understand.
Yeah.
Jonas Sanker is off the board. The Saints have selected the safety.
Good player, good tackler.
Yeah, Danny liked him a lot.
Yep.
Yeah, he was a safety guy that I saw there. So I saw more again day 3, but yeah, he goes here with the Saints. So another one that's got a really good off the field, story in terms of some heartwarming stuff that he's done with his family and friends. He was close to. I remember a couple. I think it was a year ago. That shooting at Virginia, where 3 players lost their lives, and a couple of them were his friends. So he's been through a lot there as well. But he's a pretty good story. When I put his tape on, the first player I thought was like a Jaquan Brisker type. So I think if you want to eventually replace maybe Jaquan Brisker, why not bring a kid that kind of looks and plays like him as well? So
the Saints took the safety, right, Jonas Sanker. They traded away Marshawn Lattimore. I'm surprised they haven't taken a cornerback yet.
Yeah, interesting. Antonio, I do not agree with that. Antonio says he's not joking. If Shedeur Sanders is there for the Bears at 109, he would take him. You can't do that. It would be too disruptive for Caleb. You don't want Caleb is in a really intensive year of growing and learning this new system and so forth. Dumb. You want to support him. That's why they brought in Case Keenum. Case Keenum is not going to see a snap in the game. He's there to help Caleb do better under center and take snaps.
Tyson Bagent is still there too.
Yeah, and Tyson Bagent is a solid backup who I would feel comfortable. I would feel comfortable if Tyson had to play 2 or 3 games.
It's the same guy who thinks Ashton Genty sucks, so it's not surprising.
Yeah, Cloudy Future says he sees a rumor that Dylan Gabriel is going to the Browns with this next pick. If that's true, Mel Kiper's going to have
Yeah, right.
He's going to lose the remaining hair he has.
Dylan Gabriel, really?
I'm left-handed myself, so I don't mind. I love to see those lefty quarterbacks.
Did anybody take Tyler Shough, right? Someone took Tyler Shough.
Yeah, Saints.
The Saints took Tyler Shough.
Yeah, second round.
Jeez, that's right.
Yep.
Early in the second round, right?
And they're not playing for
Will Howard. I bet you this could be a Will Howard pick.
Will Howard is there. Yeah, because they're moronic. Antonio. Sorry. You did it to yourself.
Antonio, you need to come on and debate the Tooch. We'll
Come on.
have a pay-per-view.
I don't debate cupcakes.
Oh! Shots fired. Shots fired.
Is there something I should know here? Is there something going on?
On Tuesday's show, Antonio and Tooch went at it regarding Ashton
He said
Genty.
Ashton Genty sucks.
Yeah.
He's a bust. He'll be terrible. He's only like the top, one of the top 5 players rated by every NFL draft analyst out there.
I'll have to
Yeah, he
check that out,
sucks.
Brandon. Brandon, we will have that all cut together for tomorrow's.
Is that
Yeah, so I don't know exactly what he means by diabolical,
Play
but I
that
can't wait to see it.
Play that tomorrow.
is that a good diabolical or a bad diabolical?
I hope it's a good diabolical.
think
Knowing
it's
Brandon, I think it's a good diabolical. Antonio says, Tooch, I like you, but you hate me.
I don't hate them. I'm joshing.
I think it's time we
I
get
like all of our
Antonio and
barflies. I
Tooch
like
in
the
the room,
best balls.
hash
though.
things out. How about
That's right.
we get Tooch and Antonio in the room, we hash things out.
Yeah,
You guys hug, kiss,
I
make
will
up whatever
hug.
you guys prefer.
Hug for sure.
yeah. Tooch is
I
a
hug it
hugger.
out. I'm not afraid of a hug. I love hugs.
I love hugs too,
What was I going to say?
especially when they're free.
The remaining teams for Shedeur Sanders, though, is intriguing to me. I'm trying to think of. I mean, the Giants. When do the Giants pick next? Day 3.
Dylan Gabriel goes to the Browns.
Oh my gosh, you were right.
Oh,
Wait, who had that
my
comment?
Cloudy future,
I
of
think it was
course.
Cloudy future.
Who had the comment? A cloudy future. Wow.
Yeah. He said he heard a rumor, and that
Wow.
has been confirmed now. The Browns indeed have
Damn.
selected Dylan Gabriel.
Wow, why would you
At-
not take Shedeur?
At this point, you have to wonder
something-
what
something's
Deion
wrong,
Sanders is going to say.
He must have had terrible interviews with
Yeah.
NFL teams. That's the only thing I can think of right now.
What I heard is that he came off as cocky,
That's what I heard. Yeah.
very
But
confident.
don't you kind of
himself.
like that though for a quarterback?
I would think so.
Yeah,
I would think so.
Danny, I can't figure it out, man.
I'm shocked. I really,
I'm shocked,
I really
too.
I don't get it. Like
Here's the other issue that might play into this, and I might have a tweet that could be a part of this. Yeah, this was Jay Glazer. He says, interesting thing came up in my draft prep calls. For years, teams have pulled players off the board for injury concerns or character concerns. A third category reason has been added, and most teams I talked to had guys off their board because they didn't love football. This was the first year it was so prevalent. I asked around why that is, and the thought was because of the NIL money. Guys have already been paid, and some feel like they don't need to grind to get paid. So the guys who love football are probably appreciated more. Just an interesting tidbit to pass along. And I'll add to that other people have said that some of these NIL agreements had clauses like it. I don't practice on Thursdays, or I want this in my locker room. You know, ridiculous demands that for football coaches, that's what drove Nick Saban away
Nick
from
Saban
coaching.
left because of that. Yeah.
And so now professional teams might have seen Sanders' NIL agreement and said, holy shit, what is in here? So some enterprising reporter needs to get his hands on that NIL agreement, and maybe that's part of this.
Although this is so fascinating because for so many years we had said we think college players should get paid.
Yes.
For college athletes should get paid. Now that they're getting paid, everyone's like, we should have never done this. Right?
That's right.
You know, and the NIL is ruining the game, you know, and stuff. Now we're seeing it come to fruition and stuff, and I can appreciate it, but it obviously grew into a beast they couldn't control.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but maybe just a set salary for college kids where they're earning like, you know, $1,000 a week or something.
Yeah,
No,
that
2,000
might be a
week.
better approach.
No.
Yes.
Because they still have to. It's out of, and then colleges lose the players they want because another college that has money is gonna, you know, the big programs are just gonna dominate. So the competition becomes you know, slanted or off kilter. You know, the money teams getting all the talent.
the one thing with Vegas got back-to-back picks here, and I've always thought Vegas was the safe landing spot for Shedeur Sanders. So let's see what Vegas does here. They're like they have the two right before the last 3 picks in the third round. So Vegas passes on him twice in the third round. There's got to be something like maybe all those onto something in terms of like something off the field. And I didn't. And the whole Deion Sanders thing really kind of boggles my mind because I didn't think that would be an issue. But
let me pull up the Raiders depth chart: Geno Smith, Aiden O'Connell, and Carter Bradley. So I mean, I could see him taking Shador as a backup.
Right, and remember, him and Tom Brady have a relationship. You know, they work out together and all that stuff. So that's something where I can see Brady bringing him into the Raiders and let him sit behind Geno for a couple of years, and he can kind of take on his tutelage, if you will. And obviously, you're gonna have a Shador Sanders that's motivated here to prove all these people wrong.
Yeah.
So that's be interesting. If the Raiders pass on him these 2 picks here in the 3rd round.
Yeah, where's next then, Danny? It'll be the Giants,
CFL.
The Giants have not taken a quarterback yet. Am I correct or no?
Yeah, Giants took Jackson Dart last night.
Oh, they did. They took Jackson
Dart,
Dart.
right.
Okay.
All right, I
the
got
Giants,
the Luther Burden interview. If the audio works here, let's take a listen to it because it worked yesterday. So let's see what's going on here.
Unaware, I guess, but I'm super excited to be a part of the Chicago Bears.
Dan Reeder.
Hey, Luther, welcome to Chicago. First question is, what did you do last night? Did you go do a workout over there in the facility?
Yeah, I went to the facility to work out.
What was your mindset in that moment?
It was pretty much, I'm going to get some work where everybody celebrating, and I'm going to do the same thing tonight.
When you look at the 2 seasons, 23 and 24, how do you account for the dip in production this last season versus obviously what was a really standout year the year before?
I'll just say the opportunities given. There was a lot more opportunities, the year before my sophomore year, and I just said the opportunities I was given.
Zach Pearson.
Hey, Luther, congratulations. How much do you know about Caleb Williams, and has he reached out to you at all?
I haven't checked my phone really, but I know a lot about him. Me and him were supposed to be teammates before, so the world works in mysterious ways. So I'm excited to finally unite with him and get to work.
Pat Finley.
How were you guys supposed to be teammates?
At Oklahoma.
What did you know about him back then, and have you kept an eye on him in the years since?
Yeah, I definitely try to not keep in touch, but I definitely follow him. We follow each other, on social media and stuff, and I watch a lot of his games because he's his #1 pick, and he's been nice since I've known him, so I'm definitely a big fan of him, and excited to get to work with him.
Herb Howard.
Lou, you spent 3 years in high school at Ritter Prep, and then you transferred to East Saint. What was that transition like, and what was the reason for the move?
Transition was amazing. Being a part of Eastside, was great, and it was a great opportunity, to showcase my skills against, better competition. And the reason I went because so I go to school early, so I can go to college in the spring.
Okay, so I have to say
not
this.
The best soundbite, although.
Yeah, is Ben Johnson trying to get Ryan Poles fired?
Well, the other thing is, guys, I'm sorry, go ahead, finish.
No, I was just saying that was strange. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, that was awkward, first of all. He's a man of not many words, is what I would say there. But the one thing that the Bears have, and I think obviously we'll have to see if this plays out. The one thing the Bears have this year they didn't have in the past is a receivers coach like Antoine Randall L.
Yes.
And if he can get a kid like Jameson Williams, who was known for not always running the right routes and being a little bit out there, whatever, to get him to succeed, I think this is where Ben Johnson and the rest of the staff could be putting their faith in Antoine Randall and saying, all right, this is a kid that's talented. Let's see what you can do with this guy and bring your best out of him. Because remember, Antoine Randall he told the media he has hopes of being a head coach one day. So this is I think a good case study and see what can Antoine Randall do with a talented kid like Luther Burden.
Indeed. He's got two talented kids now, Roma Dunes, young talented kids, and Roma Dunes and now Burden. So if he can get high production out of those two guys, it will certainly help his career. My concern is when I hear him say that, and then later in that press conference, he did reveal that the Bears had no contact with him during the pre-draft process. Do the Bears really know what they're getting, and I'm not going to judge a guy just based on the fact that he is being, that way, whatever way you want to describe it in a press conference, but it is a little concerning. Doesn't, like the East Aaron says, does it sound like he really likes football or loves football? Didn't to me.
Yeah, that's a great point you raise, Aldo, because maybe they didn't expect him to be there and they didn't really, call him in, interview him, get to know him. I'm sure they did some homework. I don't know whether they didn't know the personality. They're like, oh, whoa, Luther Burden is still here, at 39. Was it 39?
Yeah, 39.
Yeah, Luther Burden is still here at 39. We got to take him.
Yeah, and he was headed for the first round, but it was about the middle of the college football season where his production dropped off and he started to fall on the boards of many, according to Mel Kiper and Field Yates on their first draft podcast.
It'll be interesting to hear what the Bears say when they wrap up this post-draft.
Yep.
Yeah, for me, Burden was one of the top receivers coming into this class, and like you said, although he was a guy projected to go high or mid to high in the first round, and then all of a sudden it tailed off, and when we had our guest on our Draft on Tap show, I asked him, Eric at home, I asked him, I said, you're a Missouri guy, give me some, what happened to Luther Burden? It just looked like, even watching his tape, and I'm like, well, maybe it's the route tree. They didn't expect him to run a lot of route trees. There are certain times when it felt like, right, I'm just watching tape. It felt like when the play wasn't designed to go his way, his effort getting into the routes would not maximum effort there as well. So, I don't know if it was a disconnect, whatever happened back there, but this is the kid could be nervous. I'm with you, Aldo. He could be nervous. He might not be a guy that's really, he saw him rocking back and forth. He's a guy that could not be maybe media savvy or whatnot, but but the kid's talented. The kid's talented. He can make things happen with the ball in his hands. So this is the case for Antoine Randall and the coaching staff, that the faith that Ben Johnson has in that coach, and say, all right, let's do something here with this kid.
Indeed. Kay reminds us that it's easy to confuse shyness with arrogance, and that's pretty much what Danny was just saying. But yeah, we're not going to make any judgments on him. We just want, the fact that he went to work out yesterday after the disappointment of not being drafted in round one is a great sign. So we'll hear more about Luther Burden and from Luther Burden on tomorrow's podcast. I'm sure the Bears will introduce him to the media formally either tomorrow or on Sunday or Monday.
The one thing that, if he's disappointed that he dropped, maybe because he didn't go in the first round, but, he went 39th overall. It's not like
that's not bad.
Shedeur falling into third, possibly fourth round. I mean, he went second round, top of the second round. So
did it end already, the third round?
No, the Raiders are
because all the compensatory picks. That's right.
So Raiders took Caleb Rogers, which is this tackle, I believe, out of Texas Tech, with their first two. So now there's a third round pick. If this is not Shedeur, that's a rough.
And the Texans before that took Jalen Smith. I think we talked about that. And the Falcons got Xavier Watts. Great disappointment.
They traded up for him too.
Yep. The Patriots chose that center, Jared Wilson.
Yeah. Patriots. Yep.
So lots of intriguing names still out there. The Raiders with 2 picks. They have
Who
to
did the Raiders take again?
Caleb Rogers, tackle.
Right, the offensive tackle, Texas Tech.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and that we've known all along that if the Bears miss out on days 1 and 2, with a running back that they could make up for it with all the talent available in day 3. So it'll be interesting to see if they attack first that running back need, or might they go more trenches or even a safety tomorrow when the draft starts and they've got the 7th pick of that 4th round.
Yeah, just a couple of names off the top of my head, on my list. Obviously, DJ Giddens is a guy, that running back I like. Billy Bowman Jr. is safety, is a guy I like with Oklahoma. In terms of the defensive line, I got to take a look and see my list here. My PC froze on me, and I lost some of my information. But let me take a look and see who's available here still with the edge. In the edge group, if we're looking for edge guys, well, Jack Sawyer might be more of that 5th round guy. I know Savion Jones, someone they like in terms of the size and length, but he's a guy that production wasn't there, but his effort is always there, and he fits the profile in terms of length and athletic ability. But he's a guy also there's talk about maybe kicking him inside as a defensive tackle, so that could be something there to keep an eye on there too. Kyle Kennard is a long, lean 3-4 outside linebacker who I thought maybe could be a defensive end, but I think he's just too lean right now to be a defensive end as edge guy. Jared Ivey is the kid from Mississippi. Is a little interesting guy. Flashes here and there on tape, so you got to keep an eye on. I'm trying to see who else. More in that line of the later on in the draft, but this kid from Boise State, Ahmad Hassani. Really intrigued me in terms of at the East-West Shrine. Size is 6'2", 32-inch arms. Doesn't have the prototypical length that you would want, but his motor is always running. They're at a 4.7 740 with 1.7 a 10-yard split. So it may be that round 7. I think they have like the pick in the 7th round, I believe, right? So they have a pick in the 4th and a pick in the 5th. They're 148, and they have a pick in the 7th round. So I have 3 picks left. Maybe one of those picks that they can bring this guy in. Again, you're taking a flyer on a guy that flashes, but doesn't have all the measurables. So you maybe hit on that as well. But nothing's obviously a sure thing, right? So we'll see. Jack Sawyer is out there as well. Edge from.
Charles Grant goes to the Raiders in that 2nd pick.
There you go. So they got back-to-back offensive linemen. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like you said, Tooch.
No Shador?
No Shador, but you said earlier in the show that the Raiders were going to go after offensive linemen for Genty's sake and for their quarterback, who is not going to be Shador Sanders. By the way, there's a trade that has been announced with the Vikings. They made a trade to acquire another draft pick. I'm going to put up on the screen what that trade looks like. It is with the Texans, 102 overall pick. Oh, they're not adding any picks. They're just moving.
Last pick of the 3rd round.
Yeah, they're moving up in the 3rd round. 102 overall pick is what the Vikings are receiving, and 142 overall pick and giving the Texans their 97th and 187th. There
so
you
that
go.
pick was originally Jacksonville's, which was traded yesterday to Houston when Jacksonville moved, and then now it's Houston trades it to Minnesota, 102.
Yeah.
That's what
I
it says on NFL.
hate to see Charles Grant go here, man. Was hoping he'd last until tomorrow for the Bears, because that could have been a worthy pick. For some reason, I got just a gut feel about Charles Grant that he could be a good one. Like
pick is
Danny
in
was saying.
for Niners. I don't know.
No, he went to the Raiders. Charles Grant went to the Raiders.
Yeah.
Raiders. No, the Niners are pick is in.
Yeah.
After Grant.
After Grant, correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a nice developmental prospect that I liked a lot. I mean, like I tell you, it's you just give him to Dan Rochard, the offensive line coach. Say, hey, listen, you got everything here. You got the traits, you got the athletic ability, you got the feet, everything you want as a left tackle. Make him someone like a starter. And I think that's. But I'm curious if they saw him similar to like a Karan Armagaji, right, where he's got the traits and all that stuff. I think Grant might be a little more athletic, but Armagaji's got a little more size and length there as well, and he's been playing left tackle for a little bit longer. So. Maybe they see both players in kind of a similar vein, and that's why they figure we already got a developmental prospect here. We'll just go with Karan Armagaji there.
So, Danny, the Bears have had Braxton Jones for a number of years, and the last 2 drafts they've taken a left tackle. If you consider Ozzie Trapillo a left tackle, it has to spell the end for Braxton Jones, man.
I don't know.
Possibly.
They've tried to replace him 2 drafts in a row.
even if he's gone, I think, although you touched on it, whether it was last night or one of our Drafts on Tap shows, it's still a hit for Ryan Poles.
Yeah.
You know, you got a 5th round
5 years to play.
out of Southern Utah, and he started for you as a rookie and
for 4 years.
Yeah, and he's not all pro by all means, but he's serviceable, I'd say, right? At best, he's serviceable. So
yeah, it's a definite hit.
I think a healthy Braxton Jones, if he didn't get injured, I think a healthy Braxton Jones, I'd feel much better about this offensive line today, as you sit here, than I currently do, right? Yeah. Because of that uncertainty on that left side with that left tackle position, that's got me concerned. Now, is it as concerning as I was last year going into that season? No, because obviously they've put money and effort and fortified that front before Caleb Williams. And we talked about the tackles don't have to be great, they don't have to be all pros anymore. They got to be serviceable or a little bit better than average. And I think that you could do wonders with that, especially now you have a play caller that can hopefully design plays and that can hide some of the weaknesses of your tackles up front. So, but you can't have two. I think two young, unproven players, or at least one in this case, Karan Magaji battling, with no competition. I should say, with no competition at all. So you got to bring in someone to challenge him, whether it's the kid Trapilo we saw here, or talking about a veteran free agent. We'll see, but. Just to have security that in case, Amagaji gets injured or in case Amagaji doesn't pick up the system as we expected, we have to have someone here fallback. And the fact that Braxton Jones doesn't come back until August, to me, that's concerning.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Right, so you're the GM of the Bears, though, or not? You're not Ryan Poles, but you're the GM of the Bears. Are you re-signing Braxton Jones either before the season or after the season?
No, I'm not signing him before the season. There's no chance in hell I'm signing him before the season.
After the season,
I would see. I would see how he comes back from the ankle. How is he after the season? How is this new coaching staff? Do they like him? Do they not like him? I mean, that's going to go a lot in terms of determining whether I sign him or not. And obviously, if he has a great year and now he's definitely starting off tackle, and he goes out there and he makes money, and now we have Amagaji kind of getting taken the next steps, and we have Trapilo possibly coming in and challenging that as well. And then I'm more comfortable in terms of letting Braxton go. But as of right now, like if Braxton Jones was healthy, I still wouldn't sign him to an extension as of right now, because there's still a lot of things
about it, whether his anchor is.
Yeah, there's still questions about him for sure. But basically, he's an average, maybe depending on who you ask, maybe slightly above average, maybe slightly below average, however you want to call him. But he's an average, at worst, tackle, and I think you can always look to upgrade. I think that's what you always could do, is always look to upgrade. And we talked about it, yesterday, that this tackle didn't have a Joe Alt. I mean, this draft didn't have a Joe Alt. Didn't have a JC Latham. So it was hard, or Olu Fashanu, to bring in here and pick. Now Will Campbell, I think he's going to be a pretty good player. But every one of these tackle prospects had question marks, right? Campbell was arm length, and Membu was, in terms of his tape, you saw some of that lackadaisical movement there as well. So there were all question marks for all these guys. So there wasn't a surefire Joe Alt, like this guy's going to be a starting tackle for you for the years to come. So it's harder to kind of pinpoint that here in this draft. But if you can bring in a guy like a Trapilo, hopefully that can come in and at least develop and compete there, I might feel a little bit better about that. But you're always looking to upgrade that position, probably in the future.
Let's take a little bit of a listen to Shemar Turner, because Brandon Lawson is saying this guy, he wants to go out and run and get his jersey. Let's see what he's got to say.
They pick you, start looking for clips, and one of the reporters posted a video of Ole Miss old lineman kind of standing over you. You don't like dudes standing over you with their crotch in your face, huh?
No, sir, man. Hey, take your wins with your losses, man. Was placing my hands instead of putting them on them. He knocked him down. It was a good play on him. Just got to do better on that one, bro. Can't happen no more. It ain't going to happen the next level, bro. We gonna get paid. We're going to get right.
Dan Wiederer?
Oh, man.
Hey, Mark, a couple of questions for you. What went into the transition for you from edge to inside, and how did you handle that the best?
Really it was to get me drafted as high as I could possibly go, man. Especially knowing that I can play anywhere on the line, man. And I mean, the biggest transition was really playing double teams. and pass rushing in there, man. Everything just happens so much quicker. Guys are on you so much faster. So you have to throw your moves faster. And as far as combos, bro, you just getting thick and playing them, getting your stick foot in the ground and everything else like that. But I would say those were the biggest changes going inside.
What for you is the challenge of playing with that edge that you play with and making sure you keep it on the right side?
Man, playing with the edge, being an edgy guy, playing with fire like that is always good. But, you got to know how to control it, and you can't let it control you. So I feel like keeping it at a certain level, like right on the line. I can stay right on the line, but just don't cross it. And man, I have a great career, bro. Great career.
Yeah, he's an impressive guy. He's the opposite of a Luther Burgess.
Yeah, definitely. I like this. I love this attitude.
Everybody says violent play. Have you always played like that back in high school? And like, what does playing violent mean to you?
I mean, it means everything, bro. To me, you can't be a football player, especially a D lineman, putting your nose in there, putting your hand in the dirt, if you ain't got a little something to you, bro. So you always got to play with a little fire, with a little edge, bro. I feel like that's what makes football exciting too, Get to bounce around and, get your guys hyped up.
There you go.
That's what Greg Gabriel said. Gotta have that violence in you, a little bit of monster.
Indeed. Good. All right, goodbye, Lump. That was good stuff.
I think you nailed it. Was you with Aldo, or if it was John there? But what a total opposite of what we heard from Luther Burden. I think this guy's excited to be a Bear and he's getting ready to start. So hopefully, like I said, Luther was just shy and not prepared. In terms of the camera shyness. That's all it was.
Yeah.
The day 2 is over.
Day 2 is over.
Broncos
the last pick,
Savion Jones, the edge from LSU, and the Vikings, who traded back into the 3rd round, took Ty Felton, wide receiver from Maryland.
Oh,
speed guy, 6'1", almost 6'2", 183 pounds, 4.37 speed. They have another one. Caden Prater is another a receiver from Maryland that also could get consideration for tomorrow. But the Vikings I think traded up for this pick, I believe. If I'm not mistaken.
Traded back in. Yep.
Yeah, 4.37 speed. So some definitely got to go through tonight and see who's still out there, still available. But obviously, I think running back kind of jumps to the top of the list there tomorrow for that with that pick 109. And obviously, DJ Giddens, I think would be a hell of a pick at 109. Hopefully, he's still there.
Probably the best available for
Taj Brooks is still out there as well. We'll see what happens there. So Miles Frazier, if you're going to go offensive line, depth is there as well. Let's see. Joshua Farmer, that kid from Florida State, defensive tackle, big kid. Yep. Some that talk about, is he a 5 tech? Is he a nose tackle? Is he a one technique? So, but he's a big kid with a good length. Doesn't give you much in terms of a pass rush right now, but also one of those guys that can develop. So, for me, I think I'd definitely go with a running back, or at least target the running back tomorrow at pick 109.
Yep, and maybe another pick after that, the 7th rounder on UDFA.
I don't mind Jaden Blue in the 7th round, that's for sure.
Yep, me too. Rashard Smith, Jaden Blue, any one of those guys. Taj Brook, Jarquez Hunter.
Changers, yeah.
The news, though, hanging over this draft is still the slipping of Shedeur Sanders out of the 3rd round and into day 3.
Yes,
that's all we're going to hear about. That's all we heard about.
I know.
Yesterday and today, it's all we're going to be hearing about.
I got to stay off social media, but I don't want to read the sad. I feel bad for the kid. I think he's a way better player than where his position is.
Without a doubt, there's got to be something going on. Brandon, thank you very much for the donation. Let's go around the horn. Quick closing thoughts, because I got to be back here at 9 a.m. with Greg Gabriel. Tooch, we'll start with you, brother.
I'll be up early, too. I got to get my best available lists together, and Danny and I can compare notes tomorrow. Looking forward to it. I'll be here. I'll be up early and here, like 10:30 after you and Greg Gabriel are finished.
Perfect.
Great job, Aldo, with the graphics and the promotion, and Danny with the breakdowns. And looking forward to hearing some of the folks tomorrow breaking down some of these Bears players.
It's going to be a lot of fun tomorrow. Danny, final thoughts.
Yeah, so they attacked the trenches today, which was something that I think all of us were wanting and requesting. Obviously, with Isaac Trapilla, I think all three of us were pretty excited with that pick there. A guy that, again, athletically might not fit the profile that everyone likes, but man, he's a guy that really plays sound in terms of his technique and does a good job in terms of getting back to his set spots and pass protection. Has been a right tackle the last couple of seasons. That's where he's really excelled under Bill O'Brien and that NFL type offense out in Boston College, but has left tackle experience. So curious to see where they. I don't think they've spoken yet in terms of where they're gonna play him at when come training camp. So that's curious there. And Shamar Turner, you talked about him, in terms of a guy that's got the flashes on tape, man. Athletic ability, looks like a true 3 technique. It's twitchy as all heck, and that's what you want in your 3 technique. So plays with the edge, as we just talked about here with his interview. The medical thing, hopefully that'll clear that up here once they talk about that pick there. And Luther Burden, again, a guy that coming into the season was a highly touted receiver prospect, one that a lot of people thought going in the first round, maybe even the first receiver taken, but definitely fell on some hard times midway through that Missouri season and campaign this past year. And I think has tremendous potential in terms of bringing some of that deep speed, especially out of the slot position. 4.41 speed is what he brings there. And again, another guy that you get the ball in his hands in the open field and let him make guys miss and make create things with the ball in his hand and quick hitters and a perfect way to get the ball out of Caleb Williams' hands and get him into the hands of the playmakers. So that's a position, that slot position. That's why I focus on those in terms of the receivers that I scouted for the Bears, because that's something that Ben Johnson said that typically in his offense, not generally always by design, but just generally, that slot receiver gets a lot of action. So that's why I figured they'd be focusing on that position there. So Luther will come in there and obviously probably battle Zacchaeus for reps there in the slot position. So it's been a productive draft so far, I think. And now if they can top it off with a DJ Giddens tomorrow running back, I'd be really happy. My heart was broken and crushed when Judkins was taken earlier by the Browns. I haven't fully gone over it. I haven't recovered. I think I'm a little shocked here, but Giddens would be a nice consolation prize if they get him tomorrow.
What if they don't get him? Would you be happy with maybe a Damian Martinez or what's the other, Taj Brooks?
I'd be happy with Taj Brooks. I'm not sure how I feel about Damian Martinez, but Taj Brooks. But I wouldn't be as happy as I would be with DJ Giddens. But Taj Brooks would be next on the list.
Okay, nice.
All right, guys, that's it for our coverage of day 2. We will see you all tomorrow. Goodbye, and thank you very much.